Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
If everybody could find a seat, we will start in 60 seconds. Good morning. We will call the May 7th, 2024 County Council meeting to order at 9 a.m. Just to give you some information of how we will start, in just a moment I'll ask you to stand, if you care to, for the invocation and then for the Pledge of Allegiance. And this morning for the invocation, we have Rabbi Paul Falk of the Ariel Congregation in Orange City. So, Rabbi, why don't you come first, and then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance as soon as you're done. Let's stand.
Melech Ozer u'Mashiach u'Magin, King, Redeemer, Savior, and Shield. Father, we come before you. We begin this day just giving thanks to you for the blessings that you have poured down on us. We thank you for the ability to live in a place of freedom, a place that we can enjoy and seek out happiness, seek out those freedoms that are so bountifully given to us. We thank you for the blessing of living in this place with so many pieces of creation that are such a blessing to us day after day. We lift up all those in the crosshairs of the struggles that are happening in the world. We lift them to your hands at this point and what's all that's going on there. We lift up those in front of us that have come to stand and to serve in this community, to be protectors, overseers of the resources that you have so bountifully blessed us with. We lift them up. We ask that you give them wisdom and the strength to go forward with what's best, and guidance in regard to the decisions, the hard ones that need to be made. Again, we bless you, and we bless them too, Father, for the incredible role and responsibility they've taken on. And we just give you glory. Amen and amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just so you know, I usually say this first. It seemed very time appropriate to have the rabbi here this morning. There's a lot going on in the world, and I was able to speak to him a little bit before the meeting, and he assured me that his congregation feels safe, and that says something about Volusia County, and we will pray that that continues. And I just thank you again for coming. The invocation is open to all faith groups in Volusia County. If your faith group would like to participate, just send an email to the letter K, Green, @volusia.org, and Carissa will get you all set up to do it, and we appreciate the participation. Okay, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Kent.
Here.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Here.
Mr. Robbins. Mr. Santiago.
Here.
Mr. Dempsey.
Here.
Mr. Johansson.
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here, thank you. Do we have public participation? I don't have any yet, but while we're waiting on that to be walked over, without calling undue attention to it, I would
I want to bring your attention. This is for item L on the consent.
Okay, thank you. Don, I hope you don't mind this. I wanted to let everybody know that you lost your mother last week. It's one of the hardest things to go through is losing a mother or father. Thankfully, not a child. And just wanted to let you know that we appreciate you being here today, and you are in our prayers. Okay, I will call your names as they were turned in order. You will have 3 minutes to come up to the podium. Please make sure that the microphone is right in your face so that everybody can hear you, and it can be recorded for all times. So keep that in mind as you speak. You will have 3 minutes, and at the end of there is a monitor on the there is a clock, 3-minute clock on your monitor and in the overhead large screens. So please keep track of your time. First, we will begin with Paul Richardson. And if you would, as you come up, tell us what part of the county that you're from so your representative knows where you are.
Morning, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of DeLand. I have 2 things to say today. I once came here to speak out against the thoroughly un-American ESG after the last hurricane came through. Well, it looks like the state of Florida heard me and other citizens. From the Florida Voice article, Governor Ron DeSantis signed legislation on Thursday protecting businesses from financial institutions that promote environmental, social, and corporate governance policies, also known as ESG. The legislation, HB 989, expands consumer protections and amends certain roles and responsibility of the state's chief financial officer. Unquote. This is great. I will leave you to read the details of HB 989 for brevity. Honestly, ESG has something to do with environmental issues, and that's why I only use the acronym. I also hope that you consider a resolution also warning about the dangers of ESG to businesses in Volusia County. On a similar note, FDOT is finally doing something useful. Quote from the article, local article, Volusia County's Nova Canal is getting a major makeover from the state. Right now, Florida's Department of Transportation crews are working on a 7.5-mile stretch that runs through Holly Hill, Port Orange, and Daytona Beach. Unquote. This is a great start. From the article, they are expanding and deepening the canal as well as cleaning it up. Volusia County has been crying out for something like this for some time now. I look forward to seeing FDOT service canals in West Volusia County as well, if that would help with the flooding here. God bless Volusia County, God bless America, and her eternal ally, Israel.
Thank you. Felicia Benzo? I didn't see you. She must have been here to turn this in. Okay. We'll hold it to the... Jerika Shalfani.
I'm a little nervous.
It's
Good
okay.
morning. My name is Jerika Shafani, and I live at 2093 Halifax Drive. I'm a third generation living on Tomoka Farms Road, and I have a lot invested in my home, my town, and my little slice of country that I have. My home, where I'm raising my 2- and 5-year-old, are a half a mile away, which is 2,640 feet from the proposed motocross site. For reference, that distance is from the Cracker Barrel on International to the Speedway. I will be a full-time homeschooling mom with my 2 kids in August. For their school career, their primary place to focus and learn will be at our home. The amount of noise that a few hundred people's 40-plus bikes every single day would really just change our lives. We know that this entails much more than just a 4-hour race window. This is starting bikes and all. Sorry, guys. Flooding is a huge issue out where we're at. We've been out there for over 14 years, but on Halifax for 4 years, and have had some pretty devastating flooding. That needs to be addressed before any of this stuff comes to play in our front yard and in our backyard. During an interview with the News Journal, Don Dempsey described, and I quote, "We are now a destination state. A lot of families come from New York, up north, wanting a place to ride, and they have nowhere to go. So I think Volusia is more than ripe for a facility that will allow this. This is no longer about our neighbors. This is about other people, not the residents who reside here and have been for a long time." This again sounds like a wonderful idea. I think this is something that we should have. My kids are going to be the first people to ride with their dirt bikes, but it should not be in our backyard. My question to you is, why is there no other proposed site in the beautiful Volusia County, such as Barberville, DeLeon Springs, Deltona, DeLand, Emporia, Lake Helen, Orange City, Pearson, Astor? Why not? Again, I leave you with this. When I met Don Dempsey at the open house on April 23rd, I asked him, would you want this in your backyard? He said no. This speaks volumes for someone's kids who rode. He knows what this entails. This is going to be devastating for our country life, our peace, everything that we worked so hard for. We were told to get a career, buy a home, buy land, be in country. And all I ask is that you guys really think about this motocross track that I really want for my kids, just in another location. If you guys could really please think about this for my sanity, to homeschool my children, for the beautiful Volusia County that I want to stay in. Sorry. Thank you.
John Shafani.
Good morning. I'm not as prepared as my wife, but I want to talk about the motocross track going in. There's back in 2009, there was a B21 watershed management proposal plan that was supposed to be going on with all the issues with the flooding after the towns west went in. That used to be all percolating land for us out there. I've been out there almost 20 years now. And I'm just wondering why this has come up now to put this in our backyard when we haven't even figured out the flooding situation. So I'm just, we went out, we moved out there for a reason. We pay a lot of tax dollars, a lot of insurances that is extra for land. And, we went out there for peace and quiet. And if this goes in, it's going to be not only the noise, but now the flooding issues. That's the main concern for me, other than the noise, is going to be we're already inches away from destroying a house, and when we just get a big rainstorm. And I have neighbors that have been out there 50 years, and they've never seen water on their driveway, but the last 15 years, it's been just getting more and more going on. So that's what I got to say. I think we got other people that are going to talk, and appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy Campbell. Is there more than one Judy Campbell? Okay. So it's not Judy Campbell, it's Tricia Pacenti? Yes. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Tricia Pacenti. I live on Halifax Drive in Port Orange. One of the concerns that we're not against the motocross project. Nobody is. We're just against the location of it due to the fact that it's in very close proximity to Halifax Drive and the neighboring homes. The feasibility study does not mention the close proximity of Halifax Drive, and we're wondering why it doesn't mention it. The other thing it doesn't mention is watershed. Where is all this water going once the project is in and complete, if it does go on that proposed site off of Shunts Road? Halifax Drive has a tendency to flood. We ourselves received 6 inches of water in our building. Everything in our building was destroyed. The insurance companies are leaving the state of Florida due to the fact of the amount of damage that the current storms are causing, and they're also limiting on what they're paying, and they're putting a lot of that cost on the homeowners. So what is going to happen if there's increased flooding on Halifax Drive and the insurance companies don't want to pay? Who's going to foot that bill? It's very expensive to live there. I myself pay nearly $12,000 in taxes to live there. The noise pollution. We are approximately 6.6 miles away from the NASCAR track, and we can hear every race that goes on. We are 7.8 miles away from the New Smyrna Beach track, and we can hear all of those races. I'm sorry, am I interrupting? Okay, thank you. So we're 7.8 miles away from the New Smyrna Beach. This particular track is going to be less than a quarter mile away from my front door. How is the sound barrier going to help? We can hear all the traffic on 95. So how are creating berms going to help prevent the noise pollution? And then we have the issue of lights. There's going to be light pollution with all the lights that are needed for the 50 RV spots that you're proposing, in addition to the 3 tracks that you're proposing. Soil, we're concerned about soil erosion and conserving the soil. Where is all that soil coming from to keep the track maintained? Where is that going to come from? The city of Port Orange has all their wells on there. How are you going to prevent leakage from gas and oil contaminants going into the ground and preventing from getting to all the wells for the city of Port Orange? None of that is addressed in the feasibility study, and why is that? The other concern is I have a neighbor who lives approximately
Tricia,
600
you're out of time.
Okay, great.
I'm
All
sorry.
right. No, that's fine. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Judy Campbell is not speaking?
I can speak. I'll be back.
I have a card for you, so.
I had filled out when the speaker was Tricia, because I got here earlier than Tricia. But good morning, Council.
Good morning.
My name is Judy Campbell, and I am a resident of Tomoka Farms Village. And I am concerned about the motocross track. Again, I'm not against motocross. I am against having a commercial facility in my backyard. I think that we do, before this would be voted on in this location, our hope is that you will do the feasibility study to see about the watershed, to see about how a parking lot that is backed up onto the property at Halifax, how the lighting will affect the residents there. We have many concerns. We have retained an attorney, Dennis Bear, and he unfortunately was unable to be here today, but we hope that the county will do more studies. You can certainly believe that we will be conducting our studies to see about the feasibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Ilana Kraft.
Good morning. My name is Elena Kraft. I am here to just shed some light on your double standards. 5 of you were so worried about being sued by Belvedere for imposing a legal heavy industrial moratorium that you betrayed a whole community of people and voted against this much-needed measure. I want to believe that your concern about the financial liability was sincere, but it's really hard to, when the same group of 5 are now pushing for a $10 million publicly funded motocross facility, which comes with a much greater financial burden and future liability. I am here not because I'm against motocross facilities, as has been mentioned. In fact, I believe having a privately funded one in Volusia County away from homes would be a wonderful addition to this area. I have good friends who love this sport. I'm here because I really don't like double standards. So please don't close your eyes to the following legal risks associated with government-funded motocross facilities. Lawsuits alleging negligence if a rider or spectator is injured due to unsafe track conditions, inadequate maintenance, or for not enforcing safety rules. Lawsuits related to injuries caused by hazards on the property, such as improperly maintained jumps or obstacles. Lawsuits related to negligent supervision or inadequate instructions. Lawsuits by environmental groups or concerned citizens alleging that government-funded motocross facility is causing environmental harm, such as soil erosion, water pollution, or disturbance of wildlife. And lawsuits by neighbors, such as the ones who spoke, living near motocross facilities, alleging that noise levels exceed local ordinances or zoning regulations. You see, everything comes at a cost. It's just a matter of priorities. With the way you've handled these 2 issues, the fuel terminal and the motocross facility, you've clearly shown us where your priorities lie. You've shown us that you don't really care about the fact that you're causing thousands of people, young and old, daily distress by closing your eyes to the dangers associated with an open-ended, heavy industrial district close to homes. It's been almost 90 days, yes, we're counting, since the infamous February 6th moratorium vote. And what have you done in these 90 days to fix the negligent, open-ended, heavy industrial district? Absolutely nothing. Nothing whatsoever. In fact, you didn't even bat an eye when Mr. Santiago canceled the zoning workshop at the 11th hour with no explanation whatsoever as to what was so important that a critical workshop that had been in the books for months was now canceled. Your actions speak louder than words, and the people of Volusia are listening. So in conclusion, please do your job and fix the heavy industrial district in Volusia County. Thank you.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Beachside. A couple of things. One, driving here, I pass over a bridge right next to 95 on ISB. At what point is that on our schedule? I went through this with our city. There was a bridge on LPGA that caused massive traffic jams because I knew Margaritaville was going in, Mosaic was going in. Once the traffic goes in, any repair or any change is going to make even more massive backups. Well, guess what? I told you that the last land on ISB at LPGA was going to be developed soon. It's coming down. They've gone through everything. It has to be approved with 2 votes on the city commission, and they're building on ISB and LPGA. There's 4 projects going in. A 5th one is being discussed today with regard to the motocross. There's a lot going on Tomoka Farms Road. We have to address that as well. Regarding motocross, you've got 1,600 acres there. Why does this facility have to be built right across from the only residence of those 1,600 acres? I mean, it doesn't make sense. I understand that they were looking at a location and it's high, but I went out for the meeting and God, it was packed. A lot of residents oppose it, okay? When I drove in, I looked to the right where I would like to have it because there's no residents. There's one like 3/4 of a mile down the road. One, there's dozens across the street from this location. I was told you can't because it's swampland. Well, it's all full of pine trees. I've never seen a swamp full of pine trees. So I'm guessing that would be a better location than this one, right across from a bunch of residents. Affordable housing, you're going to hear that, all right? I'm asking you at this point to look at your affordable housing, tell the public, because I really haven't heard where the need is. Because when I talk to some, it's for senior citizens. A lot of them, they came before you saying they were in a trailer park. Rent was so high, they're kicked out. First Step Shelter says they've got 14 that have been kicked out of trailer parks. They're senior citizens. At this point in their life, well, to me, that's an issue, all right? Secondly, what do you do with the kids that age out of foster care? There's a little thing you've got at the old former Marks or whatever it is facility, but where do they go? You don't want to put them in a bad situation. You want to give them the most help you can. So you got to find out, tell us where the need is, because apparently you're doing really well on affordable housing, but the question is, are we doing enough in the right location, the right need? And I'll see you at the end of the meeting. Bye.
Christian Brown.
Good morning, council members. I am not speaking to a line item this morning, but I appreciate you giving me 3 minutes to speak. I live in Deltona. I've been in Deltona for about 30 years now, and I'm here to represent Catalyst Global Youth Initiatives. It is a nonprofit that has been active for about 14 years now, active with youth empowerment. We've had mentors in Volusia County schools for over 10 years, and we've had summer programs for our youth here in Volusia County for about the last 10 years. You may be familiar with the Yeti grant that was being administered through CareerSource here in Volusia County. It was allowing our high schoolers between ages of 15 to be in professional development and career development programs. Well, that grant has since dried up. CareerSource is no longer facilitating that. It's gone to another area outside of our county. So I'm here to represent the interns that were active for the last 4 years in that program. I've had the privilege of being able to be the facilitator for the professional development program for about 3. This would be the 4th for myself. We are out of funding, and we're here today to request funding from the county council. No programs such as this exist in high schools throughout Volusia County. This is an opportunity for our young people to be trained with real-world skills that they need in order to be successful in the work world, in the job world, those that might not be college-bound. And not all of our youth are college-bound. Those that need these types of skills, learning how to interview, learning how to have a cover letter and a resume, learning how to dress professionally during an interview, learning how to carry yourself properly when you are actually hired and employed. These are very useful skills that unfortunately when they graduate from high school, they're without, and it's impeding their progress. These individuals are future constituents and also future taxpayers. They'll be future homeowners. What we're asking for is the county to invest in our youth so that they'll have a fighting chance once they get out of high school, so that they'll be able to be prepared to get the career positions that they have, especially, again, those that might not be college bound. You know, this will assist them with getting vocational positions, getting county jobs, city jobs, you know, not just here in the DeLand area, Deltona, Orange City, Daytona Beach. Catalyst was handling 4 different cities, and on average, we were helping. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good job. Amanda Balboa. You weren't towing me, were you?
Nope, not yet. My name is Amanda Balboa. I'm with Aero Service and Towing. I am also the Vice President of the Sunshine State Towing Association. The towing community was present about 2 weeks ago in an attempt to get on the agenda in regards to a rate increase for non-consensual towing in the county of Volusia. We appreciate your time again then and now. There was in the closing comments a few statements we felt could use some clarification. It was mentioned that we were referencing trespass towing, which would be the private property towing. That's actually not what we're referring to. We do not do that kind of towing. We're referring to the police sanctioned towing, so DUIs, accidents, arrests, seize tags, etc. It was stated that the contracts go out for competitive bid, which they do. However, the only rates that change are the rates that we pay each individual municipality as a towing company. The public rates have not changed since October of 2002. We were also, for some reason, compared to Miami-Dade and Broward counties, which we are not close in proximity or in population, but since we are being compared to them, I provided the rates to the young ladies this morning for your reference. I also included Palm Beach County as well. They do charge a significantly higher amount than us, so I'm not sure where the numbers derive that we were in line, because we are not. If we're comparing them, Broward County Sheriff's Department tows 50 to 65 vehicles per day. My zone in Volusia County tows about 12 to 14 per month. So there's a significant difference, of course. The caveat is that here in Volusia County, I still have to keep people on payroll 24/7. Hell, high water, hurricane, holiday, it doesn't matter. We have to respond within 20 minutes. So I still have to pay people on payroll, of course, so that comes out of the profit, that what we would be charged. So, it's 2024. People aren't working for free, of course, and you're not paying the same for a gallon of milk that you did 25 years ago. So we're just asking that the dialogue gets opened up. I'm willing to communicate in any way or be a liaison in any way possible. Meeting, email, phone, however we need to get it done. We just need to get it on the agenda, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Waylon Neese.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Waylon Neese, DeLand, Florida, Vice President of the DeLand and Greater West Volusia Chamber of Commerce, the Chairman of the Volusia County Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, past President of our wonderful Main Street DeLand, and the President of many other organizations in the community. Little context before I go. I also want to state that I do believe in capitalism. Before we get into this, I'm going to read as opposed to just speaking. If we do not, as a county and a community, take serious action regarding housing and its affordability, including the incentives for the development of affordable housing, we will continue to see a rise in homelessness and households becoming unstable. This will affect our taxes overall, as it will affect the healthcare system, the transportation system, the education system, the private sector, and more. We will see continued increase in substance abuse and related deaths, not to mention the emotional mental health aspects that come with instability due to the rising cost of housing and instability of homelessness in our area. According to the ALICE report, which stands for Asset Limited, Income Constrained, Employed, so basically the working poor, and this does not take into consideration unemployment rates, which would actually drive the numbers up about another 7 to 10% in our local community. In 2007, the report showed that Volusia County had a 36.2% poverty rate threshold. We are currently at 46% threshold with a median income of $50,000. The economy and the market have not corrected themselves for almost 20 years. Our large politicians, they're not going to change this. While it is the responsibility and moral duty of our government overall at large, but it is especially the responsibility of our local government to act for those in need in our community, equitably, not equally. The rising cost of insurance, healthcare, daycare, groceries, market rates for all housing, and more are forcing people out of their units into a state of chaos. Again, the market has not corrected itself in nearly 20 years. When will we take action? Our Statue of Liberty states, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, temp-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door." This is the American way. We can do this, but it takes compassion, dedication, and yes, it even takes compromise. We are responsible,
Thank
and
you,
I implore
Waylon.
this council to make community healthy, holistic,
Thank you.
and housed.
Elizabeth Pompey? Pardon me? Elizabeth? Is it Pompey? Pompey. I thought that's what I said.
I'm not as prepared as some of the others, but I do have a passion for what I want to speak about today. I'm Elizabeth Pompey. I live at 1891 Halifax Drive, District 2. I am here about the motocross. We are all exacerbated about the proposal for this. I've called multiple times about the flooding we already have in our area. I have spoke to you one time at a meeting about the flooding in our area, and this is just going to compound it. There are a couple things I have a question about. Back in 2009, there was a local plan in place for the Tomoka Farms Village that protected our agricultural environment. Is that still in place, and does this motocross fall into that plan? I don't think so. I think it's going to be detrimental to our way of living. So a question about the local plan. Somebody mentioned something about the feasibility. Why are we even going to spend any more money on this? This should not happen in our backyard. And I have, if we hadn't have been a close unit in our area, I would have never known about the open house that happened over there at the landfill, where more than 200 people showed up. Some were motocross people, but most of them were not from Volusia County. I haven't met anybody that's for it in our area. And like other people say, yes, there needs to be an environment. Somebody has told me that Florida Cracker Ranch down in Bunnell has motocross. So why do we have to build one here? I'm not opposed to the BMX that's happening in that you guys do have on the agenda today. And I understand that the motocross came through on the back skirts of this BMX proposal. They don't have a bunch of noise going on for the BMX. The noise, the flooding is our biggest issue. And as somebody else spoke, we have learned that place was purchased by Volusia County years ago for watershed. And I don't understand why we're not making do something with our money to make that area take care of the flooding in our vicinity, and there's going to be more. There's that growth that's getting ready to be built down on the end of Tomoka Farms Road at I-4 that's going to have hundreds of acres developed. And so anyway, flooding, and the noise. I give my objection here to this proposal for the motocross whenever it comes up. It is very difficult to find out on your agendas when something's going to happen. As the one lady said, we do have an attorney, and he was told it wasn't on the agenda, and then on Friday he was said, oh yes it is, but yet now here it is, it's not. Very difficult to find out when we can come and give our voice on such a thing when you are actually voting on it. One other thing, I want to bring up the apartments that are being talked about.
Thank you. Felicia Benzo, I saw you come in.
Mr. Brown, we come here and ask you, as the adults in the community, as I am, to support our youth in their journey to adulthood. We did do the 3 years that Mr. Brown was talking about with the support of the Yeti funds. That is not available anymore, and I just don't understand as a community why we don't see it important enough that during the summer, we have these young people occupied in productive activities. So what we did over the past 3 years is exactly what Mr. Brown said. These young people have graduated from high school. Some of them are working for the hospitals. Some of them are in the colleges. Some of them are in the military. And some of them are in the trades programs as well. Come on, guys. We've got to do better. Give them something to do during the summer with supervision. They weren't shadowing anybody. They were actually working for your hospitals, for this county as well, for the food distribution programs. These kids were active. If you don't give them something to do, they're going to find something to do. In fact, the predators are going to find them and give them something to do. You know what a predator is, right? All right, so I don't want that. So what I'm saying to you is help us this summer have the funds to support 33 youth as we have done the past 3 years. I actually have the documents there. I'm so sorry I was late, but Votran was late to pick up my mom, so I'm doing the best I can. Please, I need your help to do this. It's not a lot of money, and I have it in that folder that I had left back there. Help us. We can still put the program together for the summer and have these kids active. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Utter.
Good morning, everyone. I know we talk about a lot of things, and I'm probably the last person you want to see stand before you, but we talk about improving our county and things like that, but we also forget about people that are being hurt from mandates, working at hospitals or being in the military. We took this, we abided by our government, and we took this vaccine. From it, I have chronic inflammation, demyelation, polyneuropathy. I have cardio issues, vascular issues. This past year I got worse, and I have microclotting, NCAS, and more. This year, I was on disability. I'm waiting for Social Security disability. And Advent decided to terminate me. So now the infusions that I take that cost $15,000 a month because I have an autoimmune issue and it helps me do my everyday living, it is now taken away from me. I'm over a month overdue and I'm still trying to find insurance and things like that. But people that have lived a good life, have worked and served in the community, because I'm 7 generations here in Volusia County, we are told that we need to get on food stamps, that we need to get on Medicaid. But our injuries are real. You won't see us on the news, you won't see us on the social media because we're censored by the government and nobody wants to hear us. I stand out in public and speak, and I'm also told that people don't listen to me on the board because all I do is yell. I don't yell. I'm asking for help, not just for me, but for other people. There's another person in Volusia County, Lindsay, that we both served on Governor DeSantis Roundtable along with Latipo. We've spoken many times, but they have cut off communication with us. Were we used as political props? I don't know. But we deserve more. We should be able to have our disabilities turned in quickly. We should be on Medicare. Advent also has a long COVID where they study them and help them, but they don't help me. I called, and because I'm vaccine injured, they refuse to treat me. I have to go to Alabama. I have to go 2 hours away to see doctors because no one will treat me. How do you think that I feel? I'm not yelling at anyone. I'm not asking for just help for me, but for others. The only people that help us are React19.org, which they're our nonprofit organization. There's also Real Reactions and the Hope House, Hope for Humanity, because they're working on things to help give free treatment. But until then, we have no resources. I'm asking for your help and find other ways so we don't have to end up being on the street.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. Okay, that ends the public comment for this part of the meeting.
Mr. Chairman, just point of personal privilege.
Yes, Councilman Santiago.
I know sometimes you mentioned to the audience that we typically don't respond. If you can address that, that way people know that we're just not ignoring them.
Yeah, it's very uncomfortable sometimes sitting up here and listening to these sometimes very personal issues and all the important issues that you bring up, and then you look at us and we don't say a word, and you think, what a bunch of dullards that they don't care about us. It's a rule that was established for the council mostly for time to get as many people in here to speak as possible. And we don't respond to you, or it could go on, all day, just with that one last issue. There's a lot there. But your needs are dealt with. Oftentimes, before you leave this room, one of the county staff will corral you and get the information they need. But I guarantee that, I can't guarantee for everybody, but I'm pretty sure that each of these council members, when they hear something in their district, they will reach out to you themselves which is why we have these with your email and phone numbers. So please don't think that you're being ignored. You're not. Do you have anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Santiago?
No, Mr. Chair, just, sometimes we address these things also in council comments at the end of the meeting, which I intend to a couple items.
Okay. So stay till 11. Hopefully it won't be that late. So thank you. I'm really not allowed to call on people in the public. You can fill out a form to speak. I'm sorry. What was your name?
Mr. Tamain, I believe that you were speaking on agenda item 5 is what your form says.
Okay, yeah, I have your card, but it said item, you wanted to wait till item 5. If you don't want to wait for item 5, we can. You did or didn't? I want to speak on Moto. Okay. How about if I call you then? Well, okay. It says item 5 at the top. Maybe staff wrote it, so I apologize. I'm really not arguing with you. Would you like to speak right now? Okay. Please come up. Eric Tamani in Port Orange.
Yes, I live on Avocado Drive, and everybody has mentioned most of the things that I wanted to say. Flooding probably has to be our number one issue. I'm not opposed to motocross for kids to have a place to go, but it shouldn't be right close to a neighborhood where we are. Noise is going to be a problem, big problem. When we sit in our backyards, it's very quiet. That's going to go away. Traffic, we're going to have increased traffic. Does anyone, when the Daytona 500 is in town, it's, 415 is 2 lanes. So we're going to increase traffic. We're going to not be able to get to 92. I mean, it's going to be a nightmare. And not to mention, we did a lot of studies. What is it going to do to all of the values of our homes? I moved out of Broward County 4 years ago to have peace and quiet. I'm not going to be able to sell my house selling peace and quiet. That's what I have to say. Please don't approve this.
Thank you. And that brings us to item 1. Thank you all that participated in the public participation period. Item 1 is a consent agenda. Does any council member have an item they would like to pull for comment or a vote?
I just want H for discussion. I do not want to pull it. I just want to have discussion on the economic development stuff.
Okay, and I would like to pull Y just for just for discussion and question.
Chairman, at this time, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda item as proposed by staff.
Second.
Motion to approve the entire agenda as proposed by staff from Troy Kent, second by David Santiago.
Mr. Brower, you do have a public comment for item L.
And for item L. And who is that?
I don't know his name, but it's this gentleman right here.
Jackie Mole, thank you. How could I forget you?
Thank you.
And this is for, you wanted to speak to item L.
Yes, I want
Okay.
to speak to item L and representing faith and support and encouraging you to Jackie Mole, Red Sag Drive in Port Orange. I'm here representing faith by encouraging you to vote yes on the agenda item project under construction. That is a $7.8 million. Faith is so excited to see our county invest in projects like these that are bringing in matching funds from private investments and federal dollars. Our $7.8 million investment will leverage an amazing return on our investment. Faith has been pushing the county council to invest in more affordable housing, and we are grateful to see the county moving forward on projects such as this. Thank you for your leadership in our community. As taxpayers in Volusia County, we believe in this project and see it as a good investment of our tax dollars. Please support the staff proposal for more affordable housing, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. I believe I just want to clarify for the public that this isn't particularly the agenda item where we discuss the $7.8 million gap funding, but in fact just a construction of a previously approved financing of rehabilitation services and community assistance.
That's correct. But
Thank you.
Your information stands and is well taken. We understand your support. So let's have the vote on the consent agenda. The motion was to approve it as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 7-0. If we could have someone come speak to item H, or did you have a question you wanted to propose first?
Staff.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, gentlemen of the council, Cyrus Callum, Aviation and Economic Resources. Good to see you all again.
Hey, Cyrus. Thank you very much. I think last time this was on the agenda, I think I did a similar poll for discussion. But thanks for the update. It's nice to see the trends on how the state's doing, how nationally we're doing, and how it goes down into the local level in our cities and including the county unincorporated areas. I wanted to talk about, if we can propose, and for the council also, is I want to focus in on wages in our county. Seems like we're kind of maybe in the middle of the pack statewide. I'm speaking generally. But I'd like to see if we could have discussions in the future or guidance from staff as to what targeted industries that we could look at that we can raise the wages in Volusia County. I think that should be a focus of ours. And I see that I think there's a pretty big gap between us and Seminole.
True.
And do you feel that I see a lot of construction happening in the areas? Let me ask you this question: do you feel that there are opportunities out there for us to raise the average wage in Volusia County?
Absolutely, absolutely. In the aerospace industry, which is something that I've been working very closely with Team Volusia, also the CEO Business Alliance, as well as staff with Volusia County, we're really looking at ways to kind of close the gap. Of course, our neighbors to the south, they kind of have a stranglehold on that. And we've been getting some inquiries from some businesses that want to kind of spread their footprint and look at opportunities to develop in our county. So yes, we've definitely been seeking opportunities to increase wages that way. And, you know, we have our partners, of course, Embry-Riddle, who has been phenomenal with bringing a spotlight on, you know, that type of industry as well. So definitely that's been something we've been working on. Hopefully in the short term, you'll start to see some businesses with that focus come into our community.
I want to add the idea, again, this just popped into my head now, that southeast Volusia County has the greatest opportunity to benefit from those high-paying aerospace jobs.
Absolutely.
We have the project down there, that very large project that's happening down there, Farmington, which is mostly a community, but I wonder if there's opportunities to explore with that development, commercial opportunities on the southernmost point of that, to try to attract some of those jobs or manufacturing, whatever it is, in that southern point. So, I mean, I don't know if there's anybody in the council that doesn't like that idea, maybe chime in, but I think we have huge opportunities over there. And, you know, Farmington, I think, has been a good partner in responding to the county in different inquiries, and maybe that's one. But we got to go after it and think outside the box.
I'll tell you another conversation. I've been having conversations with Space Florida as well about that very situation. We're trying to be a lot more intentional. Instead of having businesses come to us, actually do a little bit more of an outreach to let them know that we do have and we want to be in the game in terms of bringing that type of industry here. So the discussions are being had, and I think and sooner than later we'll start to see some results start to pan out. We do have land at the airport that is on the verge of being shovel ready, and so that's going to help significantly, but definitely in Southeast Volusia, as we start to reach out to industries that may be outgrowing what they're doing in our neighbors to the south, there might be some prime opportunity for us to take advantage.
And two more questions. I think I asked this one last time also. On the unemployment rate, I noticed that we're just slightly above the average by 0.2, I think, whatever. I think your answer last time had to do with new entrants into Volusia County. Is that still the trend that's driving that?
That is still the case. So there's a slide in the presentation, and the actual queue is going to take place on the 17th of this month. Our new Economic Development Director, Lou Parrish, is going to take the helm away from me and present the information for you. So you all will be, if you haven't made your reservations to attend, I would encourage you to do so. There's some good information in the report as a whole. Our available labor force is never been higher, which is great. The unemployment rate is inching up ever so slightly, but the available labor force is due to that net migration. People are still moving into Volusia County. They're still moving into the state of Florida as well. So we're all benefiting from that influx.
And
people
my last question, I know it's not in your presentation, but I also asked this one. Can you tell me a brief update on Avelo Airlines? I read a lot of what's happening in the news.
Yes.
How is that benefiting Volusia County, and what are the results so far?
I am pleased to report Avelo Airlines has added another flight into our market. So they're doing a Monday, Wednesday, Friday opportunity. Their loads have been phenomenal, well over 85%. And so I actually had staff do another economic impact report on how that's been helping our community, and I'll come back with those numbers for specifics, but they're doing very, very strongly. As a matter of fact, there's some discussion about potentially having Wilmington, Delaware come back, but I do want to be cautious about that because there are some other markets that we're looking at in the Northeast that I would like to see that I feel would probably generate a little bit more of a higher yield and a higher load factor, and that's going to benefit us as a whole. So,
And when you come back with that update, can you please include whether or not they've tapped into the funds that we've allotted for them?
absolutely, absolutely. I know for the Wilmington market, they did tap into the funds. For the New Haven market, there have been months where they've actually given us money back.
Okay, so it'd be nice to see that update.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Before you leave, I'm not sure if either of these questions are for you, but Councilman Johansson?
Real quick, I guess I'll ask you as a question. David mentioned raising the average wage, and we talked a lot about bringing things in. Article recently in the news about Embry-Riddle, UCF, and Hypersonics. That Hypersonics just sounds increased wage to me.
Yes.
Daytona State pivoting to respond to workforce development at the ATC, building buildings out west for nursing and law enforcement. And so I believe our universities and colleges are coming forward. I wish our local high schools would move back into that trade business, but a little slower than I'd like. But my question is, how much down in southeast Volusia, how much industrial land is down there for the Farmington area of South Volusia to develop and have those people start to migrate up north?
So that's a really good question, Councilman Johansson. Without having specifics on, what acreage we have available, of course, we have a lot of green area, a lot of
Right.
historical trees. We're going to have to coordinate a lot of that activity with my counterpart, Growth Management, to see how we can responsibly develop that area. There are some acreage opportunities down there. We'd have to connect a lot of sewer and water and
Right.
utilities to that area too. But the opportunity is primed if we plan it appropriately and responsibly.
Got it.
So I'll get you those numbers.
But I appreciate that. And one of the separations that I hate, but I get rewarded with an explanation every time I mention it, is the kind of the silo of what Team Volusia does and what our chambers do, right? With the trying to recruit from without and trying to grow from within. And I think one of the things that we as a county and the cities can do is to support our chambers in supporting local business to raise the wages of the people already here by helping small business.
True.
Don't go to Amazon and buy a book when you can go to a local bookstore, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. And perhaps one more, Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And Cyrus, I don't have any questions for you. I just have a couple comments for the council, and I just wanted to publicly thank Mr. Santiago for pulling this for discussion, because it's a healthy discussion that needs to be had from time to time. And we get these updates from staff. But Mr. Johansson, I couldn't agree with you more. Buy it local, absolutely. But to me, when I look at this line graph on the presentation H-3, it makes me think about one of our largest exports in Volusia County, which are our children. Because the jobs that many of them desire are not here. And I had a discussion with my baby boy last night, and he'd have a fit if he heard me publicly call him my baby boy. he's 17 and, you know, he's graduating in 3 weeks from high school. But part of our discussion last night was about this, which is when you finish your college studies, where do you think you want to live? You know, because I want to help him want to come back to Volusia. So we talked about that. But back to slide H3, you know, looking at this data from 2010 to 2022, Volusia is well below Florida's wage, very much behind Florida's wage. But the trend has been pretty regular until about 2020 to 2022, and that gap increased even more. Volusia has fallen behind even more. And when I go to the next slide, and you know, you look at Duval, Broward, Hillsborough, Palm Beach, and Miami-Dade compared to Volusia, it's just embarrassing, you know. And then the next slide with the bar graph, you know, Flagler's a little, well, they're below us, Putnam's below us, Lake's just a little bit below us. But then you have St. John, Seminole, Brevard, and Orange, which are well above Volusia. So I thank you, Councilman Santiago, for pulling this for discussion, because this is the discussion we, as the elected leaders in Volusia, who sometimes get beat up.
Good.
Thank you, Councilman Dempsey. But we
Something smart if it's gonna be on my mind.
I'm going to try. But you know, looking at that data, to me, you know, it amplifies the point that we sometimes get beat up whenever we look at an incentive for a company to locate here, to bring higher wage paying jobs, but it is desperately needed in Volusia County. I mean, the numbers don't lie, and I love data over time, line graphs, bar graphs. You know, they do a really good job of showing a true picture of where we are. And I'm thankful for CEOs like Charlie Leidecker with Foundation Risk Partners, who decides that Volusia County and Ormond Beach is going to be his home for his business with higher paying jobs. And for Embry-Riddle for working in this area to try to bring more high paying and better jobs. So I'm thankful for that. And I'll just close with, again, Mr. Johansson, spot on. You know, buy it local if and when you can. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm glad. I wanted to see what comments came out of pulling this and talking about it. But I think, you know, we need to go a step further. You know, we got a great person at the helm here. I think the council, though, needs to take it to the next level with giving him a little bit more specific direction. Because it's a broad comment to say we need to raise wages. I'll use an example. You know, I'll use Osceola County. For the past probably 4 or 5 years, they've had the vision of becoming the chip manufacturing area for Florida, or capital, if you want to call it, for Florida. So their council set a goal as to this is what we're going to do, this is how we're going to invest in it, this is the strategic plan, this is how we're going to go to the state, and this is how we're going to go to the private sector. And they're seeing some enormous results there. You know, it's taking time. It's taking the county manager taking a lot of lumps and beat up for, you know, the money that they've invested in it, but they're starting to see the results in it. So where I'm going with that is that it probably is going to take a more specific conversation of this council with some data and trends, and giving a vision more specific to Cyrus and his team and George, to saying this is what we want to go after, and what's it going to take, and what would be the net results of it. So maybe it's a workshop in the future. I'll bring it up again, but we need to give him more guidance as to what we want to see, other than very broad. Broad, you're going to see incremental changes, right? And may go along with the rest of the state. But I think if we want to bridge that gap that you pointed out clearly, we have to go bolder, if that makes sense, to raise the wages and improve the livelihood here in Volusia.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair David. I think you're hitting the nail on the head. And I believe, too, with the workshop coming up, we can have a much broader discussion in terms of deregulating the local economy and trying to counter some of the stuff that we're dealing with, inflation, all stuff that's happening, not just in Volusia County or in the state of Florida, but all across the nation. So good job with that, and I'm looking forward to talking about it and government getting out of the way so we can pay our workers more. Thanks.
County Manager George Rechtenwald.
Yeah, and I just think we'd be remiss. Previous councils have met on this, and I think this council needs to weigh in on what new and different ways we want to go. We've really been working off space supply chain has really been our targeted industries over the last few years. We do have a space overlay. We have other things. We have a utility program for expansion down in the southeast. We have a grant program for that as well that was brought forth by the previous economic development team. So we are working on those, and I would really welcome to exactly what you're saying and zero in on some new or updated ideas. And I will say, Cyrus has been out there. There's a lot going on with the colleges. I think you'll be hearing things this summer along those lines. So a lot of good things. That is the purpose, really, like you said, and thank you for bringing that up. For economic development, it's all about trying to get good paying jobs, wages. We're a destination. We've been found. People want to be here, but now it's part of that. How can we direct things to get the right paying jobs to help the community?
It's long, did you?
I am happy to talk about
Good.
anything that helps our economy.
I just wanted to add this comment. Part of that discussion, I think, needs to be what we're currently doing and what you're currently doing now in your economic development department. When you drill down on the issue, how do you get high-paying companies here? One of the ways that you can do it is to improve the business environment. I think that's Mr. Robbins just mentioned that. Several people have, and the quality of life here. To draw those new companies. So rather than targeting one company and giving them an incentive, we give an incentive to the whole country to be able to come here because it's a safe place to live. We have clean water. We're working on flooding problems. Streets aren't a mess. They're well maintained. All of those things. And that helps our local entrepreneurs as well. You have one of the best programs in the state with the incubator for developing entrepreneurs, and they stay here. They leave there and open incredible businesses here, usually high-tech businesses. Not always, but so it goes both ways. We can wisely spend money on our own community that lifts every boat in the business community, makes it easier for them to do business instead of taking months and months. I'm not blaming anybody on staff. You have to follow the law. It takes months sometimes to go through the permitting process and get everything that you need. That's something that this council has said that they will look at. So thank you for your report. I just wanted to add that. Entrepreneurs want to live somewhere where there's stuff going on that's fun, where there's things downtown, where they can get around easily and walk the streets safely. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, gentlemen.
And Ben Bartlett, if you would just, what I wanted you to do is kind of give a 30,000-foot view of the Lake Monroe project. We've heard flooding mentioned numerous times already today. Along with flooding, inevitably comes water quality issues because all those floods carry stuff into. So tell us why Lake Monroe is important, and how in the world does a baffle box separate nutrients? I would like the public to know. This is a good project.
Absolutely. Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. Basically, we are stakeholders in the state's BMAP for the Middle St. John's Lake Harney, which requires a certain amount of nutrient reduction, load reduction from each of the stakeholders. This project helps us achieve that by installing these baffle boxes with a filter on them, essentially, that removes nitrogen and phosphorus from the stormwater before it enters the Lake Monroe. So we've identified multiple outfalls that have no treatment. They were constructed long ago, before stormwater regulations existed for treatment. They don't go through any retention ponds. They basically just collect the water from the roads and discharge them directly in the river. It's primarily in the Enterprise, Osteen, Deltona area. Land is at a premium, so the baffle boxes allows us a way to treat that water without having to purchase a bunch of land to maybe construct retention ponds or something like that. So this project is ARPA funded. It was identified as one of the projects when we initially were assigning the direct allocation of ARPA money, and it's been designed and bid out, and now it will be going to construction.
One last question on that. Just explain, several people here have mentioned, buy local, do it local. This project went to a Leesburg company. There was a DeLand company who was, I think, $20,000 more expensive. What goes into those decisions? It's not just the bottom line. Or is it?
Well,
Are you required
I would
to
defer to procurement on that, but yes, it is a bid process, and it goes to the low bidder. Looks like Pam's coming down to talk about that.
We have federal money in play, and remember, local to the feds is the United States of America.
Right.
So we, a lot of times when we get into, we do have a buy local ordinance, but we also include our neighboring counties, because a lot of our businesses don't just work in Volusia County. So if you'd like, Pam could go over that real quick, or we could have a further discussion. But one of the driving factors, and especially in our construction projects, is where's the money coming from, and that usually dictates if we can do any kind of local incentive. And most of the times we cannot, because if it's state money, then they see the local as the state of Florida. If it's federal money, it's the United States of America. So just keep that in mind when it comes to that. Pam, anything that
You've said it all. Everything, that's all correct. The only thing I can say is that if local preference did apply for this, it does not because of ARPA funding. Lake County is included in our local preference, so it wouldn't have made a difference.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right, that brings us to item 2, naming of the City Island Courthouse. And Janine Jennings will
Good morning. Janine Jennings, Director of Business Services, and I am here to introduce item 2, which is the naming of our City Island Courthouse, renaming it to the Stephen C. Henderson Judicial Center. This is a result of a request that was provided at our April 4th meeting of last year to come back, and we have worked with the courts, and I think Judge Case has stepped out, but she'll be back. But at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Danny Robbins for some comments. I also would like to thank the Henderson family for being here with us today, and thank you for taking time out to be here.
Thank you, Janine. Good job. Council, I just want to say thank you for, first and foremost, considering this very impactful and great cause in hearing this case before us today. Council, audience, Judge Henderson was born August 22nd, 1972. Military family. Born to a military family at the Fairchild Air Force Base in Spokane, Washington. Judge Henderson earned his undergraduate degree from Brigham Young University and his law degree from Florida State University. Steve has a long history of public service. Throughout his service, he has served as a prosecutor for the 7th Judicial Circuit Court before becoming a judge. He was then appointed in 2012 to the county bench presiding over family law. Steve was then elevated to circuit judgeship in 2017 by former Governor Rick Scott. Judge Henderson passed away on August 25th, 2021 while serving the 7th Judicial Circuit, while keeping courts open and trying to keep Florida free. Steve worked tirelessly and will be remembered not only for his dedication to his beautiful family, but his service to his community as well. For those that don't know, the Annex Courthouse was built in 1970 and in over 50 years has never carried a name. In council, I couldn't think of a better candidate and servant leader to dedicate the Annex Courthouse to then Steve. With that being said, council, I'd like to make a immediate motion to approve this item and cement the Henderson name and his legacy into Volusia County history forever. Thank you.
Second.
And the motion is made by Councilman Robbins to approve the renaming, second by Matt Reinhardt. We do have a member of the public who wants to speak to this. I'll call him before we vote. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. This is not something that somebody would normally speak on. I'm glad you answered who he was because I had no idea who he was. I've only been here 40 years, so. But the question is, we're supposed to be moving this courthouse, hopefully to Beach Street. What happens, because normally when you tear down a building or you move a building, the name doesn't go with it. So I'm asking why do it now if we're anticipating moving the courthouse? I mean, we've been talking moving the courthouse, 10 years now? The judges don't like the layout of the courthouse that's now existing. So if we do move it, are we going to say we will move the name with it if and when it does happen? Secondly, what are we going to do with that location? My city manager keeps asking, you go to the council meetings, what are they doing with it? What are we doing with it? What happens to that $12-14 million from FEMA if we don't do anything with it for 10 or 20 or 30 years? Will FEMA just kind of say, okay, we'll let you have it in 10 or 20 years? That's a lot of money to not use. It's a great location. I've been talking to staff about selling that land in the front half of it on Beach Street for condos. It would be a great boost for the downtown for Daytona Beach to put condos there. Bodies, first of all. Secondly, it is the best location on all of Beach Street to put condos. The other location in front of the marina, we put for HUD housing. No income, a lot of crime. So this would be great to have it in that location. So I'm asking you, what are you doing with the land? And what happens with the naming of the new, because I'm guessing that's the best location to put that annex when you move it. So what are you going to do with the name? Thank you.
Thank you. Janine, are you down there? Oh, do you have more when we're done voting, further presentation?
I'm going to bring
No.
up Judge Case for a couple of words.
Okay. And also, the board I can see down here. I don't know
Yeah, I
what's
just
on
want
the
to
front
say
of
this
it.
is a rendering of the very, this is what is going to be placed outside of City Island Courthouse. If
Can we get that on camera? Walk this way, said Stephen Tyler. Okay.
But this is the sign that will go right outside of the City Island Courthouse, renaming it. So it'll be, I think it's cast in bronze. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Leah Case. I'm the Chief Judge of the 7th Circuit.
And I want to appreciate or give appreciation to the county manager and the assistant county or deputy county manager for reaching out to me regarding the naming of the building. I think you guys had already vetted it, but she called me to see what my thoughts were. I said, my thoughts are that it's a county building and the county gets to decide what they name their buildings. The judges do not have a say in it. We shouldn't have a say in it. But having said that, let me just say a little bit about Steve Henderson. I'll get a little choked up, excuse me. I was Steve Henderson's boss when we were at the state attorney's office. And I kind of felt like his mentor in a way. He became a county judge, then a circuit judge. He couldn't ask for a better or more hardworking judge. Having said that, I recognize that probably you all have heard from different judges saying we have judges that have been long-standing, 30-plus years, giving service to the community. That's why the judges stay out of naming county buildings, because that's a county decision. But Steve Henderson served the community well. He was hardworking, he was kind, and he passed away in the middle of COVID, like so many other people that had to work. The judges had to work. We had court. He was in family court. He had an open courtroom. And so I think it's a great honor, again, that you guys are doing this. So I'm here to speak about that and to give you my blessing, but in no way am I saying you should do one thing or the other. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I got to watch what I say because the chief judge is here and she grades my papers. So, yeah, I got to kind of be candid with everybody. I'm not big on naming buildings after politicians, and Steve was a politician. But let me tell you, I got to know, I'm voting in favor of this, okay, just to kind of let you know where I'm headed. But I knew Steve as a prosecutor when Judge Case was his boss. I knew him as a county judge, and I knew him as a circuit judge, and I've practiced in front of him in all three realms. And he was a good guy. He had a great demeanor, and I hate even saying this. Sorry. What I liked about him, and the reason I'm going along with this, is that he exemplified what judges should be. He had the best demeanor. I mean, I pulled some antics in front of him as a prosecutor. Judge Campbell will tell you the stuff I used to pull in her courtroom, and I pulled antics in front of Judge Henderson, and he put up with my nonsense, and he was always polite. And the thing I remember most about him is he would always ask me about my family. Always. How's your son doing? How's your daughter doing? And then inevitably in a conversation, it always came up about his family. He was so proud of you guys. And he loved you. And like Jeff said, what is this stuff? I buried my mom Sunday at 81 years old. And I believe your dad was 49 when he passed. And my heart broke for you guys because you missed out on another 32 years that I got to enjoy with my mom that you'll never have with your dad. So I'm going along with this not because he was some great legal scholar. There's plenty of other judges 30 years senior to him who were equally smart. But I want to see you guys have a memorial of your dad for the next 32 years. So, and further, because my heart breaks for you guys, what you're missing out on with your dad, because he really, really loved you guys. That's all. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, thanks.
Well done. Well timed. Thank you, Don, for adding that. Anybody else on the council have a question or a comment before I call for the vote? All in favor of renaming the City Island Courthouse the Stephen C. Henderson Judicial Center, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And I think it would be fitting for us to stand up and applaud this family. Thank you, boy. Is it all boys there? I can't see the last seat.
These are my 3 youngest. I have 3 more. They're college and working.
Any girls? 2 girls. Very good. Councilman Johansson.
Janine or somebody, what's the timeline on when this will be put down, and will it be announced for ribbon cutting or something?
We will do a press release. We're just waiting for when we can actually get the casting installed, and it's very soon. So we will, I'm going to work with community information so we can schedule a proper unveiling.
Yeah,
of the
give us enough time to
Absolutely.
schedule. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. That brings us to item 3, a presentation by Tara McHugh, AICP Executive Director of the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council.
Is this on? Okay. Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, council members, for allowing me to come and speak with you for a few minutes about the Regional Planning Council and how we've been working with Volusia County for a number of years. I'm going to really highlight the last couple of years and what you can see moving forward. We are one of 10 regional planning councils across the state of Florida. We were established in 1962 to support the counties, our 8 counties, Volusia County included, as well as our 78 partner cities, regional and state partners, as well, in addressing regional issues on a local and regional scale. When you look at our funding sources, what's really important to highlight is over 70% of our funding sources are from federal and state contracts and grants. And as you can see from the return on investment, when you're looking at a regional return on investment for the past 5 years, we are bringing in a lot of funding into our region to yield a 13-to-1 return on investment. Volusia, as you'll see through my presentation, the reason why you guys are at a 14-to-1 return on investment. As a state authorized agency, we do have some requirements that we need to complete every single year. The only one I'm really going to focus on today, further in my presentation, is the LEPC, because we do a lot of training here in Volusia County and work closely with your emergency management. We like to consider the Regional Planning Council as an extension of local government. So what makes our local government run, community development, emergency preparedness, economic development, like you heard today, and so on, we need to make sure that our program areas and the experts in our staff reflect that and are able to provide services and technical support for our partners. So with that little bit of background, I really want to talk about where we've been with Volusia County and where we're going together. Since 2017, every single year, we have been engaged with your staff in the realm of resilience. We started the conversation in 2017 with the TPO and are currently right now conducting your 2024 vulnerability assessment to make sure that the county is in line with state statute and eligible for funding from the Resilient Florida program. If you look on the screen, these are just copies or covers of all the reports and studies that we've done. We've worked with the TPO, we've worked with a variety of your departments, as well as the Office of Emergency Management, and all of the projects have been funded through grants from DEP, from Florida Sea Grant, from National Sea Grant, and then emergency management contracts. What we're doing right now with the vulnerability assessments and the power that the Regional Planning Council gives to these projects is that we're working on more than just one. We've just completed Ponce Inlet. We're working on Ormond, Edgewater, Volusia's, and a number of cities we're pulling into Volusia's. But we're also working in Brevard County. And what comes out of that is that we're able to streamline our process. And so Volusia County can pick up the city of Satellite Beaches vulnerability assessment and speak the same language and be able to coordinate across jurisdictional lines, Brevard County line, Volusia County line, and speak the same language and work together to identify projects in ways that we as a region can be more resilient, especially in light of flooding. Low impact development and design, I know, is a priority for Volusia County. It is also a priority for the Regional Planning Council. And we had the privilege of working with your team through a now Florida Department of Commerce grant on an award-winning project where we looked at your ordinances and provided recommendations to incorporate LID into those, which I believe you are now working with UF to move forward. And we also developed a low impact development guidebook with the IFAS and other partners that we pulled together in order to develop this. The QR code on your screen, you can access that award-winning product as well as other products we developed through this opportunity. Again, it was funded through state contract. But what we also did was, because Volusia County staff really wanted to make sure that they were able to set the stage to have these conversations. Previously, we had worked with them through funding from DEP to create resources that they could share throughout the community with stakeholders when they were having meetings and workshops about what LID is, what nature-based solutions are, how they can be used, and their benefits. So on your screen are just a couple examples of those. I was really intrigued with the conversation from your economic development team earlier. We have a really strong relationship with the US EDA. The Regional Planning Council is designated as as the economic development district for our region, for our 8 counties. And what that does is it provides an opportunity for the county as well as the jurisdictions to obtain money from the federal government. And over the past couple of years, Volusia County was on the receiving end of $5 million of infrastructure money for the Daytona International Airport and the Microplex Research Hangar. So I really hope that, especially in Southeast Volusia, we have been working with some of the jurisdictions down there to coordinate with EDA to get them shovel ready or project ready to try and get some money for that. Also, the EDA, after Irma and Ian, funded a disaster recovery coordinator. We're about 18 months into our current coordinator, and they were really instrumental in working with the city of Deltona to secure their Recovery and Resilience Partnership project. Now, it's going back a couple years, but we like to use the funding that we have and give back into the community. So we did receive CARES funding from the EDA, and we were able to work with our partners in Southeast Volusia to develop their economic strategic plan, and so we continue to work with them to help move that forward and identify funding sources for infrastructure projects and working with them to bring some industries into the region. Volusia County is one of our 44 partners for our Regional Resilience Collaborative. I am not going to go into everything that this amazing group is doing because that's a presentation in itself. Some of the things that they're working on right now is on the right side of the screen, but what I really wanted to do was highlight the partnerships and the value that this program of the Regional Planning Council brings. We are bringing in $1 million grants from some of our federal partners, including the Department of Defense and the EPA, as well as working with some of the brain power behind projects such as Stetson and the University of Central Florida. So we're able to bring together funding as well as technical assistance into our region to help priorities move forward within counties and the region as a whole. And I do want to thank Councilmember Johansson for speaking at our leadership conference that we had back in October down at the Kennedy Space Center. I talked about the local emergency preparedness committee. This is one of our biggest programs that we are so proud of, and it grows every single year. Through this program, we are able to update plans. We teach training courses, do exercises. We have a great staff that works very closely with your first responders and emergency management. Last year, through our regional trainings, we were able to train 53 students from Volusia on a variety of different topics. They also participated in our regional CFIX cyber security tabletop exercise that we had. The pictures on your screen are from that exercise. And then coming up, we are working with your emergency management team to hold a functional exercise as well as a tabletop exercise around hurricanes. And we are updating the local mitigation strategy and floodplain management 5-year plan. One of the our biggest events that we hold that we're so proud of, that we bring nearly 700 individuals into the county, is our Hazardous Materials Symposium. We hold it every year in Daytona Beach. It's a 3-day event, and we just cannot express our gratitude to Volusia County and their fire rescue for hosting our competition on their training facilities, and then volunteering their time to help set that up and score and be a part of that competition. Through our LEPC funding, we are also able to pay for and sponsor 16 first responders from Volusia County to attend. The QR code on the screen goes to our video, which really gives you a greater it's a video of the symposium, and you really get a feel for just how important this training is for all of our first responders around hazmat. Another thing that we're also really proud of with our EM team is that they're here to assist in response. And so not only within our region, but outside of the region. So we are part of the All Hazard Incident Management Team, along with Volusia County and others within our region. And we get deployed, or they get deployed, and they were deployed to Hamilton County after Idalia, as well as across the nation for some other previous events. And then, of course, we like to recognize the great work being done throughout our region. So we brought back our Diamond Awards. Our 2024 was our second annual Diamond Awards celebration. And so when we do our 2025, I really hope that we get to see some great work coming out of Volusia County and your partner jurisdictions, so that we can celebrate your successes. Being part of the Regional Planning Council means that we have an amazing board, and I can't thank enough Councilmember Robinson Johansson for being part of that board and coming to our meetings. One of the benefits of that is that they get to talk to and engage with elected leaders from 7 other counties and participate in our board meetings that we do move across our region, so they can see what's going on in other areas. In East Central Florida, this is just one of example where we went to visit Seminole State College to see how their programs were being run, and for the new upcoming workforce. And then some members of our board participate on our Florida Regional Councils Association Policy Board, and we meet twice a year with all the other regional planning councils, where they get to engage with elected leaders from across the state of Florida, talk about regional issues, state issues, legislation, and how regional planning councils are working together and individually to address regional issues. And that is all I have, and that is a link to our annual report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Johansson.
No questions, but comments, and Tara, you may want to elaborate a little bit. So, if you recall, gentlemen, this was a request from me to kick off having folks who we write checks to every year to come explain what they do for us and what our ROI is, because come budget time, we always kind of ask, what do they do, and why are we spending that much money on them? So since I was on the executive committee, I asked George and Tara to be the first to bat, but I imagine Team Volusia and others will follow. I have the privilege of being on this board with Councilmember Robbins, and one of the things that I very much appreciate is the collaboration with the regional, the other counties. I know most of us are on boards where there's other counties involved, and the collaboration and the thinking in each county is different, but I get a takeaway every time, something to bring back, and poor George and Suzanne usually, well, they're already ahead of it because the practitioners are already thinking about things, but it's amazing some of the things the regional planning councils do, and I appreciate the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council very much. David brought something up at the about the Q presentation about how do we raise our average wages. Well, East Central Florida Regional Planning probably has some study or a bunch of people that have that answer for us. How can we kind of chip in on some niche and make progress. So I appreciate everything you do. Thanks for allowing me to be on the board, and I'm looking forward to many years of collaboration and coordination with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments by council? Thank you very much for coming in. Can I get a motion
Yep.
to accept a report?
Yep, I was just going to say, Chairman, thank you. A motion to accept the report as presented.
Second, Johansson.
Motion by Vice Chair Kent, second by Councilman Johansson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank
And
you.
you're accepted. Thank you. Item 4, approval of award for affordable housing development gap funding. Dr. Brad Burball.
Good morning, council members. Brad Burball, Community Services Director. So included in your Friday update with the packet, in addition to the reading materials, was a PowerPoint that provides an overview of who needs help and who we're helping in our community. What are the housing needs? What this council has done to address the needs as well as others. How we've maximized our funding streams, which is a strategy, as well as the terms of the agreement. So I'm prepared to go through the presentation if it's council's prerogative.
Mr. Chair, I just request a brief presentation since we have it already in front of us also.
Okay.
Carmen Hall, our outstanding community assistance director, is going to join me. We're going to tag team this presentation and get through it pretty quickly. We'll stop at the projects that are funded and see if you would like us to go further. Just cursory review, but I think most importantly, we've seen some unprecedented changes in the housing market in our community in terms of rampant investor buying, what we haven't seen before, the increasing renter housing demand. 450,000 people moved to Florida in 21 and 22, and we only produced 165,000 new units. So that's what's contributing to this affordability crisis. You know, as well as there's a production issue. You know, the decade following the Great Recession was the lowest number of houses built since the 60s. So all of those kind of have created a storm in our housing market. But here are the people that we're really helping. And I think the point here is that these are working class people. These are people who are disabled. These are people who are on fixed income that need support in terms of the housing crisis. Many of these are full-time workers. They're just struggling. There are essential workers. There are teachers, our healthcare employees, our law enforcement, our firefighters are highly impacted, and they're the cornerstones of our community, really. We have to keep people safe and healthy and educated, and those essential workers are really having a hard time finding a place to stay in our community. So that's those are the people that we're helping. It's people that are working. It's the working poor. It's the working class that need a hand up and not a hand out.
Okay, so on this slide you can see on the top we have it says FMR, that's fair market rent. So currently that is the highest acceptable rent within our county that would be considered affordable. You'll see a lot of rents that are higher than that, and you could see some that are a little bit lower, but it is rare. So with this fair market rent for a 2-bedroom apartment, it would cost, to make it affordable, it would take somebody making $25 per hour in order to afford this. Okay, so this is a 35% increase in our local prices since 2021. So at $25 an hour, that would mean that somebody is making right over $52,000 a year to get an affordable 2-bedroom apartment within our county. The mean renter wage in Volusia County is $17.48. So that's right over $36,000. So you can kind of see where the gap is in the income within our county. Volusia County currently has 34,000 renter households that are cost burdened. That means they're spending over 30% of their income on housing expenses, and 50% of those households are spending over 50% of their income on their household expenses. So that paints a picture of where a lot of our residents are right now.
And one of the things I think to contextualize this slide, so you're looking at a 35% increase in local rent prices since 2021. And I asked Cyrus and our team for this data, what was wage growth in those 2 years? And it was 6.1%. So where you see rent increase by 35%, you're seeing wages increase by 6%. So there's a dearth there in terms of the wage growth versus it's supply and demand, essentially, what's driving the price. So just to provide an example, from the Schimberg studies of a local example to contextualize this, in 2014, the average monthly rent was $900 in the Daytona Beach area in 2014. In 2023, it's $1,904. So a $1,000 increase over those few years. Over 100%. So what has this council done? And I think that a lot of times people don't understand the depth and breadth of what this council and elected officials have done to basically, get more supplies out the door and preserve what we have in affordable housing stock. That's really evidence-based strategies in terms of how do we keep people in affordable homes, because the cost of them being homeless. Central Florida did a study on this, cost taxpayers about $35,000 a year per homeless person. So institutional care as well as a much higher burden on the taxpayers than helping people stay in their homes. That has been our focus, as you will see, almost $100 million, but also creating more affordable housing units. Since 2021, this council has supported the development of 1,019 new affordable units. With this 302 that we're presenting today, it will be 1,321 units that this council has supported along with the state.
Okay. So how are we maximizing our existing funding streams? This is a goal in our affordable housing plan. And so by this proposal, there's $8.7 million made available through this RFP. That funding is all federal and state grants. And they're federal and state grants that have to be used towards affordable housing. So I think that's really important to point out. The intent of the RFP was to bridge the gap. These are developments that already have access and have been awarded funds, either through the state. They have local private financing. There's a variety of factors that we'll get into later, but they still have a gap in order to complete the project. And so that was the intent of this proposal. All developments needed to be a minimum of 50 units, and they were capped for standard units and permanent supportive housing units, which you'll see the phrase SH. That's permanent supportive housing for those individuals that might need a little bit extra help in order to live independently, than to transition them into permanently being able to live independently. And then the committee just recommended $7.8 million.
So the terms of the agreement, one of the things I think that's important to point out here is that we've turned to the private market to incentivize development. This approach is not socialism. We're using the tools in the capitalistic system to try to help us solve this problem. So, not everyone got what they asked for in terms of this request. That nearly 12% there was a 12% gap presented by the projects that were awarded, and we are awarding 7%. So they're going to have to go back out to the market or find a way to make it happen. So again, if this was socialism, we wouldn't turn to the private sector for solutions. The public sector would be the development firm and the owner of the facilities, which we are not. We just provide incentives for the private sector.
Okay, so on this slide, this just provides an overview of the capital stack. And so you can see majority of the funding for all four of these projects makes 56% is our tax credits at the state level. They have competed for those funding, either the 4% or the 9%, and they have received that funding. So that's majority of it. There's also local and state funding, mortgages and loans, deferred developer fees, and then there is still a gap, like Brad just mentioned, of $12 million. So this funding is proposing $7.8 million in local county grant funds to help close that gap.
And one of the things to point out is this is a one-time investment of grant funds to get these projects into an affordability status for 50 years. So I was talking to my contact at the Builders Association, and they said, there's a ripple effect to this investment in terms of the data that they use when they present to the state legislature. And that is, for every $1 million in government funding, it generates $7.6 million in economic activity. Every 1 million generates over 2.98 million of earnings or income. And for every 1 million of government funding, 77 jobs are created in the affordable housing sphere. So your investment today, if approved, of 7.7 million represents be the catalyst towards $59 million in economic activity, 23 million of new earnings and income in our community, and 600 jobs created. So this is just a snapshot of the need in our community. So our gap is about 11,000 affordable rental properties. And this is the category that the individuals are proposing. We've assisted 264. One of the development, just needed some money for some specific units, but it really will bring 302 units online at the end of the day. So these are kind of the requests from each of the projects and what was awarded. I'll stop here if there's any questions, if you'd like us to continue.
No, continue. I might have a question on another development. Don.
Brad, that study that you were referring to, you said back in 2014, the average rental, I guess that was a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom?
It was an average.
It was an average, okay.
I can pull the report for you. It's in the Home Matters report that's published by the Florida Housing Finance Corporation.
Okay, in that study, do you also have 2004 rental rates?
No, sir. I can find that for you.
How long would it take you to find that? Is that easily accessible to you, or is that?
I'm not standing here at the podium. I couldn't find it, but if you gave me some time.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But actually, I'm looking at a couple of sites here, Rent Cafe and Rent.com, and they're showing that, would you agree with this, that the rental prices have actually dropped this past year by 1% in Daytona and Florida, 2.5%?
I would say that they've stabilized. They haven't, yes, they've stabilized.
Okay. All right. If you happen to come across that stat for 2004, I'd appreciate it. In the interim.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Just a quick question on the projects that are in various cities. Do they also have to get city commission approval?
It depends on the project and where it's located. We do have one that is in unincorporated Volusia County, but they are working with the local municipality, Orange City, on utilities. And then the other 3, if I am correct, are all located within municipalities, so they would have to work with them also.
So
just like any other development project.
The one that you have on the screen now, DeLand, I think that was already heard by the city commission. Did it make it through?
So Blue Ian is here, and Sean is the I believe president of the organization. He can speak to that. But my understanding is this was a cursory, informal review last night. It was not an approval. It was each commissioner expressing their sentiments and comments about the project, but it was not a vote. Based on our conversations with Sean this morning, he and Mark Watts feel that there's a pathway for the issues that were identified by the DeLand Commission.
So what happens if we vote for all of these and then this one or another one is turned down by the city's process?
So it's a cost reimbursable, just like many of our grants. So if they don't incur the costs of development, they won't get our money.
And so we would use that money for a different project? Okay. David, did you have a question at this point?
Comment and a motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good job, staff. This has been a lot of work in the making, in several meetings, discussion. I think you took it to where the council had guided you all. The best part of this is we're using grant monies. It's not recurring funds. And with that, Mr. Chair, I move to approve.
David Santiago makes a motion to approve the funding. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Kent. And they sit down, so they, there's probably no reason to go through it all. We do have several members of the public. Okay, sorry, Jake.
Yeah,
I didn't see you.
oh, by the way, question. Brad, can you go back to the capital stack, please? Sorry about that, Chris, or whoever's putting the screen back up. The capital stack slide. There we go.
Yes, sir.
So the tax credit equity, is that money that we will not collect revenue from because it's a tax credit?
So I'm going to tell my team to correct me if I speak out of turn. So this is the low-income housing tax credits at the state level. Essentially what they're doing is my understanding of the process, and our developers are in the office, in the audience as well, is they basically, it's vouchers. So they sell these on the market to reduce corporate tax rates.
Got it. And then the local and state funding of 19 million local, is that somebody other than the county?
So one of the projects has previously received a local county contribution of $460,000, probably about 2 years ago, for the development of one of the projects, and that local contribution made them competitive for the tax credits at the state level.
Got it. So really that's an additional $400,000 of gap. It was just gap from 4 years ago.
Correct. We wouldn't look at it as gap. We would look at it as a contribution. Without that contribution, they wouldn't have been competitive for the tax credits at the state level.
So there's a 4% tax credit,
gotcha.
which is available to
Sure.
most folks, and then the 9% is highly competitive. And we, luckily, this helps us leverage those by having a local contribution. SHIP gives us that allocation each year of what we need to give to one of those local projects. So it's a requirement of SHIP funding.
Got it. And the $8.2 million in deferred developer fees, those are county fees and city fees.
No, these are fees paid to the developers, my understanding. So what they're doing is they can defer it to later in the project rather than upfront. So it's not included in the financing.
Got it. Where in the funding is the developer's skin in the game? Or is it totally paid for by OPM, other people's money?
I think it's other mortgages and loans is the private sector contribution here, so they would be required to repay those.
I appreciate it.
Yes,
Thanks.
sir.
Just, I hope this is a quick question. I don't know. Well, it's a quick question. I don't know if it's going to be a quick answer, but what are all of the things that you look at to decide? I mean, not everybody was picked that submitted. So what's the criteria that you're looking at to determine which one makes the cut?
So a lot of this, since it's maximizing our funding stream and using multiple different sources of funds, a lot of the funding has different requirements. At the end of the day, Chair Brower, the team and I's approach is to get the most affordable housing units for the least amount of money at the end of the day. So the ones that we've proposed, your team has proposed, on average, is about $25,000 per unit in support. In contrast, the individuals that were not selected for this RFP were asking for on average $59,000 per unit.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any other questions from council. So I'll call I think there's 4 members of the public that wanted to speak to this. First is Sean Wilson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, excuse me, and members of the council, staff, members of the public. My name is Sean Wilson. I'm the president of Blue Sky Communities, and we're an affordable housing developer. We're based in St. Petersburg, and I want to thank staff for their recommendation and compliment staff on running a really good process. We participate in a lot of RFPs in other counties that are similar to Volusia County, for example, Sarasota County and Polk County, for similar types of funding. And you know, what I want to express to you guys about the process is, or excuse me, to the council about the process is that you are you have the luxury of having an affordable housing development machine. It's a nationwide machine. All cities and counties participate in the 4% and the 9% low-income housing tax credit program. It's a Reagan-era program. It was passed in the 1986 Tax Reform Act, and it is a very successful affordable housing development program. It's heavily monitored. It's administered by the state of Florida. So you can be sure that the developers that you're awarding the funding to, because we all have state funding, that we're all experienced, that we know what we're doing, and that not only are we going to build it efficiently and effectively without unduly enriching ourselves or damaging the county financially, but we're going to manage it, and it's going to stay nice for decades to come. And there are examples of these kinds of communities in Volusia County that have stayed nice for a long time, and I'm sure that these four will as well. With respect to my particular development, it's basically right behind this building. It's a high-profile site in downtown DeLand, and we did have a very nice meeting, which y'all can stream or you can have your staff look at, last night with the City Commission, and we have already been in front of Historic Preservation and Technical Review Committee, and we got really good comments, and I think that we definitely have a path forward to get formal approval by the City Commission in due time, and not in due time, in an expedient manner, such that we can spend the funding and you guys can meet your goals. And one comment that came up before about what happens if you approve the funding today and then a particular development does not move forward, you will not have spent a dime before that happens. Because what we do is we will, if you approve it today, we'll get a commitment from you, but then we'll actually do a loan closing together with all of our other closing after permitting is done, right before we're going to break ground. So no money is going to get spent until we actually start construction. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Gary, is it Yezbik? I couldn't tell if that was a B or a G.
Thank you, Chair Brower and
Thank
council members. My name is Gary Yezbik, and I live in the far northeast side of the county in Ormond by the Sea. And I'm here basically to support this initiative for affordable housing. My background is, believe it or not, over about a decade ago, I retired as a corporate sustainability officer for a large multinational company with 67 companies all over the world that made building products. And one of the things that we realize in sustainability is that the company can't thrive unless the community around it, the system around it, is also thriving. And so we made investments in the community. We did a lot of work with Habitat for Humanity at the national level and at the local level. We donated tons of cabinets and faucets and all kinds of products and goods and services and provided labor on those projects. So with respect to that, I also want to mention that I heard earlier about this economic development effort and wanting to raise the average wage in the county, which I think is laudable. And we have to be careful because I think the temptation is to jump to, well, let's just attract some big industries that pay a lot of money, and that'll raise the wage. And it will raise the average wage. But the people that we're talking about that need affordable housing are the people that take care of our parents in nursing homes, they're the people that bag our groceries, they're teachers and others, and those are a part of the community that will still be here. And so these are not lazy people. Most of them are full-time employed people that will need our help. So we have to take two-prong approach in raising the average wage, and we have to help these people, I think, with affordable housing. I'm also part of the Faith organization in Volusia County, which has these annoying T-shirts that you probably have seen before. And I, as a person of faith, I fully think this is part of our responsibility in taking care of those that are around us. I thought the presentation was done extremely well. I realize that the rental housing has kind of stabilized more recently, but in the last several years, it has gone up much more than wages. So I urge you to approve this, and thank you very much.
Thank you. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. Several years ago, the county had a workshop on affordable housing. It was found that there was a need for it. Secondly, about 2-3 years ago, there were 4 projects that came before the council. 2 were in Daytona Beach, 1 on Martin Luther King, 1 on Madison, the 1 in Holly Hill, which is in this presentation, and the 4th one I can't recall where it was. There's a need for it, and the one that's here, I only know the 1. I wish you would have given all 4 so I could have had something to compare. You only presented the 1, and then the other one I already knew about. But there's a specific need that the Holly Hill project does. It's different from what was presented 4 or 5 years ago. But we definitely need to target affordable housing. I know for those of you that are capitalists, those of you that are Republicans, everybody pull themselves up by their own bootstraps, but some people can't, all right? You had several people come before you maybe a year ago, were in trailers, senior citizens, and they never foresaw that their lot fees would go up so high so fast. They can't afford it, and they're at First Step Shelter. So I'm asking you to support this, and in the future, anything that you could do to help the seniors and those that are in this market. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jason Meyer, Holly Hill, Florida, Synergy Billing and Fountainhead Developers. Thank you so much for having me and for hearing me out. I started my first business when I was 15. I'm born and raised here in Volusia County. I've never received W-2 income from a business I didn't own. Right? I don't believe in handouts, I believe in hand-ups. Right? Help people that are trying to help themselves. I've been hearing about affordable housing for years, and we keep trying to throw money at it. More and more government money, more and more tax dollars. We've got to think differently about how we solve this problem. That's what I challenged my team to do. We submitted an RFP, we submitted a proposal for a new type of affordable housing that is actually built affordably and delivers a great product to seniors and to working individuals. Now, gap funding doesn't specify how large of a gap. When you're getting $100 million in incentives to build 302 units, your gap is smaller than when you're a private guy putting $7 million of your own dollars into a project and you're asking for the threshold that the county's established of $60,000 a unit. Okay? So these guys are professionals at going out there and shopping around getting the money. I'm trying to solve the problem differently, deliver something great for our community, for people that need it. I've recruited a business into town that's going to serve seniors. They're going to employ 100 people. They're going to be on this campus. A lot of these folks could live there, open to the public. Right? Also have another primary health clinic coming to this campus, can employ people. A lot of those people are working individuals that could benefit from this. So Holly Hill is definitely a community that needs affordable housing, but we've got to make it sustainable, and we've got to think differently about this problem. When you look at that capital stack, how much of that money is skin in the game? Right? The amount of mortgages they're going to have is the amount of money I'm putting into the project. I've spent $8 million already. I'm about to spend $10 million in new construction, and then I would invest another millions of dollars in the development of this. So to me, that's a public and private partnership. I don't think the ask is too significant. It's the threshold established by the county. I think that staff got this one wrong. They looked at it as just a normal scoring process, and I get that. But I think we've got to think differently about this problem, and that this is a way to create something that is sustainable in our community. One-time dollars, and maybe the percentage is a little bit higher, but as far as total tax dollars and how much we're going after from the government, not nearly anywhere like that. So this is a beautiful project that is going to create studios, and we're using alternative materials to create this, and this is something that could be replicated throughout the community, and other people can build affordably too without a lot of subsidies. So thank you for your consideration, but I think at this time, it shouldn't be an approval, it should be a reconsideration of how we're allocating these dollars. Thank you.
Derek Collins.
How you doing? Nice to see you guys again. This is on a different type of scale. You know me, when it comes to me, I'm dealing with the youth and youth only. So I deal with ages 9 to 18, 17 technically, right now. And the reason why I'm here regarding this situation is I wanted to, after that age group, I have no control over what I can do with these youth and the families. I have to pretty much just let them go to whatever services deal with the adults. And the RP that we are looking to do is allowing youth that don't have foster care kids that age out. So after they age out of foster care, they have to go to a location. Sometimes they're group homes, sometimes they're shelters, sometimes they're just apartments that they can kind of work with. So what we were proposing was to allow same 50 units as some of these other programs we're doing, but it's catered towards kids aging out of youth, kids aging out of foster care. And a lot of these other agencies we're dealing with homelessness. The youth and population that I'm dealing with will turn into homelessness if we're not able to provide a smooth transition from foster care to adulthood. So our program will be dealing with kids aging out of foster care, transitioning from traditional foster care into aging out type of foster care, and we'll continue the services that we provide for those kids 9 to 18, along with these kids. These are now transitioning into adults, which will allow us to serve these kids from 18 to 24, which allows me to broaden my scope of the services that we provide to my population. I know that we were asking for all of the money for our presentation, so we did not partner and have loans and stuff like that, like some of these other agencies did. So that was the reason why I believe our program was turned down, is because we were asking for a higher amount than they were. We met all of the other qualifications, but I did, like Mr. Jason Meyer said, I just want you guys to reconsider where some of this money is going, because, like I said, the kids that we deal with will turn into homelessness, and statistics show it. So I do think you guys should reconsider some other options outside of just the traditional agencies that were chosen.
Elizabeth Pompey.
I just have a statement as I was listening to all of this, as to an idea. I don't know if it's ever been considered and how it would even be done, because I don't do this stuff, but we have lots of defunct malls that are throughout our county. What kind of incentive can be given to those landowners to use that property to build this type of housing instead of just letting the space sit there and rot away? Is that something that can be considered and be addressed? That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Randy from DeLand.
Hi, I'm Randy Williams. I'm actually from Michigan originally, and I'm actually supporting this gentleman's comments here. I graduated with a BBA from a college in Michigan that was all about free enterprise, and I think the stack that Jake identified, the private investment in the projects, was in the teens, and the rest was coming from other funding sources that were involved government. And if you're not, I believe I haven't been really accustomed to keeping up on the news lately, but our federal government and other places are technically bankrupt, and so to continue the process of obtaining funds for a very needy purpose. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying you got to rethink, or you ought to consider rethinking how you fund these types of projects, and some creativity and some ingenuity. You could possibly be at a stepping stone for other counties to take your example. There's all sorts of other things that I've minimally read that could do great justice in helping affordable housing and the homeless, of which I am one. And I've purposely not taken housing for my own conscience, because I have a lot of different reasons. But I think the private sector is the way to consider. The funding for the STAC funding was in the teens, and we're getting funds from organizations that are technically insolvent, and including our federal government, for a lot of different projects. So you have an opportunity to show a good example. I appreciate everything you guys have done for me. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is the end of the public participation period. Brad or Carmen, I just had one more question for you. This amount of money that we have today that we're voting on, is that all of the money dedicated to this, and for what period of time, and how do we replenish it?
So as part of this solicitation, we had 8.7, I believe, and you can see we're awarding 7.8. So that was because the permanent supportive housing funds that we had, and these are basically units that align with our Housing First strategy to get homeless people off the street. We've seen a significant, over the last 10 years, going to this policy that was, formed under Bush Senior, where we provide housing first and then we address the other issues, has decreased our homeless population by about 1,000. We're seeing that slowly creep up again. So these units will be important in addressing that issue, and it gets people off the streets and gets them the services they need. We have more money in that pot than we were able to award. So I have committed to Jason and his team, after the solicitation, I turned to them. There's no doubt there's a need for the foster care, continuum. There needs to be a facility to address that continuum. My advice was that I will work with them. We'll put this money back out on the street. We'll also have some additional SHIP dollars. Now again, SHIP, only a small percentage can be used for rental. Some SHIP dollars back out on the street, and committed to helping them be successful with their projects as much as we can.
Okay, thank you. That's good to hear. I'm wondering, how do we replenish this? Do you have another round of money besides what you have in reserves now that will come? I know that depends on the state and the federal government. Okay.
No.
This is all that you know of right now.
So this was a combination of multiple sources. So it was program income from our federal program and our state program, as well as some allocations from the state and federal government as well.
Okay.
So, do you want me to?
Yes, please.
So just to elaborate a little bit, we do receive program income throughout the year. It's pretty nominal, but we do anticipate SHIP funding in July of this year, and then additional home funds in October of this year. And so at that time, we would have more funds to be dedicated to projects.
Thank you both.
There's also, if I may, and I'm leaving this out, but this council approved, I believe, 50 million for rental development as part of CDBG-DR. So the folks that were not eligible for this one, can certainly apply for that funding stream, which the RFP should be going out on the street, in the next few months.
Okay, thank you. Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. Brad, Carmen, Ms. Carmen.
Yes, sir.
How much should we just dedicate through Transform 386 for affordable housing and some of these incentives, just off the top of your head, roughly?
So I believe,
I know it's in the
so Donna will text me if I'm wrong, and I'll correct the record. So I believe was it 200 million for housing rehabs?
Yeah.
50 million for rental development. The team is frantically looking. 50 million for rental development.
And then here's another one. I know Ms. Hall had sent out an email, and I use it as a reference time to time, but it's been a few years, and I think we're in north of maybe 100 million. It was 80 million at the time for like local rehabs, whether it's AC units and some of those. I know there's a lot of stuff like that we
Yes.
do locally. Is the Sadowski Fund still operative in the state?
Yes, sir. That's the SHIP dollar. That's where SHIP comes from.
Where is it here? Does programs like this pay for its impacts, like impact fees and all that stuff?
Yes, to date. Now, this council approved a deferral as part of the comp plan changes, which will come back to you in an ordinance form.
And Mr. Johansson had asked earlier, so there's also deferred tax credits with this kind of stuff as well? Or deference in the taxes, corporate taxes?
So no, they get credits and they sell them to corporate entities to reduce their. Now, one of the things that I've read recently is, before the Trump tax bill, they would get $1 for dollar. But now that we've reduced the corporate tax rate, they're getting about, not 70 to 90 cents to the dollar for those tax credits.
Okay. Thanks, Brad.
Yes, sir.
Council, I think this comes down to principle with me. I know Don and I have been on the same page throughout this, and I don't know if we're just preaching the choir, but, on a principle, and I think, once again, we do a tremendous amount in this area. And my question has always been, and we heard some testimony, some statements earlier, how do we keep things sustainable? But ask the taxpayers. The taxpayers are paying for this at some point. So how do we make things sustainable? Because these are government plans created to combat government-created problems. We have wage growth 6% when inflation is north of 10. Inflationary spending is rabid. Mr. Meyer is absolutely right. We have to really reevaluate how we're coming up with some of these formulas, because we have a need for 34,000 rentals, but there's 564,000 residents. Should it be the gap there responsible for funding a minority population like this, when there's a lot of things? I know we're too far down the road for some of this stuff. If I don't support this, it'd be on the principal end. I want to focus more on getting people back to work, working, giving them all the tools and the options to be successful, government getting out of the way, so we create less dependability, both present and in the future, and just relieve this burden from the overwhelming majority of the taxpayers. Thank you.
County Attorney Michael Dyer.
I apologize. My tablet hit the speak button.
Okay.
You have to say something now.
Councilman Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of the questions the chairman had asked with respect to how to replenish it, and I understand that, you said SHIP dollars available in July, home dollars in October. 8.7 is available, but we're only using 7.8. And there is an issue. Affordable housing is an issue. I'm only going to speak to it as a local. These bigger developments that are out there that want to do this, I commend you, sir, and those that want to do that. And Jason, I do as well. When I lost my mom about a year ago, she had a big heart. And there was a young couple that lived in that house, and it was a 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath house, just not an apartment complex, but if you want to talk about affordable housing. And she rented it to him for $850 a month. It was a corner lot. It was a nice home. And when she passed, we tried desperately to keep it at that. My mom was a little bit better off financially. We're in a position now that it's hard to do. when you're paying property taxes and insurance. And I'm sure these gentlemen have that issue as well. So there's a lot to take it in. I had the pleasure of listening to Jason's proposal, and I liked it. I did. I'll be honest. I mean, I thought about, he showed me the concept of it. I really did like it. I mean, it put people to work. A little while ago when we were talking about the workforce housing issue, we just brought up the salaries and corrections. I know I keep bringing that up, but we have an issue. We have a need still. 25 more in the academy. We're trying to bring even more. We're trying to keep those people walking across the aisle when they're receiving their diplomas to come back and stay here and work here in Volusia County. And I think a program like that would do that, Jason. So I agree with what you're saying. So I'd be interested to see the rest of my colleagues say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. So I don't like spending taxpayers' money without thinking hard about it. But the problem of affordable housing is not going to go away, and we know that people that live comfortably in a house are stable. There's social cohesion. There's community. There's a lot of things that come with that are not maybe tangible to us, but when people aren't struggling to figure out where they're going to put their pillow in their head at night, they become more a part of an impact on our community. And so I think it's important that we don't not fund this. These are government dollars with a lot of rules tied to them that if we don't use it, somebody else will. I get that. So the question becomes, do we use it for what the staff has approved or recommended, or do we use it for other items that may or may not have been approved? My question to staff last week, and I got a soft answer of yes, is that can all these things that have been proposed, both proposed and recommended and not recommended, fit in some better bucket and be approved? Because I do like Mr. Meyer's plan, and I do like the Mr. and Mrs. Mentorship issue. And so can we get there from here? And the answer is a soft yes. We just have to work for it. So I would like for them all to be approved. And that isn't to say there isn't a lot of Transform 386 money out there, but all these things have to happen, and we are never going to catch up. And that's the other side for me, is no matter how much investment we put on this, we're not going to solve the affordable housing issue. Part of it is David's concern. We also need to raise the wages so people can afford the homes that we're building now. So I think there's a balance there. We're not going to please everybody, but I do believe this is a good start in the right direction for this money that has to be used somehow within the confines of all the rules of SHIP. And from what I can see, it's probably the American Rescue Plan money that kind of has a little bit of more wiggle room than the rest. I don't know, but I believe we need to spend this money somehow. And I believe that investing in affordable housing, it reduces crime rates, provides stable housing, sense of security, sense of belonging, and to some it includes support services that address those underlying conditions that are linked to higher crime rates. I think this is important. The governor thinks it's important because he funded it. The governor thinks affordable housing is important because he executed the Live Local Act. So I'm going to put a little more credence in how we spend this money and kind of follow along with what the state wants to do before we lose it and it goes to somebody else. Thank you, Chairman.
Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Burbaugh, a couple of questions for you. So I hope I'm not confused by some of the comments I've heard from on the dais, but maybe I am. Can the affordable housing development gap funding, can it be used to getting people back to work?
Yes, sir.
Tell me how.
So as I mentioned, my contact with there's a ripple effect. And so in terms of what's being proposed as by your team is that these units essentially leverage $107 million in outside investment into our community. A point of clarification is that's not any local tax revenue. This is federal income tax, is my understanding. So with that $107 million, you're creating 600 new jobs. I think based on the gap proposed by individuals who were not awarded, you're looking at, I believe in the application was a little over $5 million outside investment. So you're looking at $107 million in outside investment versus $5 million.
Dr. Burbaugh, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Yes. So the new jobs are the buildings that are being constructed.
Yes, sir.
Right.
So then
there's affordable housing for the individuals that are going to live in the building. But it's not creating new jobs for the individuals that are living in the buildings.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to make sure that I had that clear in my head, because when I heard, creating, want to get people back to work or create new jobs, I was like, did I miss something in the memo where we're not only going to create affordable housing, but we're also going to create jobs for the people living inside of the affordable housing?
Sorry.
That's okay. No, it's okay. I'm glad that we had that.
So the model that they use, if I may, is the construction jobs, and also when a facility develops, how the community will develop around it and those jobs that are developed there.
Right. And these aren't permanent jobs in the sense that, it's not like they're going to a place of business for years and years and years. Once the building is built, done.
Yes, there's a percentage that are not permanent, and that's in the equation. Yes, sir.
So I heard, my last question, I believe, is I heard one of the speakers, I thought I heard them say that the process was flawed and we need to basically go back and reevaluate the formula. Can you elaborate on how the process is flawed? And if it is, how? If it is not, how is it not flawed?
Well, I think that, we follow the policy of this council who sets the direction for purchasing and procurements, and your team did that here. We actually were innovative in our approach, which only a handful of counties have done, in terms of combining different sources of funds to create a bigger pool to have impact in our community, where we're looking at awarding 300 units instead of onesie-twosies, is what I'd call 20 here, 15 there. So in doing so, we followed the policies and procedures set forth by this council.
So I didn't hear you say that you felt like the process was flawed. I heard you say
No, sir.
you followed the policies and procedures that this council set forth to spend these dollars and have the biggest, most impactful positive for our area.
Yes, sir. That's going into it. Our goal is to get the most amount of units for the least amount of money.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Dempsey.
I just want we're in debate, right? Is that where we are? Kind of. I know Jake's keeping score down there. I don't know who we. Well, I'm going to go into just debate and let you guys know. Like Danny said, I'm against this, as probably no surprise to you guys. Again, I keep on prior discussions from the dais, we've talked about issues like this, and I'm a big proponent of laissez-faire economics and capitalism. It was even brought up. This isn't socialism. It sounds like socialism. It walks like it and quacks like it. And I think this is a socialistic type of program. I'm all about helping people in a pinch, but there's got to be a limit. As far as the numbers that I'm finding, according to Zillow, the average DeLand apartment, 2-bedroom apartment, everything is 2-bedroom, is $1,500 a month. Orange City's $1,550 a month. Deltona's $1,600. Lake Helen, $1,269. And Daytona, $1,675. I'm not seeing anywhere on Zillow except New Smyrna Beach that's above 19 at or above 1,900. So I don't know where those numbers are coming from. Also looking at Florida Housing Data Clearinghouse, another website, and they've listed Volusia County's average as being $1,400 a month for a 2-bedroom house. Interestingly, like I've said before, we've got to let the free market dictate pricing. Like Dr. Burball said, it's supply and demand. Yes, 100% supply and demand. Our demand has gone up since COVID. A lot of people left more restrictive states to the open door policies that Governor DeSantis put into place, and because of that, we've had a lot of people move down here in the last 2 or 3 years. Again, supply and demand. Because of the influx of population, the demand is going up. So the supply went down. So the prices go up. That's economics 101. And now these guys are saying the market is stabilized. And that's also a nice way of saying it's cooled off. And it is cooling off. We're about to get into a crash scenario. Zillow has labeled Orange City as in a cooling phase in the housing market. DeLand is in a cooling phase. Port Orange is in a cooling phase, according to Zillow. New Smyrna Beach is in a cooling phase. Deltona is warm. Lake Helen is warm. Daytona is warm. I didn't see Ormond in here, actually. But nowhere is it hot anymore. I would say a couple years ago it was hot because the prices have gone up. Now they're coming down. These prices are all showing a trend coming down. So why do we think that we're smarter than the free enterprise system and capitalism and things that our forefathers fought for as capitalist pigs, I think we were called in the war? We're capitalists. This is a capitalist nation. So let's let capitalism do its thing and quit using taxpayers' money to try and come up with a fix. All we're doing is just, again, competing against private industry. We got landlords out there who are dealing with a 10% inflation, increased property taxes, increased insurance on their rentals. So of course the numbers are going to go up because the landlord's costs are going up. But think about when you start creating all these affordable houses and the landlords are losing tenants, and what's going to happen to the private sector? We have no business putting our hands in the free market when it comes to this scenario. And the other thing that I think is a paradox, we've all at least recognized that we're for responsible growth. We've all heard from constituents that there's too much growth. Slow it down. Traffic is horrendous. Listening to Troy's car coming over here to DeLand in that one meeting. I mean, we got traffic that's backed up going eastbound off of Kepler on 44. It's backed up to the State College now. It's like 3 traffic lights to get through there. And we're offering incentives to bring more people here? I'm just totally against this. This doesn't make sense. We got to slow down the growth and quit offering these incentives to increase density in our community that's already, I think, overdeveloped. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since we're kind of like in that mixed area, I just wanted to ask Brad a question, if I may, real quick, and then go into comments. Brad, the $7.846 million that we're proposing in this item, where's that money coming from?
State and federal grants.
No county dollars?
None. 0. If you'll see the $106 million that this council and others have invested over the last 5 years, 98% has been state and federal funds.
Okay.
2% from the general fund.
And if we don't approve this, what happens to that money?
That would be direction from you if you want us to send it back, or we could re-advertise, or you could change the award on the board floor.
Okay. And the money that is not county tax dollars that we're discussing, it's guided for this particular purpose proposed in the agenda item?
Yes, sir.
To utilize only for those in that area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll say that, well, Don, you always make good comments, and I support your capitalistic approach to things too, Beck. But I think, one element that's left out of that is the people, right? And, we're a nation of giving and helping others when we can, right? And I certainly support hand-ups, right? And there's a fact that a lot of people are struggling in different categories in finding housing. We have $7.8 million here that were not assessed to our residents here as a tax collected by us. And staff did their job. They did exactly what we told them to do. Created this process. They utilized the procurement process to implement a program such as this. Though I don't know Mr. Meyer's program, it sounds like a good program itself. I don't know anything about it, but just what I heard right now sounds good. But the fact is, staff did their work here, and I think we ought to honor it. I understand that there's also potential more money coming forward that this particular program that Mr. Meyer would like to come see to fruition would be available. That's what I understand. But to send $7.8 million back, and when we know some people are struggling that would benefit from this, I think is a disservice to our community. I think we should approve this and acknowledge staff's good work at the direction that we provided. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. I agree with you. I want to just make a couple points before we vote. I would like to see this approved. And am I 100% comfortable with it? No, I'm not. I'm glad to hear that Brad said he will work with Jason on the Fountainhead project. I think the Fountainhead project, Troy, actually does bring permanent jobs because part of their project is job creation for people that need jobs. So I'm glad to hear staff say that they will go to work with them. My issue with this is that I know we're all going to hear tomorrow on social media and an email that we're grasping socialism. The problem is, Don, for me, is that housing doesn't follow supply and demand. It's not a free market system. It is so overburdened by government that the free market doesn't work in it. We can reverse some of that in a local level, and I think that we should. And I'll tell you what I mean by that in a minute. So for me, this money truly is gap money. It's money that fills the gap because I don't believe this is pulling people in from Maryland or New York for housing because they've heard that, well, Volusia County has given all this money away for affordable housing. I think it's helping the people that live and work here right now. It's the working people of Volusia County who can't afford normal rates. Now, maybe the market is stabilizing. I've been waiting 30 years for it to stabilize, and I just see this trend that keeps going up and up and up. The reason I say that housing is not a free market system is because housing is no longer shelter. It's an investment. Everybody buys a house for an investment, and they expect it to go up and up. And so our whole economy is based on that. And unless we want another 2008 crash, we have to reverse that slowly. Now we have federal funding of mortgages. We have all this government funding that our economy is set up on. And so the government doesn't want housing to be a free market thing because then the economy crashes. We also have things that we can do here, and the reason I say this is not a free market system is just look at what government has done with zoning. You can't go in and build a duplex or a triplex in a neighborhood because zoning doesn't allow it. We can't let neighborhoods mature because government doesn't allow it. You can only have single-family homes in most areas, and you can't have any commercial. You can't have a neighborhood store in in a residential area that would prevent people from having to jump in their car to go everywhere. The Florida Building Code makes it incredibly expensive to build house. How do you have affordable housing? Parking requirements are one of the biggest culprits. For everything that's built, you've got to have an enormous amount of parking. That's something that we can work on. The other thing is that there's a whole nother industry here that government is stifling. I'm not talking about the county. I'm talking about from DC on down. And that's incremental development. There's an industry of young entrepreneurs that could go into a neighborhood and build an affordable housing. We took a bite of that with accessory dwelling units and saying that people could enclose a garage and rent it out, put a mother-in-law suite in their backyard and rent it out. It helps them, especially older people, to supplement a limited income, and it helps the people starting out. So while I would like to work on all of those things, it's not going to happen tomorrow. And so this is the gap that I believe is needed to serve the people that live here right now that can't afford it. I don't know where Zillow gets their numbers. I know I talk to people, my own children, who are looking for houses to rent, and it's insane. So while we need to make it a level playing field and bring in free market sources, we don't have that right now. It's almost a monopoly. So I hope that we will approve this. I hope that staff will go back and work with Jason, both the other projects that are represented here. So I'm going to vote for it, and I just urge the rest of the council to do the same. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. I think we should make it notable that tax dollars are still tax dollars, no matter what level they are on. And the whole moral of the story is to become less of a, I don't like using this term, but nanny state. But at the end of the day, we're handing out money when, in my opinion, when we haven't established why we need affordable housing. You know, and I compare these situations to, trying to solve, pick one, climate change. You know, here we have homeless veterans, and here if we throw tax money, give the government tax money to try to change the temperature of the world. You know, give me a break. If we weren't doing so much of this in so many other areas, I'd be more inclined, to do this. But I'm kind of with Don on this. This isn't sustainable. We're asking ourselves why things aren't affordable. We're taking land off the market in Volusia County and buying it up. Government's in the real estate business. There's no land. Why do we think housing's expensive? Right? Our kids aren't going to be able to afford to live here. Our grandkids aren't going to be afford to live here. We've created a system that is government dependency through and through. And we have to look at this. We do a lot. Council, I don't know if I'll be able to support this. Thanks.
Councilman Dempsey.
I wasn't going to say anything else, but I had to respond to a couple of your statements, Chairman. Well, if you're saying that this is not bringing new people into the community, then where are these people that are going to take these houses? Are they living in the woods right now? Because I think not. I think later on in your statement, you said that these are the people that are going to move out of the expensive rentals and move into the affordable rentals. All right. Now let's look at the landlord who just lost a tenant. What's going to happen to him? How's he going to pay those doubled insurance costs that he was paying, or the higher property taxes that we're creating by this program, contributing to higher taxes for these landlords through programs like this? And then that was his investment. That's his retirement. So now the government is competing with the private sector. And to say that this has nothing to do with the free market, and there's a lot of people, ask Donald Trump how he got his money through real estate. There's a lot of wealthy people out there who made it in this country based on real estate, flippers. everybody. So to say that real estate is not a factor in a free market is, I think, disingenuous. And to take the private landlord's tenants away from him, yet expect him to pay taxes and expect all this increased cost to be just borne by him, I guess, is it's unfair. It's almost like a Robin Hood type of thing where we're going to take tax money from him and compete against him, give it to the poor, and pat ourselves on the back thinking, oh, we're doing something great for the community. Yeah, we're helping one segment, but we're punishing another segment of the community, and it's not fair. It's not a government function. And again, this is going to draw more people to already an overcrowded community, Jeff. You're the first proponent of talking about overdevelopment and responsible growth. This is going to bring in countless more issues with traffic, potentially flooding. I know you blame a lot of the flooding issues on overdevelopment. Well, we're going to have a 300 and some unit affordable housing complex right down here on 44. You don't think that's going to add to the traffic problem out there on Kepler and 44? Of course it is. And there's flooding in that area. So is this going to add to the flooding? I don't know. I'm not an expert, but listening to you in the past, you attribute a lot of the flooding issues to development. So we're adding just a bigger carrot to dangle for more development. And I can't see how we can in one breath say responsible growth, responsible development, but yet add all these incentives to bring more growth and more development. And that's why I'm a hard no. Thank you, Jeff. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to reply, and I'll let everybody know Don is my friend. I like him a lot, so this is not personal. It's two different perspectives coming at it, and I understand your argument. First, who are these people that are going to come? It's the people that are living 3, 4, and 5 people in a house, several families, because they can't afford it they can't afford to have a private home to rent with their children. It's single mothers and single dads that are now living in our community, paying 50, 60, 65% of their income for rent, and they're eating crap because there's no money left over for food. They can't afford to go to the doctor. Their kids don't go to the dentist. We do have to work on raising income levels in the county. I agree with that. But I don't believe that this is some giant draw from every other state to come here. I think it fills a gap for the current extreme shortage in housing in our community. And you're right. I'm constantly talking about responsible growth and the flooding. This is not that. These are projects that are built where there's already infrastructure, where there's already stormwater, where there's already sewage, and is it growth? Yeah, it is growth. It's the most responsible kind. I have to look at each one and say, what is responsible? I'm not just no growth, we can't build any more houses. We need to build some houses, and we need to build a whole lot more commercial facilities for jobs and job creation. So I think I'm being consistent. I understand your argument. But the problem is we have a huge housing shortage, and the people that already live here in our county, you can talk to some of the people in the audience that work with these people that are living in government facilities or living in squalor, trying to make ends meet. And until we change the system, until we get government out of this with the way that we finance housing, with zoning, with parking, with all the things I already mentioned, we need to do both. This is a gap for me that helps those people. Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. One of the things that I think is important is we have, excuse me, we have X amount of people coming into this state a year. Some say 275,000. I think that's a little overdoing it, but maybe not. So when these people move into affordable housing and there's that gap for the person who rented out to those people, I think there's somebody coming in right behind them to move into that place. So I'm not too concerned about rental units going empty based on the amount of rental units that are going up in this county. Number two, one of the things that I'm very critical of is the Live Local Act, because I think our tax base has to be divided amongst industrial, commercial, and residential units. And so as far as I'm concerned, the commercial / industrial areas that are now up for grabs for affordable housing worries me a little bit. None of these projects are in industrial. Is that correct, Brad? I don't believe they are. I believe they're probably close to zoned as they should be in the.
They're not using the Live Local Act.
They're not using the Live Local Act. So that for me to put affordable housing that we can vote on, that we can make a difference on, and approve right here. And two other that are good ideas that we're going to try to work on that are not Live Local Act. This puts more affordable housing where we want it and not where we don't want it. So I'm a big fan of that as well. Because I'm not saying if we don't do this, I don't know, but 300 units of affordable housing, we could say no to this, send the money back, walk around like good Republicans and say we did it. And tomorrow, Jason Meyer will go to an industrial area or somebody else and build 700 units, and we got to sit back and watch it happen and go, well, there goes our industrial property and our tax revenue for the future. So I'm not saying this is what I want to do, but this is the best of the worst, maybe, in my situation, and I'm going to support it for that, amongst other reasons. Thank you.
One last thing, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Councilman Santiago.
I just want to add all good comments, and I'm glad we're having this dialogue. We've had it several times, actually, in the same genre, I guess. But I guess the fact is, no one has disputed the fact that the affordability crisis exists out there. It exists in Volusia County. This is a tool that will additionally help to mitigate that crisis in a small scale, but in its dollars that are not being assessed to through the county. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Carissa. Carissa's not here. Oh, who's gonna call the roll?
Mr. Kent,
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins,
No.
Mr. Santiago,
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey,
No.
Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
Yes.
5-2.
So the motion to make the approved award for affordable housing passes 5-2. Thank you. Great discussion.
Yes.
Tim, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm hearing from the rest of the council that it's time for a break. So we will, pardon me? We will adjourn. It's 12 o'clock. We'll adjourn until 12:32.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, we will resume the meeting with Tim Bailey and item 5.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Honorable County Council members. I'm Tim Bailey, Volusia County Parks, Recreation, and Culture Director. Today before you, you have the Hunden Strategic Partners Sports Complex Feasibility Study. Now, if you recall, we did pull out the motocross. We spoke about that earlier. So today it's just going to be about the sports complex and the BMX. Today, I have Rob Hunden and Lexi Cuff, and I'll bring Rob Hunden to speak to the topic.
Thank you, sir. And do we have the presentation here? Boom, look at that. All right, good afternoon, all. Hope you enjoyed lunch. We did. So yeah, we're pleased to be here today to just deliver the results of the outdoor sports complex and the BMX component of the project study. That was the primary question: what's the feasibility of that on a specific site? And so in order to get there, we looked at obviously where you are now in terms of supply and demand, how you stack up, kind of your locational attributes and other attributes. What are the opportunities out there, and then how do we get there? During the course of the project and the study, our team really interviewed all kinds of stakeholders, including elected officials, staff, sports representatives, those that manage facilities, tournament operators, and other stakeholders. And you can see a list of the folks in the organizations there on the screen. In terms of the SWOT analysis for really both of these projects, they sort of divvy up a little bit. There are some similarities and differences, but obviously in terms of strengths, you're, like most places in Florida, you're growing quite rapidly, and so that always is beneficial in terms of a supply and demand situation for new facilities, especially youth sports facilities when you have more families in the area. You have a generally centrally located location here in Florida, which makes it easy to access. Strong local and regional demand for sports that continues to increase. You have county-owned land, which is always a benefit to the situation. And then you've actually got proven demand through your existing BMX facility that also, because of its distance from this site, makes it just far enough to make it a potential opportunity according to BMX Florida, or BMX USA. So in terms of opportunities, we do see the opportunity for what I would call sort of a metro-wide tournament-grade outdoor and maybe future potential indoor, but at the first, an outdoor facility. This would complement regional facilities that would host larger regional and national tournaments. What we're looking at here is something that would be more to serve local needs and county-wide needs, and maybe some easy drive time around, but we're not necessarily trying to do something that's going to be, state or national level with 16 plus fields and that kind of thing. We're looking for private sector partnerships with tournament operators, recommending a new BMX facility to expand the footprint and increase tournament capabilities as part of the growth of BMX in the state. There is some commercial development potential in surrounding sites, and this should increase the quality of life for residents. In terms of weaknesses, actually, it's a weakness that becomes a strength for the project. Right now, there's limited outdoor fields for local use for both play and practice. In terms of the tourism side of it and the benefits of that, in the western and southwestern portion of the county, there are actually fewer hotels there. So some of this impact, in fact, a good chunk of this impact would probably spill over into Seminole County. But again, we're not necessarily doing this for tourism. The focus was really more on for county and local area use. And then in terms of threats, there are some other much larger sports complexes being proposed in several areas to the north and south along the east coast of Florida. None of those have been financed, and all of those would be quite large and would not be really competing directly with us. We would be, again, looking at something that's going to serve more local areas. In terms of the youth sports, you do have the acreage on the site for something of this size. However, because of the water and some of the other things, we're recommending some overlays where you have these sort of combination fields where you can have rectangular fields in the outfields of the softball, baseball fields to really kind of make the site mostly optimized. Ideally, you would have much more space to spread out and have individual fields, but this allows you to sort of pick the use during different times of the year for those flex fields. In terms of tournament needs, you're going to be right in there in that sweet spot for smaller tournaments, that 8 turf field tournaments. In terms of supply and demand, there's really not a lot around here that is going to be directly competitive, and so this does fill a gap and a void and an opportunity, and yet doesn't sort of try to step up into that level where a lot of these others are really trying to compete for those much larger events. And then, of course, we looked at case studies and that flexibility and really nimble management to make sure that the fields are getting used as often as possible, but then can really get all those groups in there that want to use them when they can throughout the day and the evening is going to be important for really optimizing use and benefiting the local citizens. In terms of BMX, the current track in Daytona, as I mentioned, sort of proves out of the demand level that is there. And in speaking with USA BMX, there is a market opportunity to grow that supply in Volusia County at that about 35-mile drive or 35-minute drive from the existing site. And so that's just far enough to sort of kind of put it into their ideal of their master plan for having 30 plus of ththese around the state. And then in terms of a premier racing facility, that's the ideal, is to have a premier BMX race facility in Volusia County that offers that more high-end experience with some support amenities and a partnership with USA BMX. So anything that I missed there, Lexi, before I go to the next one? Okay, very good. So in terms of our recommendations, what we're looking at is, again, those lighted artificial turf fields, 8 of those that have that overlay that I spoke of, and we'll show you some graphics of those, with seating for 800, and then those grass surfaces for those fields to overlay, as well as then the outdoor BMX track. And then there's a future possibility of an indoor facility, but we didn't really focus on that today, as that's sort of a phase 2 future down the road. This is this proposed site at Bennett Park, as you can see. And then we've overlaid on this slide, and I can just sort of go back and forth there so you can see that's the same place. Those overlay fields that can be both the rectangular fields and the softball, baseball fields. The future indoor facility is suggested to be sited to the south end of the site, and the BMX course is right there in the lower middle left. And then we have the pure grass fields on the lower right. So that's the site. In terms of market demand, what you're going to see here is that you do have a number of outdoor facilities. However, most of them are relatively small in terms of the number of things that they offer. So the largest is Ormond Beach Sports Complex, and that gets the most visitors. And it has, of course, the most fields and diamonds. They are grass, not turf. That is by far the largest, and it falls down pretty quickly from there. So we've got a lot of smaller, and really if you look at the visitation and the visits from over 100 miles, it drops down pretty quickly after those first 5 really that get over about 200,000 per year. And in terms of indoor, there's really not much in the local area in terms of more than 3 basketball or volleyball courts in a single facility. In terms of regional indoor sports supply, if you're going 60 plus miles out, we have some. You can see, of course, that there are some big ones out there. Of course, ESPN Wide World of Sports Visa Center is the big one, as well as the Pickleball Sports Complex in Deerfield Beach, which, of course, is quite a bit farther south. But these are all the larger ones around the state. And as you can see here on this map, most of those, we've got one under construction in Panama City Beach area, but most of them are in Central Florida. So those are the larger indoor sports tournament facilities that I think you're going to have to be very mindful of when looking to add anything. In terms of regional outdoor supply, you've got Boomba, which is in Sanford, so not that far away. And that's over 1 million visits per year, and 51% of those come from over 100 miles away. So they're doing some serious tourism there. The Seminole Soccer Complex does some as well. Then you have the USSSA Space Coast Complex in Vieira West, and then the ESPN Wild World of Sports, which is, of course, the kingpin in Florida. Nearly 3 million visitors, with 85% of those coming from over 100 miles away. So definitely drawing a lot of tourists from around the state and the nation. So a lot of these larger regional facilities, that's what they're going to be going after. As you can see, most of these actually are grass as opposed to synthetic turf. But Diamonds is the real sort of all around the state, and you can see that there's sort of that nice linkage at the Orange City project site right between Daytona and Orlando. So I think that sort of lays that out. And then I feel like I've talked for a while, so I'm going to turn it over to Lexi to keep going.
Yeah. And then just to kind of run through some of the major conversations that we had with tournament operators, what do they typically look for? This one highlights baseball tournaments. It was noted that it's not only a great local demand, but there also is that regional demand for either ancillary sites that do have baseball diamonds to act as kind of a complementary facility to a Boomba that has those 15 diamonds. So being able to act as a player in that sense for the regional and larger tournaments, but then also really catering to those local needs. Turf was definitely noted as a great positive, especially with the weather unpredictability in Florida. Rain delays and weather constraints are definitely something that grass and natural fields do require a lot more maintenance and upkeep, but a lot more unpredictability as well. There was noted that there are a handful of tournaments that are being put on by USSSA within the Volusia County market, one being the one at New Smyrna Beach Sports Complex, but also quite a few. So very familiar with the area and just noted that strength of accessibility there. Similar to the baseball, soccer tournaments also noted as a significant demand locally. As you can see, this kind of graph on the right here breaks down what the use type would be. So at our recommendation of about 12 fields, those 8 turf fields that are the multi-purpose, but then also those 4 rectangle grass fields gets you to that primarily local. And it would be able to achieve some regional tournaments, but again, like Rob mentioned, really catering to that local demand there. And then kind of segueing into our demand and financial projections. So in terms of event projections, in terms of the kind of overall complex with BMX, with the traditional outdoor sports, taking a look at the outdoor sports first and foremost, so projected to host around 16 events in year 1, and then reaching 35 events upon stabilization, which is in year 5. So a lot of these facilities take a few years to really ramp up and get secure in their operation. So reaching that kind of maximum ability of that 35 events upon stabilization for the traditional sports, which would be about 34 and 74 event days, just based on the tournament, but also event activity. And then the BMX facility is projected to primarily host those practice days throughout the year. So upon stabilization, about 150 days open to the public, with the option to kind of pay a one-time fee using the facility, like a day pass for a fitness center, so to speak, or having that kind of season shareholder pass. So being able to pay a one-time fee for year-round use, really catering to those local needs and that market there. And then based on those conversations with USA BMX, the regional and national BMX tournaments would be, or larger events, so to speak, would be 3 to 4 times per year. They do rotate throughout the state, and they have a plan to continue expansion of BMX facilities throughout Florida because of the demand. So that being noted as a big strength there as well. And then in terms of attendance projections, so rental hours during the week is projected to play that key role, generating revenue for the facility, but also accommodating that local demand there. The projected number of total rentable hours by surface type is shown in that utilization projections there. And then average attendance by event type, we use kind of industry standards, but also understanding what those local and regional tournament landscape really looks like. So year 5, that stabilization year being around 590,000 or nearly 600,000 visitors to just the outdoor traditional sports complex. And then taking a look at BMX, so in terms of what that local demand would look like, and then also those season pass holders, based on conversations with other facilities, we projected that a season pass holder would have to go to the facility roughly 19 times throughout the year to break even on their one-time fee versus paying that $6 daily rate. And then all of those kind of assumptions and projections flow into our pro forma. So we analyzed the traditional outdoor sports complex separately from the BMX, just to show you how they operate a little bit differently. As you can see here, there's a slight net operating deficit for the outdoor sports complex. I'm not sure if you want to kind of touch on the fact that this is typical, especially for a local use catered sports complex.
Like most Parks and Rec style facilities, even though this would be a premier facility for that, they do tend to have an operating deficit, just like most Parks and Rec facilities do. However, we actually have this coming pretty close to breaking even, which would be, almost 100% cost recovery from a Parks and Rec perspective if you went that route. There are also, of course, like SFC, who run these facilities based in Florida. They do know what they're doing. They do charge a decent fee to do that, but their goal is, of course, to maximize utilization. So you have those choices down the road.
Mm-hmm. And then taking a look at the BMX here, so it is typical, especially for these facilities in Florida, to operate at a profit. We have a slight profit here in year 5 at about $24,000. And this is based on those revenue projections and expenses. There is opportunity to potentially increase that revenue depending on whether or not concessions are outsourced or if that's something that becomes in-house. That's something that was noted by USA BMX, but they typically partner with the larger events and they'll take a portion of the rider entry fees, but also that concession and parking revenue there. But looking at our economic, fiscal, and employment impact, so based on the attendance and overall generation, do you want to talk about the day trips and room nights?
Yeah, absolutely. So for most of these, it's going to be mostly day trips. A minority of folks would be coming for overnight stays or long enough distance that they would be overnighters. And so we've looked at those that would stay in hotels, but again, that's going to be a minority of the folks. And then what we do is we break that down into 5 different spending categories, from lodging, retail, restaurant, transportation, and other, and assign spending to those in terms of net new spending to Volusia County. And so if we look at that on the next slide, what you see is that there's, by stabilization, you get to about $14-15 million in annual net new direct spending to the county from this. Because of the location of this, near a node of hotels that is outside the county, in a different county, Seminole County, a lot of that overnight spending will accrue to Seminole versus you all. But again, that's not really the focus, is our understanding of this. This is more, again, quality of life for you all. But there is a significant impact to you community-wise and just quality of life over time. So we see it here of over 30 years of over $500 million in terms of direct net new spend. And then if we go to the next slide, we have the summary there of the development cost is looking at about $42 million based on our estimates from today's dollars. A good chunk of that would be spent in the county, but not all of it. And some of that would be sourced from outside of the county. Sales and other taxes generated both from the construction and the 30-year operations look to total about $4.3 million in local capturable taxes. So that, I believe, is the end. Oh, sorry, the cost estimates there that I already sort of gave that away, but this was the cost estimate on that layout that we showed you earlier. It's about $41.5 million. And I think there we have it. So happy to answer any questions, or I'll make you answer the questions.
Thank you. Let's take questions first. We've got 3 names up. Are they all for questions?
Mine are.
Okay. Vice Chair Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And Tim, maybe you can come up as well, because you might be able to help with some of these. So the total, I just want to make sure I've got this right. The total to build this out is $41.5 million? Correct. Okay. And for the West Side representatives and Mr. Johansson and also our chairman, when you speak, if you don't mind telling me what kind of ask you've heard from your constituents for this, because I know, and maybe this is normal because I don't represent Orange City, but I've not had anybody ask for this from me. So now to staff or the consultant, is the idea to charge anybody that's going to use the facilities?
Yes, there would be a permit fee for each use, whether it be a lighted field, it's a little more
Right.
than a daily use fee, but there'd be a use fee per hour of each usage.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
So, I'll say that in a minute. So we'll have other ball fields from municipalities nearby, you know, maybe Deltona or Orange City themselves, or the land, where there is no fee. You know, they can just go and hit a ball and play on their field at no charge.
Yeah, so, right, let me explain that a little bit.
Sure.
So if you, as a father, and you bring your son out, you want to hit a ball on one of the fields, as long as it's not permitted. In other words, a Little League group
Right.
hasn't
Then
paid
it's free.
the fee, then it's free.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
And you know, the BMX, I'm looking here, I see grass fields and a multi-purpose field and future indoor facility, and that's not part of the cost, by the way, $41.5 million, no.
Right.
And then a BMX course, and it makes me think about something Councilman Dempsey always says about competing with that private sector. You know, the other BMX complexes that are around, all of them are us.
Yeah, the ones in
But I mean,
Volusia County
that
is-
map we had with all of those.
No, we have another BMX course in Strickland Park, right?
Right, I
And
know
that
about
is-
I know about
yeah,
that
we-
one. I know that's us.
That's the only one we have in Volusia County. That's correct.
Okay. So, I'm anxious to hear about the need from the community at how much they're asking for this. I do believe that it's part of government's job. Let me just say, and we can start. I'm going to stop because this is questions, and I'm going to follow the process. My comments will come later. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You proposed turf. Can you tell me why? I'm not an adversary to turf, but tell me your methodology behind that and why it's not good.
Yeah, especially from a usage projection, and based on that demand, the ability with turf is you are able to play in any weather and any constraint, and then you have the ability to program it during the week and then also having tournaments on the weekend. A lot of the time with the natural grass fields, they do kind of require that off time for maintenance, watering them, making sure they're not being torn up, basically. So it just allows for more usage throughout the week, but also the tournaments. And then with the weather, tournament operators really do look for it when they are looking to choose a facility to host a tournament at, especially just with Central Florida and the weather unpredictabilities.
Would that give us a competitive advantage over across the river?
For the natural fields?
Yes.
Yeah, so Boomba does have turf fields. Okay. So they do have the turf outfields, but also then the clay infields. But that also, I think, provides a competitive advantage to just a regular, local Parks and Rec facility that doesn't have that same offering or that level of quality. But also then being able to be that off-site host for those larger tournaments when they do need some extra fields in order to accommodate all the team demand. Because right now they are turning teams away.
Okay. So, would you say that the turf concept is part of their competitive advantage, or why they're successful?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. Did you look at any emerging sports activities or other things? I hate to be a follower.
Mm-hmm.
I like to be a leader.
Mm-hmm.
And are there any opportunities over there that maybe came on your radar? And can you tell us what and why, and where we're at with those?
Yeah, we spoke to obviously a lot of dedicated tournament operators, but then also hearing how they will program fields, let's say during a baseball off season or not peak season. So with those rectangle field abilities, you could do soccer, but then you could also do flag football. You could do lacrosse. You could do things that don't have as many, I would say, supply available to them on a year-round basis. So being able to really have that flexibility, and I guess it's not even just a dual ability to have more than one sport, but a multitude of sports, and being able to really program it on a year-round basis.
And not to get sports specific, but I will. What I've learned, and I've had the opportunity to go visit a couple of facilities, actually one, I shouldn't say a couple. Cricket seems to be getting very popular. I think in particular Fort Lauderdale Yeah, no, I don't play cricket, but I mean, in Fort Lauderdale, they have a pretty big, successful facility, from what I understand, that is going to soon be hosting a national or worldwide event. Are you familiar with that?
Well, I'm familiar that cricket is still a bit of a niche that's growing around the country. Obviously, it has adherents from around the world, especially South Asia. And so as those communities continue to grow, the demand for that grows. It's a completely specific style of surface that, is not necessarily going to be compatible with a lot of these other surface types. So I think you'd want to have a really strong feeling that it was going to be full consistently to develop a cricket pitch that you would want to use on a consistent basis. But did you hear anything else, Lexi, during your analysis?
I mean, if you're looking to do, I think, more regulated cricket matches, so to speak, then it would kind of require that specific surface. But if you are just wanting to accommodate local demand, we have heard in conversations that they are able to play kind of on that typical soccer surface. It might not just be, regulated or preferred, but it's definitely something that wouldn't be turned away.
And my last question for now, Mr. Chair, would this be capable, or is in your programming analysis, is it contemplating multi-day events?
Yes.
I'll stop for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. Are your diagrams, are those to scale? They appear to be kind of hand-drawn, so I was curious, the multi-purpose fields, you have 2 baseball fields and a soccer field on one field. Are they to scale?
Well, they generally are, yes. I mean, he knows the dimensions. Convergence Design drew those, and so they, that's what will fit on that site.
Got it.
Yeah.
And are those fields, are they major league fields? Are they softball fields? Are they t-ball fields? That makes a lot of difference to me.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have the exact dimensions handy, but we can get those to you.
Yeah, so can I add to that?
Yeah, go for it.
Sorry about that. So the way we would design these fields, if we got to that point, is there will be, the key word is flexibility. So because different age brackets have a different home run to first base distance.
Oh, I'm aware
pitching,
of that.
right? Okay, home run fence lines all different. So these fields would be able to accommodate each one of those different age brackets. There's pegs in the field, in the turf,
Right.
and our staff would modify those pitching mounds, base pass, home run fence lines, that kind of thing.
So when we're talking about, I got a kid that plays baseball. I had a kid that plays soccer throughout the state, and one of the issues is we talked about turf. Turf's great. Well, you can't make a Major League Baseball field into a Little League field, into a t-ball field if you have turf and maintain the same clay surroundings. And then, oh, by the way, successfully make it a competitive soccer field when you're overlaying it on a turf baseball field with clay. So you're trying to stuff 10 pounds worth of sports into a 5-pound sock is my fear. And the reason I'm saying this is because, again, every summer, all we did was complain about that stuff. Additionally, I love turf because you put it down, you forget about it, basically, and it drains well. I hate turf because in the summer, it's about 20 degrees hotter on the field, and you got kids dropping, you got cleats melting at $140 a shot. So is the return on the investment worth the kids passing out and the cleats melting? I don't know.
Yeah, so let me add to that a little bit. So we actually went to Boomba, me and Suzanne, and a complement of staff folks went to Boomba to take a look at their fields over there.
Right.
Met with their leadership out there, talked about some of the things that you're talking about, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Because the heat is for real. It's not make believe, or it's for real. I
Sure.
mean, when you walk onto that field, and we did, and it was middle of summer, you can feel the heat all the way up to your kneecap. You know, on how hot that field is when you're walking out on that artificial turf. When you're on a natural grass, it's different, right? However, I did ask the operators, what would you rather have?
Yeah.
And I thought natural turf was going to be, or natural grass was going to be their answer. And before I got the sentence out, it was artificial turf, hands down. If we had to do it all over again, it would all be artificial turf. So now, if you talk to the users, they probably be just the opposite, where, you know, they'd rather play in the natural grass than they would on an artificial surface. But people have learned to play on both. You could definitely have a lot more activity from tournament play on an artificial turf than you can on a natural turf. So there's some benefits there on why Boomba went to a hybrid, which is what we're kind of proposing here. Is It's a hybrid, right? Because you still got all those natural turf right across the street, right? So it's kind of a hybrid.
Right, good.
Yeah.
And a question for later research. I would like to know what the injury rates are at New Smyrna's turf soccer field versus every other city that probably uses grass. Because having watched that for 6 years with my kid, somebody always got hurt in New Smyrna, and the same teams were playing equally as hard on grass. So that's something we just need to think about. And lastly, $41.5 million. I guess that's a question. Thank you, Troy. Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome. Just a couple questions. I think Jake just cleared up one for me. When Santiago was talking about turf, I'm thinking natural grass. Turf is grass. But for our purposes, when you say turf, you're talking about artificial turf.
Synthetic, that's right.
And
It's
you call
easily-
grass natural grass. Okay.
That's right. And just as an aside, there are some places that will set up actual sprinkler systems to sprinkle their synthetic during, you know, the hottest times of the day to cool them down, so that they can still use them during the afternoon. But there are some places, even in Kansas, that they'll just not allow, like if it's 90 plus degrees, they won't allow usage just, you know, during the hottest 2 hours of the day, but they'll still get their mornings, late afternoons, nights, and dark times. So it still will have more ability to be used, and if you can sort of manage the heat. They also have cooling beads that they've started to develop to put into the synthetic turf. So again, all those things would be, you know, more in the weeds, no pun intended, to look into as you're getting into the design of this.
And just to add, Boomba does also, they'll start their tournaments, especially in the hotter months, at 7 a.m. And the teams don't have a problem with it because they get that cooler weather and they are able to then continue to play to the early afternoon. Sometimes if it's too hot and if kids are dropping, obviously that's not the goal of a tournament. So they'll stop play and then with those lighted fields have the ability to then resume when it's nighttime or when it's cooler out.
Interesting. I know when I was at University of Florida, it was artificial, and I would go out in the field. It was miserable, just as Jake said. But then when we won a national championship, the coach had come in and ripped all that out and put natural grass in. So maybe some of it's preference. You've gone back and forth a little bit on. This is the primary focus is for local needs. And to answer your question, Troy, it's not been a huge thing that constituents have asked me about, but it's been a consistent thing, especially from a group of very avid athletes in Orange City, DeLand, and Deltona area, which is West Volusia. So it's not something I hear a lot, but there are. It is an item that I think has some public interest. You're focusing on serving the local base, the Volusia base, but yet you've said a couple times we're going to lose some money because people will go to Seminole County because there's not enough motels here. I'm wondering if in your, I would like for this to bring people in from Seminole and and whatever else. They can get on Sunrail and ride here and play cricket. In your experience, when something like this is built, does it draw hotels and motels to be built in the area? Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, it's funny you should ask that. So we do a lot of these studies all over the place. So to, I guess, answer your first question, obviously it's more of a policy decision, how you want to orient the usage, but typically it's local use during the week and then tournament usage for farther away, people coming in from farther away during the weekends. Obviously, if that's your idea, then you do want to induce demand from out of county, and you will get it from out of county. It's just that that particular site is much closer to a node of hotels in Seminole County than it is to a node of hotels here. As it relates to this facility drawing or inducing the development of a new hotel, certainly proximity is key. The number of room nights is key, and then also how does it work seasonality wise? Well, luckily seasonality is not as big of an issue here for you as it would be for us in the Midwest or something. Or we're doing a study up in Prince William County, Virginia right now, where that's their very question. If we build this, 8-court indoor facility, how many new hotels will be built? And basically, for that particular thing, we said, well, it would support basically 90 more hotel rooms in terms of if you divvied up those room nights over the year. However, we know that those room nights actually happen on weekends, and so there may be the possibility, at least with that facility up there, that it might induce more than that. Here, it's a little more modest because we're dealing with a complex that just rises to the level of being competitive for tournaments, and so it's kind of a tweener, as opposed to something that's more like, a big regional or statewide national play.
I understand. Thank you. Good explanation. I'm a little bit confused on the BMX. That does seem like more of a local draw, and you approach it that way. But it said, I think I read that BMX would be open for practice for use 4 days a week. Which would be 208 days, but then you say it's 150 days. What's that gap there?
Yeah, so that is to be conservative in terms of our attendance projections.
Wow, a conservative consultant.
Just to not overstate, you're going to attract 2 million people to this facility year round, where that's kind of the base case, so to speak, in terms of that local demand of what could be accomplished. But you also then want to factor in when there is the need for maintenance or during holidays weeks, if the facility is closed, that it's not going to be promised to be open 365 days a year.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you. And then my last question is really not for y'all, and maybe it's not for right now, but the biggest consideration for me is going to be $41.5 million. Will you, at some point during this discussion, do you have any ideas about funding that?
Well, of course, it would be, council.
What we end up with.
Council decision. There's multiple mechanisms for financing these facilities. I think we're in a unique situation here where we have ECHO dollars to support outdoor recreation facilities for our county. Other, municipalities and counties around the country have used bonding or used a percentage of the TDC dollars. But I think ECHO, could be used in this case through the direct county expenditure program.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to first address your concern, Troy. I bet you don't hear a lot from your constituents in Ormond, because you guys have 25 outdoor grass fields and diamonds, baseball diamonds, whereas on the west side here in DeLand, we only got 7. So you got more than 3 times what we have.
Right, and Ormond paid for it.
Okay, good. Do we know what they
and
paid for?
I just want to say, because I voted for a lot of that. So Ormond, let the rubber meet the road and said, hey, we will fund this, and they did.
I applaud you for that too. That's great because you're meeting the demand of the youth over there. And when this came up, like I told you guys over a year ago, my son used to practice Little League in stormwater retention ditches because there wasn't enough ball fields for them to practice on. And I've had the head coach of the DeLand Dogs tell me, yes, I did, in the snow. But they practice on pastures. I mean, there's nowhere for their football program. I mean, these are a lot of underprivileged kids and who've got nowhere to practice. It's a wonderful program. So we're left over here to play in stormwater ditches and pastures for those sports. And, you know, we have no problem spending $10, $15 million a year on Sunrail or the Votran issue that's coming up. We subsidize all that. But I guess we have heartburn when it comes to subsidizing youth activities to keep them out of the basements of their house from playing Nintendo all day and getting them out being little kids that we kind of grew up as. The other thing, and you may not know, but I know staff knows, and I think Honda knows, I disagree with your numbers. You guys have caused me a lot of heartache over this motocross facility with the $10.3 million price tag. I can't believe this would be $41 million. So I'd like to know where you guys got $41 million. For instance, how does it cost $2.5 million to build a BMX track?
Yeah, so our design consultant, Convergence Design, prepared these numbers, and so we would leave it to them. And I would say everybody thinks that things should cost less than they do these days. So every meeting that we go to, people are shocked that things cost, double what they thought they should. But I mean, it's just the reality. Yeah, obviously, you're going to find out when you have it figured out. There's also a lot of water there, so you may actually have to bring in. I mean, I'm not a hydrologist. I'm not anything, but I would say this actually might be a low number. I don't know.
This might be a low number, $2.5 million?
I mean, if you get into having to raise the level of the dirt in the ground just to keep it from being in the water table.
How big is the BMX track?
I don't have the dimensions.
They're about, 50 yards in length?
Yeah.
By about 10 yards wide?
Yeah.
Or, about 15 feet wide? 5 yards wide? And it's $2.5 million to pile dirt?
Well, we're talking about a premier facility that would be sanctioned by USA BMX. So they have their requirements. And so, listen, obviously we all hope it's less. And that would be, we always say the next phase after the feasibility study is the business planning phase, where you get into a lot more detail and sausage making on the business plan. And so I think that's a great set of questions to ask. How can we contain costs on these kinds of things?
But you're the expert.
Well, I'm not a cost expert.
But you threw this number out here.
I didn't throw it out there. It's our subcontractor who put that number there.
But your name's attached to this proposal.
Okay.
$2.5 million to do a 50-yard by 15-foot wide run of dirt is what you're saying.
I'm just letting you know. I mean,
Where did you guys come up with $24.5 million for 8 soccer fields? Where's your quotes? Where's your estimates?
So those are based on comps, and when you're doing lighted synthetic fields, years ago they were at least $2 million a field, and these are very complex fields actually because they're overlay fields with both the rectangular field over the baseball, softball fields. You've got synthetic turf, you've got lights, you've got, it's all specialized. 10 years ago, it was $2 million a field, so I'm not surprised that we're over $3 million for a complicated field now.
So do you know what Ormond paid to have their fields built?
In what year?
I don't know. Did you look at any comparables of any of these facilities to see what they paid to have them built?
Like I said, our subcontractor would look at that and give you those numbers based on what's being priced and built in today's marketplace.
Okay, so the answer is no, you did not?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that construction costs and just general inflation have gone up 40% since COVID. So whatever your basis is, I mean, you can you're going to go into the marketplace whenever you go to the marketplace, and you're going to get your bids. And I mean, I would invite you to dive deeper into that in the next phase if you believe this is a worthy project, to see if you can get it figured out. But the feasibility study was not to do a down and dirty on the cost. It was to give you a high level order of magnitude number so that you could start debating whether or not it was worth a public policy decision to invest this type of dollars into this type of facility.
Okay, so where did you get the 4 grass rectangular fields? $750,000 to plant grass on an acre of land?
My answer is going to be the same for all of your questions. So,
Well, you understand my concern, sir, is that your price tag of $41 million is scaring these guys and may have a ripple effect of of this being turned down, not because of a lack of need, but because of the sticker shock of $41.5 million based on numbers that we really don't have any, what I see as any type of rationalized basis. These are just numbers out of the air and not really based on anything, in my opinion.
well, then that's your opinion. I appreciate it. All I know is that I would love to be the guy that said this is what it'll cost and you got it for less. But I can tell you that in every study that we've done over the last 5 years, when they actually go out and get the numbers, unfortunately, our numbers are too low. So we try to hit it as best we can based on very little information on a feasibility study that was really focused on market and financial feasibility and not cost.
Okay, so what cost feasibility studies have you done in Florida this past couple years?
We don't
for
do
BMX?
cost feasibility studies. This is an order of magnitude study.
Or projected
So-
cost, I should say, sir.
So
How many times have you given out a projected cost of a BMX track elsewhere in Florida?
we talk to those people who are in that business to get these numbers.
And where are their numbers? It's not part of this report.
Okay, well, we can
Those
let you know where we got those.
Okay,
We did not make them up.
okay. That's all, thank you.
Vice Chair Troy Kent.
Thank you. Tim, do you have enough employees to run this? And if the answer is no, are you planning on hiring them? If the answer is no, how much money are we planning on providing to a company to collect our money?
Right. So, first question, no. Facility like this, like for instance, Bennett, on the other side of the Veterans Memorial Parkway, we've got 8 fields there, and I've got 0.33 FTE per field, right? And we're the lowest in the county in terms of FTE per field, right? So when I'm looking at Boomba, it's 1 FTE per field, meaning 15 fields, 15 bodies. So if we were to meet in the middle on this new facility, 12 fields, about 6 bodies. And that would have to be added to our FTEs that we have now.
Gotcha. And that's, of course, not included in the $41.5 million.
That's correct. And what's also not included in the $41.5 million is equipment.
Gotcha.
Now, let me add something to the previous piece here. So, if we're looking at the 41.5, right, as a deal breaker potentially, right, you all will be getting a crack at this on a competitive bid, and then you'll know exactly where it's at based on the market, because we could scope it, put it out as design build, and it comes back before we spend any money. So you know exactly what at that point. So trying to make a decision here on the 41.5 might not be important. What is important is if you like the program, the process, the concept, and then the rest of it we can go and tackle, and then those costs come before you again that are competitively bid.
Right. And I get what you're saying. I'm not going to argue with you over it, but the price tag is hugely important when you're the person saying yes or no to the taxpayer dollars, and you're held accountable for it. And I'll just say, Don, just because Misery Loves Company, 21 years ago, we were putting in a restroom, a men and women's restroom, in Ormond Beach, and the price was $100,000 for 2 restrooms, not gangway restrooms, 2 individual restrooms. 21 years ago, $100,000, and I lost my mind. Built 21 years ago, you could have built me 2 houses for that much. And I'll just say this last piece: if we put an RFP out for $41.5 million, someone's going to come in and bid $41.4999. They'll spend every penny to build it.
Yeah, just a couple of other notes from our study. So USA BMX said that to do a top class BMX facility would be $3.5 million. So that's $1 million more than what we had in. Also, what was included was that it wasn't its own line item, but because of the wetlands issue there, if you could find a dry site, it would probably save you a lot of money. Because of the wetlands issues, they did include a pretty generous allotment for just site prep and wetlands mitigation that really is going to inflate or cause these numbers to seem more inflated to you than you'd probably like.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. First question, Tim, is for you, if I could. This BMX facility, honestly, how much will it negatively impact our current facility that we have?
Right. So I did meet with our current president of the BMX operator at Strickland Park, right?
Yep.
And there was a concern, right? So we did understand from our discussions with Hunden is that USA BMX believes that there would not be an impact. This would be an add-on. So there would, I mean, they get about 30 riders or so a night on practice Monday through Thursday, and then there's some races on the weekend. The USA BMX believes that would still occur, and additional activity would be happening at the other track. So there's not this cannibalism going on.
I guess the reason why I asked that is somebody brought up the hotel industry, and we have them over here. So Strickland is closer. They can utilize those. It may draw more of that currently over here. Obviously, if you have a new facility, you're going to want them to take advantage of that. Right. But they're going to be spending their dollars in Seminole County for those hotels because they're closer.
Yeah, there are 9. If you look at the study deeper, there's 9 hotels, just under 600 hotel rooms. So there would be some leakage, depending on the size of the event, right? Mm-hmm. There might be some leakage over to Seminole
Well, this
County.
is a state-of-the-art facility that we're talking about building. There may be more of a draw to that.
Yep.
And, I understand and I got that it's for the purpose of getting those kids out and doing something and the entertainment value that it brings. But being involved in tourist dollars and sitting as chairman on the TDC, I also look at it from a tourist perspective as well and what revenue it brings back to the county. Lighting, you mentioned that. When you said that the tracks or ball fields or whatever, they would pay a higher premium for nighttime deal, does that cover the entire cost of lighting? Because FPL rates go up and down.
Yeah.
So
when you look at the rate per hour for a ball field lit, when we initially set our prices, which there's a $10 difference between our normal rate plus if you rent it at night, it's an extra $10 basically. And that 1 hour, and it's per hour, right? So that 1 hour of lighted use is less than the $10 we collect.
Okay. All right. Well, that answers
now, if you go with LED, it's even better. LED saves you about 20 to 25% of your electric bill, moving from an incandescent bulb to an LED bulb. You reduce your electric bill by about 25%.
And then
so we would go LED.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Next question. I don't know if you can answer it or you, sir. On the artificial turf, what is below that? Just out of curiosity, forgive my ignorance. What is that? What is the surface underneath that? That causes that heat, I guess, is what I'm. Again, forgive my
So the cooling beads are what they would put in, amongst the turf to try to keep it cool. But it's really just the fact that there's no heat absorption. Really, it bounces the heat back and the light back.
So it's regular ground. It's not a harder surface of anything, right?
Well, it's very specially prepared. I don't know all the.
It is rock. Okay.
All
right.
It is has to be prepared. Obviously, I'm not an expert in.
Yeah,
in-
no,
in
I get
turf,
that.
But yeah, the heat part is it's just grass absorbs that that sunlight and it's nice
Rubber.
and cool.
The cooling beads, I guess I was a little confused on that. That was an option. So
It's
obviously
something
that
they've
may
been-
increase the cost as well because you're talking about multiple fields that would have to have this, correct? If we chose that.
Correct.
And then, heating is an issue, the heat. Mr. Johansson actually was talking about his son playing on the ball field over in Seminole County and the fact that oftentimes these kids are under these extreme heat issues and medical personnel is needed. And I guess I'm always worried about that, that element. And if it is a county facility, that we have to take that into consideration and think about that.
100%. I will say that there are many complexes with more fields. I think your issue is you're a little constrained on space here.
Yeah.
But some will have some synthetic, some natural, so that because the players, of course, like the natural, but you have to let them heal and repair and replant seed and all that. That could be an option if you had more space to spread out.
Yeah, that's an issue. Yeah. How long do those turf fields last, just out of curiosity?
I want to say about 10 years.
10 years? Yeah. What's the usual? Well, you can't really give a projected cost of what it would cost us 10 years from now either to replace.
Yeah.
And drainage, because it is artificial turf, that's part of the infrastructure part. There's obviously drainage built in, or
right. So you're on some crushed,
the rock
thing.
part
so
that you were referring
there's
to.
nice
Chair.
drainage and all of that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to try to bring this back to why we even brought up this whole topic. If you can come up. Can you talk from a Parks and Recreation perspective? Can you give us your synopsis of the need
Right.
In this area?
Right. So we have PFC Emerald Bennett in Orange City, right? You've got 3 Little League fields, a baseball field, 2 softball fields, and 2 multi-purpose fields, which share the outfield of the 2 softball fields, right? We have that site utilized. Now, during the daylight, like right now, you're not going to see a lot of activity out there. It's from 4:30 on till around 9, 10 o'clock at night. Every field is packed. And every field, especially those 2 soccer fields, because that's all we have, are heavily burdened and trying to keep up with the turf, turning people away because they can't play. Those are the kinds of issues that brought this need up. That's why we're here, right? In addition to it being one of your missions statements for your goals during the year, right? So that's kind of where we're at in terms of meeting the need that we have in Southwest Volusia and plus meeting the mission of the council.
So it's just safe to say that we have a huge shortage.
Yes.
Based on the population.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a need. We could check that box.
Yes.
I can say, I think Troy, you did ask the question. So I mean, I don't go around surveying people for this. Sure. I am kind of involved a little bit in the parks. My 81-year-old father still plays in the senior league, and I hear it all the time from them. A certain segment, and the younger softball players too. That like he plays pitcher. He's been hit several times in the face too. Oh no, I'm trying to get him to play cricket. It's safer. But I hear from the seniors, and I've heard it from some of the other ball players there that they struggle. They go to Seminole County sometimes, so there is a struggle there. I can't speak for every sport though, but I've heard it. In particular to West Volusia, and it's confirmed by our parks guy. There's conversation about the economic. I think those hotels conversation. I think, we don't not invest. This is just an opinion. We don't not invest because someone's going to spend a portion of their money across the river, right? We have to invest and try to be visionaries, not only to facilitate the people that live here, but when people do invest, like in hotels and stuff like that, they want to see what's happening in the area with the hopes that they come and invest over here to capture that market. So I wouldn't necessarily put that as a No. I'm just speaking because you weren't the only one. A few people said it, so it's I wouldn't make that as the niche because I think it's important to think of, right, and the economic impact. But I think in the consultant's economic impact analysis that showed around years 4 and 5 is when it started kind of leveraging out, did account for the fact that we do have a shortage in hotel facilities. Yeah. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that's accounted for in the numbers. I don't think we spoke enough about funding sources. And I don't know the 41 million, 42 million, 20 million. I don't know. But I think that's where we're going to need to get to the next level. But I think funding sources are important. I know, Brad, you did speak about ECHO money, so we are unique as one of the counties that has access to those funds. How could ECHO contribute to whatever dollar amount this comes out to, whatever we decide to bill? Can you give us a synopsis on how ECHO can contribute to that and what it could potentially offset over a certain period of time? I know there's a loaded question.
Yeah. So I think that one of the things for council's consideration when we talked about hourly rentals, Dawn, you had brought that up at a previous meeting. So the team did the analysis, and those rental fees offset the cost of operating these facilities. And that's what they're proposing here, just on a larger scale. The revenue will offset the cost of operations. Really, it is council's prerogative on the amount of ECHO dollars considered as part of this process. What may be helpful to council is if you give us direction like you did with the motocross facility, to come back with some options for you in terms of, do we want to do we want to phase this project and meet local needs first? Tim and I have had that discussion and got a number in mind of,
You took my next question.
So, this is what it would look like in phase 1, and then we meet the local needs, and then we grow organically based on not projections, but real demand. The other, if we want to go, so that's a more incremental approach that we would propose to council. The other end is the whole hog approach. If we're going to go big or go home, is what I read in this report, if you're going to go that route in terms of tournaments. In that sense, I would recommend exploring a P3 option, which is a public-private partnership, where we are, engaging private investors with also those initial conversations of hotels. How will that come about as part of this facility as well? So we're not, they mentioned leakage, but for, very transparent, about 24% of those room nights, 5,000 I think they're proposing, would be in Volusia County. So it's a very small amount. But if we have a P3 partnership, there are firms that specialize in securing investors and kind of, shepherding us through the process. Those would be two options, and we'd hope to maybe come up with something in the middle as a hybrid as well for your consideration.
Thank you for that. And I'll talk a little bit about what I want to propose. Hopefully we can go next. But on ECHO, if this were could something like this be categorized as exceptional?
So that's the grants and aid program. So the projects, that's through the grants program. The ballot, the resolution that authorizes the ECHO on the ballot provides you the opportunity to do a direct county expenditure, which is your judgment in terms of the amount and how much. The ballot initiative also gives you the authority to bond up to $40 million, I believe.
Okay, so
for ECHO.
Exceptional. Okay.
But yes, this would be an exceptional project given if you use the parameters of countywide importance, will serve a significant number of people. This would meet that criteria. One of the things to add to Tim's comment, if you read some of the themes from the interviews, is we have a lot of people traveling to New Smyrna. Stetson is one with their teams that travel to New Smyrna because there's no field availability on the west side.
How much do we have in ECHO?
Right now we have
non-committed.
I'm sorry?
Non-committed.
And reserves right now we have 15 million.
Okay. I'm not suggesting using it all. I'm just asking general questions. I don't want you to jump all over me here.
Yes.
Yeah,
Bonding
he
authority up
mentioned
to
that
40, you said. Yeah. One moment, Mr. Chair. So I think there's definitely questions to be answered. And I think Don has often been critical of estimates, and I appreciate you questioning those estimates. But we won't find out what those really are until we go potentially to the next phase, where it gives you a little bit more direction, saying maybe phase this, like you said, do the local impacts first, but with an intention to phase it, the overall design concept, and what the hard cost would then be. Then potentially, then you can come forward and say these are potential funding sources to do phase 1, phase 2, or the entire project, right? We're also contemplating the possibility maybe we can go to the state.
You just took the words out of my mouth. So when I was in Clay, took us a few years, but we got, I think it was $3 million state appropriation to build a complex that was similar in size.
Yeah, I think next section might be a unique session for us also, with the people that are going to be in control of the purse strings. I think Volusia can definitely capitalize on that, on some of the individuals that will be representing us there. So we got to make our economic case certainly to them.
Absolutely.
So I think that's a potential. I'll tell my colleagues, everybody, I seen 41, it scared me too, but it's all relative. It's all relative to what we want to do, right? If we want to build 2 fields, 10 fields, 20 fields, or everything, the costs are today's costs. You can't build that 2 homes for $100,000 anymore, like you were describing. Don could. He's his hammer, right?
Well, and I will say, as good staff members, we anticipated Don's pushback, and we did an analysis of what the costs are across the region, and they're pretty on point on that number in terms of comparisons of what's been developed.
Yeah, and I'm just making the argument the costs are the costs. When we go out to market, it is what it is, right? And then certainly staff would look at, I think a worthy example that you said, Troy, when you said if you put out $41 million, it's going to be, 40.999. But I would expect our staff at the same time to say, wait a minute, this same soccer field was built for $1 million and you got $1.5 million here. Why? And do that analysis. But I'll just say, colleagues, I'll hear the rest of the comments or questions, but I think the need is there. The costs are the costs. Do we want to address the need is what we need to decide. And how far do we go to address the needs? We won't know until we give staff the direction to look at the next level. I think this is too important to kill it. We owe it to the constituents. Not only, I think this will have a broad Volusia impact, but especially in the West Volusia. But we owe it to them to find out more details and send staff in some direction to the next level, so that we can make those hard decisions at that point when we have better numbers and a better plan. So I ask that as we go through this, that we don't kill it, we get it to the next level to be more knowledgeable in the final decision. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. And Don, I share your frustrations being, in the private sector a long time, and I compare government work and like union work. That's like the golden egg, it's like the I don't want to do it price that you get as a homeowner, and 'cause I've seen all this, but I don't think we can eat this elephant in one bite. David brings up some good points. Brad hit the nail on the head too. Prioritizing breaking this down. Ball fields are at a shortage. We're traveling right now in 10U around, can hardly find fields. It's a nightmare. Anything from parking, going anywhere locally, there's no fields. I think it's very worthy of addressing this and seeing how we can break this down and maybe put on a timeline. Say, hey, we want to build 2 fields right now. In a couple of years, let's build another 2 and another 2. But also, too, I don't know if, funding-wise, our economic development. Some of those funds, I don't know if we are able to use as an option to combine with kind of like what we do in and around the airport. We own a lot of those properties and lease them to certain businesses, restaurants, hotels, to all support the airport. I don't even know if some of that stuff is feasible here or if that funding is feasible. But I think there's a lot of options that we can take here. I think scratching this thing and letting that number scare us would be very short-sighted. In my opinion, but looking at the structure of this and how we put this together, I think this can be a long-lasting, very fruitful endeavor for our kids. You know, we as government, we spend money, in my opinion, on a lot of stupid things. This isn't one of them. Don, I'm going to support you in however you want to handle it.
It feels like we've gone from questions to debate, which is good. I don't have a question left. I wanted to kind of push it into debate and decision anyway. But Donna, I will tell you that I don't think there's any question that there's a current need in West Volusia. That one of the issues with it's Troy brings it up a lot, that sometimes council will wait 15 years to direct staff to raise a fee somewhere, and then you've got this huge fee increase that looks really lopsided. And so now we're going to ask staff to consider catching us up, and maybe we can do that in one fell swoop. I don't know, but what I hope is that we will hear a motion to bring back to the council from staff real cost based on putting out RFPs or local cost. Do we do it incrementally? Do we do it? Give us some options. Do we do it step by step? And will there be public-private partnership, which would be nice? The last thing I'll say, that when we were talking about how to spend money to attract new companies, I think this is one of those ways. This is economic development. Companies that will come here, wealthy companies that will hire a lot of people, want to come to a place where there's actually something for their employees to do, places to go, and places for their children to go, places for the young entrepreneurs to go. So I think in concept it's good. It is the price tag that we all have to consider. So let us look at that. That's where I hope that we end up with. Next, we have County Manager George Rechtenwald.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, Brad kind of said some of the items I was going to say. We definitely could look at the scoping of this and do some sort of a phased approach. I was already there when I saw the price tag a while back. So we can look at that. I think to look at the needs of the local leagues that are out there right now, I think is a high priority, and we could always look at building it in such a way it could be expanded and add some of the other more expensive amenities. But again, without really having competitive pricing, it's hard to know that. I will say, having spent a career both in the private sector and construction and a long time here too, building a ball field is not the same as your yard. There's a lot to it. There's a lot of drainage. You're grading to a tabletop accuracy. There's things underneath usually, drainage and things like that. So when you get into it, it's not just site work. I've asked our team to look at some recent projects around here. I know Stetson University has built some recent ball fields. So we'll take a look at the other projects that are out there and make sure they're in line. We always do that. We'll continue to do that, and look at ways maybe we can save money. I'd like to point out the property was bought out there for Emory Bennett. I think it predates even my time here, so it'd be well over 30 years. And they put part of it in, and that's what we've been dealing and working with for these years. But they had the foresight to get that other property, which I do remember at the time there was, and this is before I was here, just remember reading it in the paper, there was controversy then about what they paid to get that property. And well, that's an advantage we have today. We're not buying property. So there's one advantage already. We have a site, and it was paid for a long time ago. So another thing, when we do look at these estimates, always keep in mind too, they are projecting several years out, usually about 3 years. And right now, construction inflation has been at the worst that I've seen it. So I think that's the other thing why the price tag, things could be slowing down. There is some cooling going on. So there's some optimism that it won't be at that number as well. So we can definitely scope it, and we can put some additive alternates in there and get some ideas about what the real cost would be, and come back and say, hey, this is really what we want to spend. And by the way, we don't. We know that people try to build to the budget, so we're aware of that too. So when we put out the budget, we often try to make sure that they're working for what we can really afford, and that goes out there, not just a $40 million number. That would be. We do realize that people do that, so we compensate for that. That's all I have.
Vice Chair Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. So, there was a discussion earlier about, these can be major league size fields, or, little league or T-ball. I think it's important to state at this point, there's a drop off every time you move up to the next level of players. But your T-ball fields have to be premium. They got to be the best to start with, because they're little kids. It's the parents' first look at what you have to offer. It's the kids' first look at what they're playing on. So you don't want ratty fields where you get a bad bounce on a ball, hitting a kid. And I say they have to be the best because beyond that, all the other ones have to be equally as good, because they expect that from you. So if you're going to build it, you got to do it the right way. So we have about $15 million in Echo. That was one of my questions. I heard that. And Don, I wanted to just touch on one thing. You mentioned Ormond having 25 fields, but we don't. We have 41 baseball fields in Ormond. And you're like, Troy, why are you bringing that up? Because I'm an honest guy. And I played on the Nova Rec fields as a kid. Okay? So we have 25 at the sports complex, 10 at Nova Rec, 6 at the South Ormond sports complex there on Division Avenue. And Ormond paid for all of those, So which brings me to my next comment, which is, so I look at Port Orange. I think they have 17 fields when I added them all up. Pearson has 7. Orange City has 6. We're talking about this in Orange City. These Echo dollars, should the conversation segue into talking to our partner cities and saying, hey, Orange City, there's a need in your area, okay? And just being transparent, I've not heard of the need, except for listening to you gentlemen up here, and I believe you 1,000%. So going to Orange City, going to DeLand and saying, there's a want for this apparently. Let's use your property. Let's commit Echo dollars to you and let you have some skin in the game, cities. I think it's a conversation that we should talk about a little bit. My belief, core responsibility of your government, Volusia County government, you deserve clean water, great roads to drive on, the best public safety we can offer, and then leisure services and art in public places. That's what defines a community. It makes you want to live there, not just the good water and the smooth roads and the good public safety, but the extras that you can go and participate in. So I think that's important. I like the turf for fewer maintenance dollars on it, but I like grass for every other reason. I'll just get that out there for everybody. I think grass is better. And it was interesting to me that the price tag, $41.5 million, we'll recoup it in 9 years. And did you pick up on how long the turf is good for? 10 years. So now, yeah, good. It was a great question because I didn't think of that, Mr. Reinhardt. But hey, we're back into buying more turf at that point. And I think that stuff's pretty expensive. And let me just check and see. Anything else? Yeah, I think we really need to tap into our West Side cities and help them provide these services in their core communities. Because, you've got this in Orange City, but that's a bit of a drive for people from other parts on the west side. You know, we might be able to do several of these. I've got a minute left really quickly. Tim, how many multi-purpose fields and grass fields is this for $41.5 million? And then I'll take $2.5 million off for the BMX.
It's 12, yeah. There's 8 artificial turf fields and 4 natural grass fields.
Right. So we're looking at a little $3 million a field. I mean, there's more to it. There's parking and site work improvements and irrigation, all of it. You know, there's all of that as well. But we're looking at $3 million a field, basically. And I think that we can solve this problem, help solve this problem with the partnership of our municipalities and say here. And I'm not, and by the way, I'm not going to hold, I'm not going to, you know, hold and say, hey, you know, we owe Port Orange and we owe Ormond Beach and we owe New Smyrna, you know, because they did theirs on their own. I'm not doing that. That's not what I'm saying. I think from this point forward, we can assist and help with things like Echo and things like that. Thank you.
Councilman Johansson.
Yes, sir. Now that we're done with questions, I think, David, I'd like to make a motion if that's okay, and I'll probably cobble this up, but I'll give it a shot. I'd like to make a motion that staff investigate all options for building a sports complex, all options being a phased approach, a total approach, including different locations that may involve cities and different funding streams that may involve cities, Echo, state, and anything else, any other OPM you can come up with. Does that sound, George, clear as mud?
We definitely work with that. That's good.
Okay.
Mr. Johansson, I'll second it only because you said OPM, the other people's money piece.
OPM.
Thank you for bringing that up.
All right. And then there's a second. Now we're in discussion. Can I keep going? So the things I see were the goodness here. I just did the traveling distance from Boomba to Orange City. It's about 30 minutes driving. I've driven as far as 40 minutes for a morning travel ball game and an afternoon travel ball game down in the Fort Myers area. So traveling 30 minutes to have a big tournament is doable for families of travel ball, soccer and baseball. So I don't see that as an issue. And what I appreciate out of it, and we're talking about tourism here, I know, but weekend stuff, is now we can be an additional field that all these sanctioned bodies are doing tournaments, and we can they can, like you said, increase their amount of teams available and make it well worth our while. So I like Orange City. I do think it's important. Did you want to say something, Brad, about that?
Let's supplement and thank Rob and Lexi, because they've had those initial conversations with Boomba for us where they could use us as overflow a couple times a year, a few times a year.
Absolutely. There's been plenty of people that have been turned away. I think the phasing plan is important. I tend to agree somewhat with Councilmember Kent on the funding. Ormond, Port Orange, New Smyrna, DeLand, they all approached the county for Echo funds to pay for baseball fields, and they have skin in the game. And this field we're building is going to be county-wide, but I guarantee you the New Smyrna Little League is not going to go to Orange City to practice. Majority of those practices are going to be travel ball practice fields, because I've traveled to Orange City for travel ball before. So I think that's how it's going to end up, and I want to make sure that the cities have a stab at having a little bit of skin in the game, because it's a majority of their kids and some unincorporated kids that'll be going to these things. So I think that's that's important, and I want to make sure that our ECHO dollars or whatever dollars we use are used wisely, because there's some people that'll be taxed twice and never use the facility, or not often. That's about it. I think soccer has the same additive value as the baseball. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. And thank you for making the motion, Jake. I think it definitely moves us forward. I did want to mess with Troy a little bit. Not to be adversarial, just for fun. But, you know, and I think Ormond's done a great job. I think the challenge that the West Volusia has had is that the city's not quite as old. Ormond was incorporated in 1950. And I don't know if this data is right, but I just Googled it real quick, so I may be wrong. Port Orange, it says 1867. I don't know if that sounds right, but, and so they've had a lot more time to grow and plan, where, you know, DeBerry's new, you know, Orange City's much new, not quite as new, but newer, and Deltona's 1995. So they've had their struggles. And I do like your idea, though, to find a way to get skin in the game, right? Because it is going to serve those constituents or that entire region, right? So how do we do that? 1880. Okay. So I think that mentality is good for all of us to partner together. This particular site in mind was, back in the days, it was going to be a conference center, and it was called the I just forgot the Partnership Center. I was a part of that back then, and it was the county and the cities in the areas to build a facility. So it's not lost on that location for the cities to, you know, to play ball, no pun intended. And so I think that approach is good. However, I still like the regional approach of a complex, because it gives us that added value of being a venue that can have an economic impact, versus just saying, you know, 3 parks, 3 ball fields for Deltona, 3 for Orange City, those types of concepts. So let's think from an economic perspective where we get the best return for our value. And I think this site also, I don't like the concept of other sites, because I don't know of any other sites that can have the potential of this site, because it's right near I-4. It's kind of in between the 3 cities or 4 cities in that region. And hopefully one day we'll have the Rhode Island extension that'll go over I-4 and hopefully have some type of service exit that people can get off I-4 and be right in the back door of this property. So it's got a lot of future potential. Though I think the concept's good, but I don't know if we're going to find anything that matches all those boxes. And it's easy to get down to from Sanford if they're going to do any overflow support services. So, and it has property available around it that can turn into hotels. So thank you, Jake, for the motion. I think it covered all the bases.
Thank you. Jake, is that a carryover?
One last comment. As I get out of the travel ball business, a lot of places we go to have mandatory hotel stay nights. If you can somehow throw that into the feasibility or the next step, I appreciate it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. The motion, I think, is the one that we were all hoping for, to investigate every option. That being, is it phased? Do we do it all at once, total? Is it a different location? And then investigate all funding streams. We do have some members of the public that want to speak to this before we vote on it. The first one is John Brandt. You stayed to the very end.
Of course. Good afternoon. This is about the BMX track. My name is John Brandt. I live at Old Train Road in Deltona. 2 years ago, I brought my vision of a world-class bicycle and skate park to the economic director of Deltona and to USA BMX. The park will be around 50 acres. That's room for a BMX racetrack, huge skate park, mountain bike trails, kiddie bike park, campground, and so much more. The park will be a place for riders of all ages, disciplines, and skill levels from beginner to pro. This bike park will have scary jumps for the kids who like taking risks. And we are not doing anything to put those kids on a place. Other than the motocross track, that's really all we've got. But here we can get those kids, the wild kids, the ones who have nothing to do, they're not in regular sports, they don't want to be in regular sports. They want to go out and they want to do something fun on their own without a coach screaming at them. Unfortunately, they have their parents screaming at them. We've all seen that. But instead of stealing Kias, we can, and posting it on TikTok, these little daredevils can post videos of themselves doing backflips, 360s, and something that is not going to land them in jail like the kids that stole the Kia and ended up on my road. The BMX track proposed for Bennett Park is a great location, but it doesn't serve the residents of Deltona. My goal is to expose 100,000 people to BMX racing and extreme cycling, the population of Deltona. This park may even spark investors to start investing in hotels. It may be the last piece of the puzzle to get them to start because they really haven't been going. I respectfully recommend we delete the BMX from the Bennett Park and take the bike park concept back to the drawing board and find a way to make the complete bike park a reality in Deltona. I want to thank Mr. Bailey for including this into the sports feasibility study. The county has spent money on this idea, and I'm tickled to death. Again, though, I'm looking forward in Deltona, have always been looking forward in Deltona, to give these kids something to do. There's nothing for them in Deltona. So, but thank the council, thank everybody. If y'all have questions later on, I've been in BMX racing for 11 years with my son. I watched him go from a little 8-year-old at Daytona when we first got out there, and we were volunteering then. I've been a volunteer at tracks the whole time. In the rebuild of Daytona 4 years ago, there was a dozen of us, include the president of the association was here earlier. I don't know if she's still here, but we all, the 12 of us, got together and we rebuilt that track into a phenomenal little jewel. It's just a perfect little spot. It's not going, what we're proposing here is not going to take away. If we build a BMX track in Deltona, or even if it ends up in Orange City, if we build one here, it's not going to take really anybody away from there because you all know what it's like to go down I-4 and in the evenings.
How much did it cost?
Thank you.
That was volunteer work. Oh. But I spent 2 weeks on my tractor out there. I don't know. It's
Okay.
volunteer work.
I have his phone number. You can call him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Lehman.
Oh, she had to leave.
Okay. John Nicholson. I didn't know John did BMX.
I can see it. I think he's here for the cricket. Not in the last 100 years, anyway. John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. A couple of things. You do know that Daytona Beach has 600 acres a few feet from this, all right? About 10 minutes, all right? They're planning on 15 to 20 ball fields. Would it affect your ball fields? I didn't hear it mentioned whatsoever. They've got a study out. They're looking at how much they're going to put into it, what they want to put into it. So when I get home, I'm going to recommend that we talk to the county because there's no sense in oversupplying ball fields for tournaments. It doesn't make sense. There's only a limited time period that baseball, softball, whatever happens. And if you have all of these fields all trying for the same number of people at the same time. Secondly, I wasn't happy with the idea that we will send all of our money over to Seminole County. I mentioned more than once that we have hotels in Daytona Beach. Several of them, as a matter of fact, I think 12,000 hotel rooms, which is nothing to sneer at. That would be enough to do any baseball tournament, softball or soccer. Probably not cricket, though. I know we did soccer in Miami 70 years ago. Soccer was the new thing. Soccer was going to take over football, and it's been 70 years, and it's still just barely getting there with Messi. So cricket, in about 70 years, we'll need cricket fields. Give or take. The amount of money, I know it's only $40 million. It doesn't sound like a lot. Don had a hissy fit over just $10 million. So, but the $40 million or $41 million is not really $41 million with the 10% override, with water beads, with the truckloads of dirt and inflation. So it'd only be 50 million. And that's not the whole thing, because then you have to add the $100 million for the other facility that you're not talking about. So this complex, $150 million, I think will get some people's attention, all right? In the middle of nowhere, with no hotels. So I understand they're talking about local, but the locals can't pay for this. And they will refuse to pay for it. So you need the outside to come in and pay for these fields. And I found out, like with the city of Daytona Beach, they just renovated a park for the locals, only they lock it up because they don't want it to destroy it. So we have fields that we lock up. We have 4 baseball fields we lock up so that the locals can't use it, so they don't destroy it. So how often is this going to be open up, or were you going to, at a point, lock them up so the locals can't use it? Thank you.
Thank you. Council, we have a motion on the table, and fortunately, those were all good points that John Nicholson brought up. Fortunately, they were all covered by Jake Johansson's motion, which included investigating all options, including city participation, because we certainly don't want to build right next door to Daytona Beach, including funding from private sources. What would the public-private participation be? Do we do it phased? Do we do it all in one swoop, a total project? Do we please look at different locations and then give us options for different funding sources? So it was a pretty comprehensive motion here. Did I cover all your points? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nicholson, for bringing that up. But I just wanted you to know, and all of us to realize that that will all be part of the consideration. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 7-1. And we're already on item 6.
It can't carry 7-1.
Pardon me?
It can't carry 7-1. It can carry 6-1 or 7-0.
Did I say to 1?
Yes. Is it 7-0 or 6-1?
I was considering that Don's heart really wasn't in it. Item 6, proposed vacation. That sounds like a good idea.
So 7-0.
7-0.
Tad, you got 10 seconds.
All right, I can do
I'm
it.
kidding.
Petitioners are requesting the vacation of 3rd Street and the remaining portion of Armstrong on the High Ridge Estates plat. It's approximately a 50-foot rights-of-way for both of them. Neither one is improved. It's in the I-1C
Time's up.
zoning. Staff recommends approval.
Councilman Santiago.
Move to approve.
Second, Johansson.
Councilman Santiago moves to approve the vacation. It's seconded by Councilman Johansson. Any questions? Any debate? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And this one carries 7-0. Pardon me? 8-3.
As long as it carries.
Item 7, another proposed vacation. You're heading in the right direction.
Amen. All right, this is the petitioners requested the vacation of a utility easement along the back sides of their property. These were dedicated as a part of the original plat. It's approximately 0.06 acres. There are new utilities within that easement, and we are recommending approval.
Is there a motion? David Santiago.
Move to approve.
Second, Johansson.
Motion to approve by David Santiago. Pardon me?
Yes.
This is a quasi-judicial hearing. Did anybody have any ex parte to declare? Okay. Who was the second?
Johansson.
Jake Johansson made the second. Questions, debate, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Beat the buzzer on that one.
Motion carries 7-0. Item 4, also a quasi-judicial hearing, is ordinance 2024-03, small-scale comprehensive plan amendment. And Clay, are we going to do 8 and 9 together?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's start, before you even begin, is there any ex parte to declare on item 8 or 9?
Yes on 9.
Yes on 9? Okay. Same for me. Spoke with the attorney for the...
I believe Michael Woods met with many of you.
Right.
This is the one on New York.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I think at least sitting here, all of us, but Troy can't. Okay. Clay.
Good afternoon. Clay Urban, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you, as we just discussed, I'll be addressing a comprehensive plan amendment which will be affecting the future land use map designation of this property, as well as related rezoning to PUD. The current property has a designation of rural and is looking to go to urban low intensity and commercial. The property is located at the northwest corner of State Road 44 and Grand Avenue. The aerial shows that it is currently being utilized for planted pine. There's basically 2 parcels identified there. The next is a location map that gives you an idea of where it is located and what is around it. This shows you the current future land use map designation, what is the proposed. So the green represents the rural, which allows upwards of 1 unit per acre up to 5, and urban low intensity does allow up to 4 units per acre. The commercial has a floor area ratio as well that is tied into the limitations of our comprehensive plan. It's 42.36 acres. As we talked about, under the theoretical maximum, they could do 153 dwelling units and 75,000 plus square feet of commercial uses. The associated rezoning to planned unit development has a limitation of 121 homes. Those would be on 50 and 60 foot wide lots, and then roughly 36,000 square feet of commercial retail use that could be allowed in that area. We did have, we as staff looked at the proximity of this property to the proposed DeLand Sunrail station, looked at the intensity of development around it. The area is served by utilities by the city of DeLand. We see this as an area that can be allowed to be developed for these more intensive uses, be a complement to the TOD area that's just immediately to the south. And also, as part of the rezoning, you'll see that the concept plan, if I could go have the presentation for the rezoning, we would be able to integrate the proposed rail system, or excuse me, trail system into the project as well. So what you're seeing is that the applicant has addressed the factor of proximity to transit, proximity to the trail system. There was some questions in regards to the access off of State Road 44 and line of sight and visibility. There is to the west an overpass of the railroad. There was concern that the elevation change would create perhaps a site visibility issue. The applicant has provided us with review comments from their traffic engineer that's been sent on to our staff. They do not see necessarily a site visibility issue, but they are going to be working in regards to the appropriate location of both the access points from State Road 44, as well as what limitations could be done, incorporated in there as part of what's being done to the south and to existing to the east. So both the comprehensive plan amendment and the rezoning to PUD came to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission with a recommendation of approval. There was a public hearing. There was a resident of the area who objected to the proposed intensification there. There was an understanding that there could be some use of higher impact, but there was concerns with it. Initially, the recommendation was a tie vote, so therefore it would have been denied. But the Planning and Land Development Regulation reconsidered it, and it's coming to you now with a 4-2 recommendation of approval. The applicant is here, and he'll be able to provide additional details. If there's any questions for staff, we are available.
A couple questions. Probably you can handle. Does this area have a watershed study?
When you say watershed, you're talking about a basin study that we've done as part of our stormwater. I don't know. I'll have to defer to Ben on that, Ben Bartlett, as to whether or not there's one for this area. Again, this would have to go through our stormwater management review through the staff, as well as St. Johns River Water Management.
Right. No, I was talking about the comprehensive plan, Chapter 9 watershed study. Is this area DeLand Ridge or St. John's?
I believe it's
For
part of the
waters.
DeLand Ridge, but again, I will have to confer with Ben Bartlett. Let me check with that and be able to provide you with a more detailed answer on that. But basically, again, what the chair is referencing is there's a requirement in our stormwater drainage element that we have basin studies. We've completed the urbanized areas as required by the comprehensive plan to ensure that we have those basins well delineated. And as part of the money that y'all approved as part of the increase in the stormwater fee, we'll be updating those basins studies as well as expanding into areas that are on the cusp or are in the process of being urbanized. So I can double check with Ben and get you an answer after I've talked with him as to whether or not he has a basin study on that or not.
Okay. And this is Ben Bartlett.
Yeah, so Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. This area is right on the edge of the DeLand Ridge and the St. John's area, and we have studies in both those locations, overall basin studies.
You do have the studies in both?
They were
basins?
included in the information provided weeks ago.
Okay. Clay, any idea where the city of DeLand gets their water, where their wells are?
They've got quite a few different locations. I don't know exactly which ones would be providing specifically for this area. Is there a specific area of concern in regards to drawdown or impacts?
Yes, I don't know where they get their water, but there is specific area of concern on drawdown. I know that in Silver Glen, you gave us, I believe it's page 9, says the parcel directly adjacent to the site. There's going to be a rail yard. Do you know what the rail yard will?
The Martin Marietta site has been approved for a variety of more intensive commercial uses over there immediately to the west. So again, it's located right here. That is the Martin Marietta site.
Did it come? I don't see it, but doesn't.
Sorry, it's
basically just due west of the property to the CSX line there, and that parcel next to it.
As of right now, we don't know what will be there.
Well, they had approval. They've not operated on it. There was an initial plan for a mixed-use industrial office commercial area over in that area. It was approved right before, I would say, the economic downturn in the early 2000s. It's been saying there it's still vested for it, but it's not had any activity on it recently, no.
Okay. Page 9 also, there is a discussion about the DeLand 2050 plan. Does this project comply with the DeLand?
Yes, sir. We've been working with the DeLand staff to make sure we have a clear understanding of where they're at with that. And what it is it's identifying within their water and sewer service areas that they feel are appropriate for more intensive development, and those areas that should be remaining as a more rural or less development. And this is consistent with the DeLand 2050.
Okay, and then on page 12, it says the development consistent with the future land use map shall not occur until concurrency services and facilities have been determined and are available. Have these improvements be made, or do we know when they will be made or what they will be? What's required?
Concurrency is evaluated at time of either subdivision or final site plan, in which case we analyze impacts on water, sewer, stormwater, roads, recreation for residential, And at that point, if there's any deficits, they cannot proceed until they've identified what mitigation will be required. So that's why you see a lot of the prop fair share agreements that we have for the transportation improvements, or where they would have to do specific roadway improvements. If there's a situation in regards to recreation, they would have to provide for that as well. And so right now, we do not see necessarily a significant issue with this, other than getting into the details of what the transportation study would show. Based on the information provided by the city, they have sufficient capacity at their plants to provide both sanitary sewer and centralized water. Other than that, right now, at this level of development, they are consistent with our concurrency requirements, but there will have to be additional review and details identified as to what is necessary to ensure concurrency.
Okay. So there's additional review required. Is that the same for, what page is this? Page 13. Volusia County shall require that all new development which is located within an area encompassed by an adopted municipal water service area agreement shall comply with the potable water sub-element and level of service standards adopted by that municipality. Has that been done, or are we in process, or will it be done at some other point?
As part of the comprehensive plan and rezoning process, we coordinate with the city of DeLand. And part of that, because this is tied to a planned unit development, we have a very clear picture of what the impacts are going to be. 121 single-family homes and upwards of 36,000 square feet of commercial. So when we send that over to their staff, they're able to identify what the generalized water demand would be based on standard coefficients and come up with the total demand. At that point, if there's any issues, that's when the cities would, or whoever may be the water and sewer provider, would let us know whether or not they had adequate plant capacity, or whether or not there was adequate distribution systems. At this point, City of DeLand has not identified a difficulty with either one of them. Again, it will be incumbent on the developer to have to go through and get those approvals to ensure that they have adequate capacity. If they don't, it will be their responsibility to address the deficit.
Okay, is that the same for the couple paragraphs down in the discussion about urban sprawl? There is requirements. There's no. Let me find it here. Urban sprawl is the following. Pursuant to Section 163.3164 Florida statutes, a development pattern characterized by low-density automobile-dependent development with either a single use or multiple uses that are not functionally related, requiring the extension of public facilities and surfaces in an efficient manner and failing to provide a clear separation. Do we know yet if there will be an extension of services, roads, or anything to this area in order to make it, and will that be efficient?
Yes, sir. Right now, there's existing utilities in that area. There's adequate capacity, as I said, for water and sewer. There are existing roads out there. They may have to do certain improvements from an operational improvement, or pay into a proper prop fair share to address some of the capacity issues. But it is identified as a transit-oriented area. It's going to be incorporating a trails area. So that's why, from your staff's analysis, this does not constitute urban sprawl.
Okay. I think with all these questions, what I'm getting at is when will that, we're being asked to vote on it today.
Yes, sir.
Without a lot of this information, but the information will come sometime in the future, which makes it, for me, it makes it difficult to vote on it today. Just a couple more questions for you. According to the applicant's trip generation analysis, their proposed 121 dwelling units and 36,000 square feet of commercial development would generate approximately 3,162 daily trips and 356 peak hour trips. Therefore, the proposed amendment would result in a maximum net increase of 2,698 daily trips. Is that, are the roads there, is that area able to handle that kind of increase?
There will have to be obviously operational improvements such as access, so that you'll see turn lanes, those types of things. There are intersection issues over at 44 and the truck route. We are aware of it. It has also been identified from DOT. So what will happen is, if there are any deficiencies in the road segments or at any of the intersections, their proportionate fair share of what would be required to repair that is what we would charge them as part of that agreement. So that is how concurrency for transportation, specifically roadways, are addressed here in the state of Florida. We have to have the pay and go pursuant to Florida statutes 163.
This says that the traffic impact analysis is required. It's been reviewed by Volusia County, but it doesn't say if it was approved or not.
Yes, sir. Otherwise, we wouldn't be coming forward with, there were significant issues that the applicant did not agree to, or any of those types of things. And again,
why does it say here has not yet been approved?
Because at this point in time, we use a conceptual of the 121, identify those issues. When they actually come in for their subdivision, we have to look at that point in time. If they come back here 2 years later, with their subdivision plat, there could be much worse traffic conditions than there is at this early stage. We want to make sure concurrency is done right before they do development, so that that way we can get the best existing snapshot of the condition of the roads, so that that way their impacts are best assessed that way.
Okay. Looking at page 48, single-family residential, again, this is trip generation, 464, total 3,162. And then in your conclusions, it says the proposed flu amendment would result in a net increase of 2698 daily trips and 311 peak hour trips. We just looked at that. All study roadway segments within the impact area of the project are expected to operate below the adopted capacities. Again, I guess what I'm asking of you, we're going to have to vote on this right now. When will we have this information?
Again, right now, you don't do a full concurrency analysis with a comprehensive plan and a rezoning. At this point, we're basically identifying what are the critical issues, so that you as an elected body understand what we at staff are going to be looking at when they actually do come in for the final subdivision. Because this is going to be a residential and a commercial development, you've got two situations. When they come for the subdivision, which is phase one, which is the 121 homes, that's when we will require full-on concurrency analysis, including roads, schools, water, sewer, parks and recreation, because it is a residential component. And that's where, if there's any deficits, they have to be identified. In regards to specifically transportation concurrency, the state of Florida has stated that if a local government chooses to do transportation concurrency, they must include an option for a proportionate fair share where a developer can pay for it. So that's why I was saying is that if they get the approval of this PUD at this point, but put off the development for a year and a half and come in for the subdivision at that time, we will have a better assessment of actually the traffic impacts at that point in time than trying to take a picture of it at this point in time and assessing what the impacts would be. So that would account for growth that may occur over the next year and a half, so that that way, if we do have additional road segments going down, we can make sure we can capture that. We cannot charge for anything above and beyond what their fair share is, and we cannot withhold development approvals for transportation concurrency. as I said, the state mandates that if you're doing transportation concurrency, you have to offer the pay and go as a remedy to any kind of deficits.
So we'll get all that in the second, another hearing when we see the final site plan?
No, sir. The subdivision plat goes through the staff. The process includes an overall development plan, preliminary plat. They go to construction. They cannot do anything with the properties per se yet. And then the final plat comes back to you. It is the preliminary plat and final plat are part of the final approval through basically a consent item to the council.
Okay. Don't go away. We're still in questions. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you. Clay, just to recap your presentation, thank you. Is this consistent with the DeLand future vision of the area?
Yes, sir.
So in plain terms, do they want this?
Yes, sir. It's
Okay.
consistent with what they're seeing out there.
Moving on to the growth on the property. This is not virgin growth, correct?
No, that's, as you can see, it's planted upon.
I just wanted to reiterate that. So the planted pines, it's man-made. Do planted pines like this thrive in wetlands, environmental sensitive areas, or recharge areas? Yes or no?
Sandy soils, yes. Those would be considered recharge areas because of the sandy soils.
Okay. But I don't see much any other. Okay. That's all I got for now. Thank you. Great job.
Councilman Dempsey.
Clay, if you remember at our meeting on this project, I expressed to you my concern about the location of the driveway location on the 44 on West
Yes, sir.
New York. And just to educate you guys or refresh your memory, the reason that roundabout is there is because that grandmother and grandchildren were in an accident where the gentleman was pulling out south from Grand Avenue and hit them. They burned in their Jeep. And I believe that was identified. I actually was involved as an attorney in this case very deeply. And so I'm very, very familiar with this location and the hazards of it. I believe Sheriff Johnson at the time, or I don't know if he was the sheriff at the time or not, but I think he identified this or mentioned that this was one of the most dangerous intersections in the county, and that's what preceded that accident is what finally caused this roundabout to come in existence. The danger of this is traffic coming from the west going eastbound. They crest the bridge that goes over the railroad tracks, and as you're going down the decline, you get to Grand Avenue, which was a blind, which I've actually almost been hit there, coming south out of Grand Avenue onto eastbound New York, and you can't see the traffic coming over the bridge, and you got to be moving out at a good clip. So my concern, and that was, I can circle?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm going to circle right here. Okay, so this is where the incident happened. The gentleman, the elderly gentleman, was pulling out here and going eastbound, and the grandmother and her grandkids were coming this way off the bridge. This is where the accident happened. They burned alive, and that's what caused the roundabout. So my concern now is, I think what they're proposing is a driveway here and here. And what I've said to Clay is, my concern is when people were coming from the west, cresting the bridge and coming this way, there may be stacking here of people trying to go left into the subdivision. So, two parts, Clay. I'm in favor of this project, but with the one caveat that we could be assured that the ingress and egress from these intersections or entrances could only be right in, right out. What I'm afraid of is people coming eastbound from the west, cresting the bridge. A car will be stopped here waiting to turn left, and then we'll have stacking issues, and that's a, 55, 65 mile an hour area?
It drops down to 40 and then to 15 through the roundabout. I want to clarify is that State Road 44 is a DOT road, so we do not have any permitting restrictions over it. So we cannot guarantee or from a county staff perspective The applicant, I'm sure, will be addressing it because their engineers did look at it and they have some ideas of what they want to do in regards to restrictions. Also, they'll have, I believe they have an exhibit that compiles what's being developed on the south and around in that area to give the council a better understanding of what the roadway conditions may look like in the future. So at that point, they can make a determination. And, you know, it's again up to them if they're going to have to go through the driveway permitting, or excuse me, access permitting through the DOT on that.
Again, the properties to the south don't concern me because it's going to be right in, right out, or if they're pulling out onto westbound New York, they're not sitting in the middle of traffic waiting to pull out. They're sitting in their driveway. My concern, again, is eastbound traffic coming from the west, stopping to pull into this neighborhood and waiting for other traffic coming from the east going westbound. And while they're waiting for their lane to clear up so they can make their left turn, a car crests the bridge and doesn't have time to stop.
Understood.
And we have another repeat of that. I'm just wondering, what assurances could we get that people couldn't make a left turn into the subdivision from the eastbound lane on New York? I mean, if we could limit that to just right in, right out, and not allow people to make left turns in, and they have to turn in from Grand Avenue, wonderful. I'm just really scared of stacking on eastbound 44, causing
Understood.
obstructions. But can that be done? Can we get that assurance? Okay. I'll be quiet.
Councilman Johansson.
I don't have any more questions. Move to approve item 8.
Second.
Jake Johansson makes a motion to approve. And David Santiago made the second to approve the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment. And for comments and debate,
Yes.
David Santiago.
Thank you. I believe this is near the future station that we'll be having in DeLand over there too. So I think we've talked about before how we need to support putting rooftops in that area so that it supports the economics of that train station that we're investing a lot of money in. So that's another part of my decision to support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yes. This is the applicant's attorney, Michael Woods.
All right. Could you pull up our PowerPoint presentation? Or the PDF, either one's fine. I'll be brief for me. I'm sorry. Good afternoon. For the record, Michael Woods with Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard. Happy to be in front of you today for this project. This is one that we've been working on for a good bit of time, and one that we're really proud of with respect to how we've kind of approached it and trying to take into all considerations. And Councilmember Dempsey, I'll follow up at the end. I've got a presentation for you so we can discuss through that. We've got a couple suggestions for you. We'll just wait for that. Okay. What's that? You don't have my PowerPoint on there? I've got a flash drive, but we emailed that in. Do you have a PDF? Thank you. No problem. And I apologize for my lack of tie today. Either all of my shirts shrunk over the last 2 weeks, or I've not been paying attention while I've been growing this beast of a beard.
The beard has grown. I've noticed that.
Well, I was going to have it gone before today, but I did the bike ride this weekend, and I've got a sunburn pattern that I think is underneath, and I thought that was a little bit more distracting.
You're not going to work in the mall in December, are you?
No. Okay. We'll see. Okay, wonderful. So this will, what do I point to? Thank you, I can deal with that. Okay, so for our overview for both the land use and rezoning, Clay obviously gave us a pretty good presentation here. Again, though the land use provides for slightly more than the 121 lots, that's what we are proposing as a max level. They are 50-foot and 60-foot lots. We did carve out a commercial out parcel. I want to talk about the thought process for that. Again, that goes to our overall thinking for the area. The tree preservation and the open space you can see there. I'm just going to put a bookmark here because we meet all the requirements as kind of described for your code. I do want to get back into LID standards, open space standards, tree preservation area. They're all very siloed and segregated right now under your current code. Causes some limitation to overall design. I think you're going to see that problem come up more and more as you push for more LID standards. So I think there's some things in the work at staff level, but if not, this is just on my soapbox. We need to look into that because it can lead to a better program if you're able to allow for, a fully GPA area with a trail and have that all count for open space. I think a lot of people would like that, but you can't really get to that point with your current standards. Anyway, the next slide, we'll just scroll through these next, this one and the following one. As you can see, all that western portion of the property is the old growth pine for harvesting for timberlands. It's Volusia Land and Timber was the previous owner. And then where you see the wet spot on the top northeast corner there, you'll see with our next slide for our concept plan, our approach has been to put our development over under the west side where the planted pines have been and to really retain the natural conditions and topography in that northeast quadrant. Sean Fortier is here with KCG. He's been working extensively on the other portion of the land out on Orange Camp and is familiar with the challenges there. So has paid very close attention to the issues everywhere in DeLand. I don't know of another engineer who's up to speed on the surface and subsurface issues for water as much as Sean. And again, very early on with this concept, dating back to December of 2022, when we started looking through this, the thought process has been to keep that as natural as possible. And here again, I just to kind of point out, the dark green is your tree preservation area, and then the light green is technically the open space. Ideally, would like to be able to keep all that open space in kind of tree-covered area, but we have to go through steps to check the boxes and get the percentages correct. As you can see here, you've got access on Grand Avenue. That'll be our primary access point. We also have access on New York, servicing the residential project. I'll talk to Councilmember Dempsey's concerns on 44. We've got that location on the drive aisle for the commercial area just as kind of a placeholder, and we'll kind of show you, this was an earlier concept. The thought process here is you've already got access for that Circle K, and that's not part of our project whatsoever. It's an existing project, but they have their drive aisle right on that corner. And what we contemplated is that when FDOT comes in for their permitting for the commercial, they probably won't allow for additional driveway, certainly not full access, and maybe not even right in, right out. So we have on our residential access coming in off of 44, you can see that gray bar that cuts to the east to give an access point to a rear loading for commercial. In talking about why we're keeping the commercial there and kind of carving that out, it's twofold. One, as a bit of internal capture. And I'll scroll through here in another couple of slides. But you have, actually, if you go down to the next, keep going, those are just the black and white. One more. Okay. So as you can see there, the commercial there is twofold. One, we've got a gas station in our southeast corner. We do want to hem them in because gas stations, when they want to redevelop, typically need a larger footprint to be more modernized. When you don't give them that space and that ability, they'll typically have the national company sell off to a local company, and then you don't get the corporate standards to apply. So we've kept that, and if they come in, we don't have any plans with them. They haven't approached us on any redevelopment, but it's there for them if they want to. If that doesn't come to fruition, there's enough square footage there to allow for local kind of commercial activity to capture our population. But a lot of that, and we'll show it in a later slide, lines up with the commercial element for the project that Rick Wolfhart got approved on the south side of 44 that straddles both sides of Grand Avenue. And we'll kind of walk you through that. So one of the concepts here, and we're certainly a smaller part and definitely a smaller footprint than Wolfhart's project, and then even the other project, Pelham Square to the southwest, but you're kind of establishing a little bit of a commercial node out here, pulling some of that traffic away from the east and into this area to better handle it. Better long-term plan. Next slide, if you could, please. Again, there's our land use conditions. Next slide. That's a lot of text, but that was talking about the urban sprawl that is within your development agreement. I'm happy to talk, or within your staff report, I'm happy to talk through that. But effectively, we try to do as much internal capture and then get into our bike lanes. If you go to the next two slides onto our rezoning, We've got the standard amenities within our project. Obviously, a lot of open space, a lot of tree preservation. We have a few pocket parks in there, and obviously buffering surrounding the property. But our big amenity that we're really excited for, if you could just kind of scroll back down to the walkability, there's about 4 slides. Keep going. I think you're going the other direction. Sorry. Okay, so we like to give this slide in most of our presentations. The developers here are the ones that did the Trinity Gardens project. You guys approved that in a road cost sharing agreement in your consent agenda today. We like to kind of show our walkability and the distance traveled. So if you click onto the next element here, this is the next slide. This is showing our interaction with Rick Wolfhart's project to the south. And if you can recall that, the white space in the top right corner of his project, those are 40-foot single-family homes. If you go down the center line there, those are townhomes, and then in the southwest corner, you get to apartments, all building to that Sunrail station that's coming down the road. You can see the Sunrail station right there in the red at the bottom. If you scroll to the next slide, please. So this is slightly less polished. This is my efforts on my iPad, but I want to kind of give you the sense of the scale that we're dealing with. All of these lines are tracing from the existing roadway or the platted roadway that goes through the Pelham Square stuff in yellow from Sunrail to points of interest that are already out there. So 1 mile by following the road, it's a little bit closer as the crow flies, on Grand Avenue to get the roundabout. That orange line brings you over to Emmy's Timeout Tavern, if you've been there for frame of reference. And then the purple line that's also just under a mile, that's the Stockyard. So as we have people coming to visit our Sunrail station, the idea that this is kind of an opportunity for something special to be developed out here is something, again, soapbox, trying to beat the drum to get people engaged in this. Next slide, if you would, please. So this is your connectivity, or this is your trail map. You can pull it off on the county. I want to focus in on the light purple that's running between Lake Beresford and Grand Avenue, the missing gap, and tell you why we're real proud of this project. If you can go to the next slide, please. Next one, please. So right now, you've got your multi-use trail that is planned. It runs, Beresford Trail all the way north up to Delian Springs. It's supposed to pick up into the State Road FDOT project to go all the way up to State Road 40. Running south goes into DeBerry, connects into Osteen, shoots across. It's a fantastic thing, but we've got a couple gaps. And one of these gaps are right in this area. If you scroll to the next slide, please. Okay. So the concept is to run the trail somewhere along Grand Avenue. Wolfhart's project provided for it on the south side of 44. The challenge that you have here is you've got about 19 individual parcels that are on the east side of Grand Avenue. They certainly didn't want to have any crossing of their roadway, and you don't want to have a whole lot of driveways cutting through the trail system. So the west side makes a lot of sense. The bigger problem, in my opinion, is when you got to Minnesota Avenue, and so those are about the 20 to 26 that's there. That portion of Minnesota Avenue is all prescriptive. So you all have no right-of-way whatsoever to work with anything there. And that big chunk of property that's in kind of the southwest corner of that intersection, that's a C&D recycling site. And it's basically edge of asphalt, a little bit of tree buffer, and then a grade change down. So no room there whatsoever. If you can scroll to the next. And that kind of shows you just the challenge that you're dealing with that site. Scroll to the next, please. So what we're proposing with our project is, and the county, we've been working with them again for about 2 years. With our green portion of the trail, that's along Grand Avenue and then cutting along our northern boundary, you get about 4/10 of a mile of this trail gap. The 0.12 miles going to the north, there's a little bit of a challenge there with a conservation easement that's being worked on. The 0.19 miles is property owned by Martin Marietta Materials. And then you go farther up to the north is a vested subdivision that I believe one of Butch Paul's entities has permitted. And with that 1 mile and that gap and working towards connecting for that, you effectively are able to then come into Sunrail or be a resident and ride from the Sunrail station north unencumbered and on a safe trail to Lake Woodruff Reserve, to get pancakes at Delian Springs, to go into other points north. So both a amenity for the community, amenity for our residents, certainly, and then an amenity and a business attraction for getting folks into the area on Sunrail. Next slide. That's just kind of explaining the thought process there. And then this, we will work with staff. This is kind of where our concept is. I understand you've got a bit of a grade change from where it dead ends on Grand to where you get to us. So making sure that the curves can kind of round out properly, we'll work with them on that. And then I believe there is a requirement in the PD now for some fencing along the backs of our units for privacy. But we're really, really proud about this trail. Next slide, please. So this gets to your concerns, Councilmember Dempsey, because you brought it up, and we did a good bit of digging into the nature of conditions back when the accident occurred on Grand Avenue and what the current conditions are right now. We are pretty open to working with whatever FDOT requires for us. In our worst case scenario, isn't really a worst case scenario. If we are limited to a ride-in, ride-out only on State Road 44, the saving grace with that is you do have the roundabout. So even if you're traveling eastbound on 44 and wanted to do a ride-in, or turn into a drive aisle on 44, you can travel through the roundabout, loop around, and come back in. Right? It's not a U-turn. And I see your face. You're following me kind of with what I'm saying? Well, I'll show you. I'll show you that as well. So next slide. So these are the current conditions as you're traveling on the roadway. Hopefully the color comes through on your screen. The blue is 45 miles an hour, or 40 miles an hour, I'm sorry. And that's as you're traveling north and south as you approach the roundabout. 15 is the speed through the roundabout. It starts a little bit sooner as you're traveling from the west to the east. At the top of your page there, and then there's a 50 mile per hour speed up once you go past the recycling facility to the north. So those are existing conditions as they exist today. Next slide. At the time of the accident, when there was no control at Grand and State Road 44, the speed limit throughout that was 50 miles an hour. What we have shown for here on our driveway is contemplating what we think FDOT would require of us, because in our conversations thus far, they've asked us to align ourselves with the driveways as proposed to the south side on the Rick Wolfhart project. So there's a driveway connection on the western edge there heading down to the south. That's what's on the concept plan for Rick Wolfhart. That's why we lined up our driveway the way that we did. You scroll to the next page, please. We'll get a little bit closer detail there. So what the concept provides, and our traffic engineer is here to answer specific questions, is that if they would allow us the left turn, the only way that they would allow us is by providing this type of stacking onto the property there. So you've got a 50-foot taper, you've got about 185 feet of decel lane, and then you've got that, I believe, reads 25 feet. So a grand total of deceleration lane of 185 feet, and a total westbound left turn lane, including the taper, of 210 feet. And that's assuming a operational design speed of 45 miles an hour, when what you're already starting to slow down on is down to 40. If we scroll to the next page, so I just wanted to get in from a line of sight, because I do remember the conversation that we had of looking from Grand Avenue, from Grand Avenue east and trying to judge the distance. And again, at that time, they were trying to judge the distance of a 50 mile an hour car coming down here. What you have here is my best effort, and you can look on Google Images as well. I drove out there, and then I remembered Google existed, and so I took the pictures from there. An unfettered view and a clear view, both looking from the west towards the east, so you're not going to come over the hill and be surprised by anything sitting there, because again, you're decelerating down to 40 miles an hour at this point. And then looking west at the entrance, so the image on the right-hand side is looking back towards the west from where our driveway would be proposed. And again, I think an uninterrupted view, so you'd be able to see that from a visibility standpoint. So the main reason for doing that was your concern about having a blind turn or something like that. But I think you can see, even though we are shifting farther to the west than where the intersection was, where the accident was. That had some interesting topography at that time as well, so that basically once you get west of where we are, there's a little bit of a divot going towards the grand intersection, and that may have been a factor. I don't think I included a photo of looking at that like on the historic photos, but I think if you see here, nothing's going to come out and surprise anybody from looking at it. Now, again, I'm happy to have the conversation. What we don't want to do, and we'll do whatever FDOT requires us to do, I think we'd like to keep our option open to see if they would allow for the left turn in for full access, mainly because we don't want to create a problem with FDOT down the road. If we agree here that says that it will only be right in, right out, and that screws something else up for them. FDOT typically knows what they're doing for traffic, but if you do feel strongly about that, even with the information we provide there, I think we can accommodate a right in, right out as well, and we're happy to have that discussion. All in all, this is a project that we've put a great deal of thought into, trying to incorporate it with the surrounding area, trying to get prepared for the Sunrail as it comes in, and trying to accommodate the concerns that have been raised. And hopefully we see you all out on your bicycles because, again, that's my pet project on this one, and I'm really happy for it. Happy to answer any questions you have or to have some further discussion with Councilmember Dempsey. Again, our engineer for traffic and engineering is here today.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Woods? Jake? No questions for him?
I've got a question.
Okay.
I mean,
Don Dempsey.
Would you guys be willing to limit it to right in, right out, and make it other ways if DOT approves it? I mean, if the decel lane, there's already the decel lane to the east for your commercial site, which is great.
Yes. Yes.
But there's no decel lane to the west, which is closest to the bridge, and that's what's concerning to me.
So for westbound traffic,
For traffic from the west going eastbound,
Correct.
cresting the bridge,
Yep.
coming over the bridge, there's a car sitting there waiting to make a left turn.
and that's
Bam.
what we anticipate is if we ask for full access, FDOT would require that decel. If you can go back up one page. So you can see there that that is drawing in where the decel would go, and that based upon the standards, FDOT would require that.
But are you willing to limit this project to a right in, right out there with no left turn in? God forbid DOT does not allow the decel lane left in.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, if FDOT, yes, absolutely.
No, I understand that, but are you willing to limit yourselves to right in, right out only?
Regardless of what FDOT
Regardless
wants.
of, no, if DOT gives you the left in, I'm all about it.
Okay. Yeah, yes.
And can I just say something so you guys don't think I'm out of, on here? There's a News Journal article, and it's dated right after the act, April 8th, 2016. The state adds immediate safety measures at the intersection where 4 were killed in the crash. This is the intersection that caused the roundabout. The state pledged Thursday to expedite the safety improvements at the intersection where DeLeon Springs woman and her 3 grandchildren died in a fiery crash earlier this week. The decision followed a written plea earlier in the day from Volusia County Council and Sheriff Ben Johnson asking for safety measures at State Road 44 and Grand Avenue, the site of 42 crashes in the past 5 years. So I'm not talking about just
No.
one incident. I'm talking about 42 crashes in a 5-year window. It's a dangerous area. I love the project. It's needed out there. You guys, God bless you for doing it. But I'm just concerned about a 43rd, 44th, and subsequent crash. in
No,
that
and I
exact location.
think we were aware of that as well. I mean, I was around here for that as well. And I mean, 44 going out to New Smyrna when I was a kid was the kill zone because it's the 2-lane, and and I know people that we lost out there. So we have taken that seriously. I think there's a distinction with as it's structured right now. There's speed control. Because, at 50 miles an hour back then, what were people doing? Because there was nothing to stop you. Like that, Grand was like a blip on the way into town. And we all remember how everyone used to drive with that. But we take your concerns very seriously. And so, as you stated, we're happy to make those references that you need us to.
Okay.
Yeah. And we thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jake, did you have You didn't have a question. You had
I'm ready for comments. If Troy has a question, go ahead.
Troy.
Yep, thank you. Mr. Woods, just a couple of things. Your stormwater ponds, are they going to have fountains in them?
With the light, they have to have a light too.
No, I, at this point, no. I think our goal, particularly on that northeast quadrant there, is to go with the LID standards and try to keep it as natural and functional as possible.
Because I'm going next with after the fountains that I want it to be lit up as well. I'm not joking, by the way. So I'm wondering if that's something that your client would consider. Yes.
Okay, there you go. If it's a wet pond, then yes, you'll have a fountain there.
Perfect. Thank you. And I want to make sure that we include that in the motion, whoever the maker of the motion and the second is in just a moment there. And then I really like the commercial aspect of this.
Okay.
I'm pleased with that. I've got to tell you, I wish they weren't 50-foot lots. And if you know, I this is a bigger ask, but can we go back a couple more slides so where we have the aerial of all of the lots? There we go, right there. I just looked at this and it was like paint by numbers. You know, like you're proud of this, and I'm sure you know that they are as well. Is there any wiggle room to remove some of the sheer number of homes going in here?
No, I think the yield is pretty acceptable. But I do.
You didn't even ask them.
Well, I've done work with them, but this is back to my point about kind of breaking things up. Okay?
Right.
In our early phase in design, particularly on if you kind of call it 2 super blocks on the west side there, where they back to each other
Right.
and they're all 50s. We had a meandering swale running through there to do LI standards, but it couldn't count as open space because it was technically stormwater. And so instead of having that to kind of break things up and it was going to meander through, we compressed those together to be able to make sure we had the open space and the tree preservation on the other side. I like is aesthetically pleasing. It was good. Those are the limitations that kick into play that keep us from kind of breaking stuff up a little bit. Where the
Yeah,
function doesn't
and
meet the form.
I get it, but I also get that if we don't talk about negotiations right here at this level, then there's no negotiations. So I'm appreciative for the fountain. I'm appreciative for it being lit up. And there are some times where I think 50-foot lots, you know, not everybody wants a big yard to mow. You know, you get to a certain age where you know, you want different things. But, you know, at some point before we vote on this, I would be interested if your clients would be willing to cut down a little bit on the sheer number, just because it's like house on top of house on top of house on top of house.
Well, now, and on some of that, you know, when we got to that number too, because, you know, obviously, I know the council, I'm coming to bring this before, and we have those kind of conversations. We looked at the development pattern across the way. And I don't know if you can see it through here, but those were developed through unrecorded subdivisions over time.
Right.
And they're all flag lots. And so they look like they have a larger frontage and they're a little bit more shallow. But if you overlay their density, particularly since, again, you've heard me beat the drum before, they've got no stormwater, they've got no sidewalk, they've got no
Right.
other landscape buffering, that gets developed at a higher density than what we have here. Why you have the 50s and 60s here is we have the stormwater, we have the sidewalks on both sides of the street,
Yeah.
and all that good stuff. But I appreciate the conversation on that.
Thank you. 50 foot is just small. And I'm the guy that in DeLand, not even, you know, I've got a little tiny sliver of DeLand actually in my district, but I'm the guy that's voted no on 2 or 3 new developments in DeLand because of the unchecked growth and no fountain. So I don't know. Council members, I don't know if anybody else feels like this is house on top of house, and maybe a few less would be a good thing, but that's where I am.
Councilman Johansson.
Yes, sir. A couple as far as changing my motion for the fountain. I'm not going to tell people how to live. You make a fountain, you don't make a fountain. You make it multicolored, you don't make it multicolored. I pay an HOA fee. It's got a lot of fountains in it, and it pisses me off. So I'm an LID, no fountain kind of guy. And lastly, you know, I've been fortunate enough to work with some of the professionals here on the county staff. some of our traffic consultants and many people at FDOT, and I'm pretty convinced 99% of the time they know what the hell they're doing. And if we need a turn lane, we'll get a turn lane. If they can't make a turn lane, we're not going to have a turn lane, and they're not going to let us sit in traffic coming off a hill to turn left and back that traffic up, and it'll be right turn only. So I don't want to mandate anything on the developer before FDOT weighs in. I'm thoroughly convinced that FDOT can figure this out. And the reason I say that is because a lot of times in these meetings we have people come up and I'll tell you, I live there. I know how traffic's going to work. And nobody comes back 2 years later and go, hey, it's not working like you said it would. 1 or 2% of the time we get it wrong, but I'm pretty impressed with what FDOT does, and I'm hoping they can make the right decision on 44 and give us a left turn decel lane, or not do it at all. So I'm not going to change my motion, gentlemen, because I trust the folks that are professionals at that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Just 2 quick questions. One of them might be for Sean. In fact, it will be for Sean. When you get done this, you build these roads, you're going to dedicate the roads to the county to maintain?
Yeah, they're residential roads. They go to the county. Yeah.
Okay. Sean, you're an excellent engineer, so I feel confident in asking you this. What LID was just brought up. What makes this an LID development?
Well, we want to implement as much as we can, but the main attributes that I'm using in this one that I'd like to use is try to... Oh, sorry. Is that better? Cross that a little. So in general, most of the projects I've been doing, I've been trying to implement them because to me it's a factor of safety. If I can run as much water as I can through a dry swale, which is one of the better systems in my opinion, and it can be vegetated with plants that are low fertilizer requirements, zero escape, Florida friendly, those sort of things. We work very closely with landscape architect on these. If I can run as much water through those as I can before it goes to the traditional pond, then it's just infiltrating a lot of water. And like I've said, I think I've said this before to this board, but we've done studies where we actually built these things across hundreds of acres and pumped water to them just to see how well they perform. And then we end up implementing it on a few commercial projects. And we put them all over, so almost every drop of water went through one of these systems. And at the end of where its ultimate receiving water, the pond that we had built, the traditional pond that met Water Management District requirements, went out there during a major storm, and there was hardly any water going to it. So we saw it firsthand how you can implement these little swales and different infiltration systems and have a huge impact on the volume of water, which is one of the bigger concerns in the land. Obviously, there's the additional benefits of nutrient removal and those sort of things, which is pollutants, going to our receiving water bodies. But in this project, I have to be careful because you guys do have requirements that the open space cannot be stormwater. So the requirement states it a certain way where it says retention or detention. So I still want to run it through these systems and hope it counts as open space, which the indication it would be. I just can't use it in my traditional stormwater. So, but I still want to use them wherever I can. So in this particular project, we're going to try to put them, you can see the light blue throughout the project. So I tried to put them wherever we had a good spot for them. And, the backs of those lots that back up to the wetland, by letting those lots be a drainage pattern that goes to the back of the lot instead of the front of the lot, that just goes to the road, the impervious. I want to let that run off to the back, store that water up before it overflows into the traditional pond. So that's what you're seeing on the back of those lots on that back up to the wetland. The other blue area to the left of that, west of that, is a natural depression that was there, and that's another feature I like to use if I can not fill in existing holes, because those depressions get water now. So I'd like to keep sending the water to that same depression. And then on the far side of that, which this isn't an engineering drawing, but I'd let that water store up to a certain capacity and even let some of the road water go into there. Let it go there first before it goes to our traditional pond, which would be the one ugly pond in the whole project, which is the one on the north.
Put the fountain there.
With a fountain if it's wet, correct. So I want to build layers into this project. And then the last thing would be the wetland itself. You know, a lot of engineers don't touch wetlands too much with, because you don't want to dry it out. You don't want to overhydrate it. You can't just send water there because you can actually impact the wetland by staging the water too high. So, but we've done quite a few of these where we work with a biologist, environmental consultant. He goes out there and he stakes the hydro periods, which is how the water fluctuates in that wetland, any given seasonal highs, seasonal lows. We do a lot of geotech borings on it. We study the vegetation around it, and then we model that pre-development elevation of that wetland, and then we utilize that wetland where we try to match that hydro period going through that wetland, so we don't dry it out and we don't overhydrate it. And usually they look at the mean annual event the most closely, but we'll utilize that. And to me, that's just another feature we can make that wetland better now than it is today, even by having a more continuous flow going through it, and more consistent flow, I should say, where we don't dry it out and don't overhydrate it, control it per se. And then there's also talk about possibly putting some additional natural trees and foliage in that wetland, because it is around it and stuff. We can make it better, and that's one thing I want to work on.
What did the core drilling tell you? Where is the hard pan?
So there's not a lot of hard pan on this one.
It's deep sand?
There's a lot of sand, and I can show you that later. We have borings from 2022, and we had a slightly different layout then. We just sent out for more borings, so I'm going to get a bunch more now, assuming that this gets approved, and right where all the ponds are and right where all the LIDs are, so I can see how deep all that is. One other thing, I definitely want to get those basin studies from Mr. Bartlow. But he mentioned that the ridge was right on this, and I can testify to that because the ridge on this site, it kind of runs right at the middle of that main road coming off of 44. Everything to the west of that flows towards St. Johns River. Everything to the east of that flows towards the depressions on site. So we do actually have a part of our site is positive drainage, which is good.
Okay.
So.
Do you have any idea? Maybe you don't, because this wasn't something you had to deal with, perhaps. Do you have any idea what percentage of the property was clear cut or would be clear cut for this?
I don't know. But as it's proposed right now, how much would have to be clear cut? I'd have to look. Yeah, I mean, right now I can tell you the 15% tree preservation requirement we can't clear into, and then we have the 20% open space, which a lot of that we're going to keep. Like for instance, a lot of the green around the wetland are trees we want to keep. From a accounting perspective, between open space and tree preservation, I can't.
Okay.
Tree preservation.
We're talking about LID. Troy said what he said about paint by numbers, and apparently we had similar. We don't get to talk about this before we get up here, but I don't. Just to be honest, when I looked at this conceptual, I thought, well, this is not anything special. It looks like what we continue to see, clear cut. Put houses, you save that area to the northeast. I would like to see less, but one of the things that you both have said that really perplexed me, because I think you should have had the option, is when you did design the retention ponds, as I think you said, kind of a meandering, but you weren't allowed to use that in your calculation for open spaces. This is a negotiation. Did you negotiate with anybody in the county? Could we change that?
Well, I'm not going to speak for county staff, and that was an iteration going back to December of 2022. Was it that we had those meetings? Nova. And so it's kind of been evolving, but when it was basically kind of a hard no on making that open space, and all your regulations always have good intentions. Like there's always a good reason for all of that. And what you didn't want to do is go back to the old school days of playing in the retention pond. Now that's where I played football when I was a kid, and I was awful at it, but it was the dry retention pond that you kind of played in. So I wasn't here when those regulations were adopted, but presumably it's to make it functional open space. As we come up with the LID standards, and it just requires more surface area, those old standards worked out pretty well. We still had some issues with them. Mark Watts has a great example and a great exhibit of a trail in Lake Woodruff, the national, it's tens of thousands of acres of a beautiful natural area, but according to the calculations of what's open space for the county, it's just the pathway. You just block everything out, that's all you get as what is open space. I think that there's conversations to kind of work through that, but we've made adjustments. We're happy to try to, we focused on where we had to for like the stormwater and the drainage. I understand your concerns about, if we could have broken it up a little bit more over there, but we're this far along now, that impacts how the roads align with the driveways to the south. And I just think be aware of that as we move forward and maybe expedite how we can start having those kind of conversations, because I think there is some opportunity for more creativity to work through some of those things.
Yeah, I think Clay's
there
going
you go.
to. I think Clay's going to answer that, and I'm really not. I'm really not asking you to redesign the whole thing. I think it's incumbent on the county, the council, and to work with staff to say that if I really want lid. If I really want lid, then I'm willing to talk about changing that rule, that those could be considered open space. Otherwise, we'll never have lid because there's only so much space. So, Clay.
Part of the direction that the council gave us to do was to go and utilize the audit tool to identify potential, conflicts in our existing code. That was identified, and as part of our changes that we're going to be recommending to the council, coming back to you once we've completed all of that. Issue is that Mike hit it right on the head, is that in the past, before we put the restriction that common open space accessible to the residents of that development had to be something other than a big dry ditch. And that was the thing, is that in the past, people would try and, basically get multiple uses of the same piece of property to double or triple count towards their minimum requirements. So that was done to prevent that. Now we have an opportunity where we can sit there that if you're utilizing LID and it's part of it and it's being integrated, we will be able to count it towards your open space.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of things. Don, to your comment about the number of crashes over a 5-year period, I'm not saying that FDOT gets it wrong, but maybe they got it wrong with 5 crashes on one area, 40 some odd crashes over a 5-year period. Sounds to me like somebody got it wrong, In fact, they realized they got it wrong that so quickly they wanted to make an adjustment and make changes immediately. So sometimes you do get it wrong. Council, I will never apologize for negotiating up here on the dais. I think it's actually part of my job to do that for our constituents. I've seen extremely positive benefits from that. It blows my mind a little bit that the applicant is willing to put a fountain in and light it up, but the maker of the motion is hard strong. No, not going to happen. I'm not going to do that. Okay, you do you, I'll do me. But I look at this, and I said paint by numbers because you look at this visual, and to me, that's what it looks like. How many homes can we fit in this postage stamp? And I'm going to vote no on this, and for the reason of the fountain. And if it votes no, I want you to hear from me. I will then make a motion to approve it with the fountain that you agreed to. Because I think you're okay with it. At least you said you were okay with it. Are the owners of the property developers, are they from this area?
They've got about 5 or 6 projects through here. We've been working with.
Do they live here?
No, they're in the Orlando, Oviedo area.
Gotcha. Yeah. Even though I'm not crazy about the 50-foot lots, I'll stick by what I said and make that motion if this gets voted down. If it doesn't, well, there you go. You don't have to do the fountain. Thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
I'm gonna get a fountain at my house. I got to tell you guys, unless I get a firm commitment to write in, write out, I'm a no on this. Kind of like what Troy was saying, but without the fountain deal, I want the write in, write out. And just to kind of talk about engineers and how smart we all think government is. 42 crashes in a 5-year window. This is the News Journal article from April 8th, 2016. where the state, a la, I guess, DOT, on April 8th, after the 8th fatality, the state adds immediate safety measures. But let's look at the article. Neighbors complained. We all say, well, neighbors, they all complain. No, neighbors complain because they know the area better than anybody. Neighbors complain. 2007, 42 crashes. So what do? They get the DOT out there in 2007, the experts that we're all hanging our hats on. DOT says, no problem. A couple years later, fatality. 2010, first fatality there. So neighbors complain some more. Told you so. Told you it's dangerous. DOT comes out again in 2012. In all their wisdom, no danger, no need for a traffic device. No, we don't need nothing. 2013, another fatality. Still nothing happens. Then 2016, 3 children are burned alive and their grandmother burned alive. Ben Johnson, the sheriff and the county council at that time, gets involved. There's a danger. And they get immediate action and get this roundabout. So if we're going to hang our hats on the accuracy of these experts, we need to look to the past to predict the future. Or maybe we'd all had deck chairs on the Titanic because those experts all said it was unsinkable. So my point is, as much as what we all say about this, I'm really, truly concerned about the 9th fatality of somebody cresting that bridge going eastbound. And here we are again. So unless we can get a confirmation that we're not going to have an right in, right out only, if we could do it where the commercial office parcel is and have the access from there, because you already got a decel lane there, more power to you. I think it's great. But if we can't get that decel lane to the residents from where you got it in the drawing here, I've got to be a no, guys, and I'm not trying to be ornery. It's just I am that concerned about a 9th fatality in that little area. That's all. Thanks. Or go ahead and answer if you want.
But yeah, I was just going to say, as an engineer, and I'm our traffic consultant too, we've talked about this left turn before it actually came up. And he even stated in his report he wouldn't be comfortable, even if it wasn't required by traffic counts, but we don't think that would be the case. We wouldn't do this entry without a left turn lane, like a decel lane, or have it be right in, right out. So from a engineer perspective, we wouldn't want to see this as a car waiting in the through lane to make a left turn either. So
I think in the initial presentation I got, you guys didn't have that decel
well,
lane.
we don't show a lot of roadway improvements on our PDs because it's also go through DOT, and DOT won't really give a thorough review until we actually submit construction plans. So I apologize for that. So we did draw that in after the fact to show you what we would actually want, what we'd actually bring to DOT, but it's either going to be that or it's going to be right in, right out, one of the two.
But I guess, obviously you know my distrust of DOT because they've gotten it wrong twice already at the cost of 8 lives. I just want an assurance that if DOT doesn't allow it and says again for the 3rd time there's no need for it, what assurance do we have that there won't be left-ins going in?
Right.
That's all.
And then his traffic report addressed it as well. So I'll let him.
Yeah, good afternoon. Ayman Saidi with Traffic Mobility Consultants. I would like to go to the next slide with the pictures in it, please. No, one more. The one with the Google Street View. One more? Yeah. So I want to add that there has been many studies done that determine that roundabouts are not only traffic control measures, they're also traffic calming devices. So they actually, by default, they calm traffic down, which is a major safety feature on roadways. And then you see a lot of mini roundabouts inside subdivisions, mainly for calming traffic down. And in this picture on the right, in the middle top picture, you see the sign. It's not very clear on the right of the bridge. That sign is a sign that there's a roundabout coming up, and it's like a warning to reduce It's like an advance warning for people to start reducing their speed. And they put these signs by, they're required every time you have a roundabout. Before you approach the roundabout, there have to be signs telling drivers that the roundabouts are approaching, which basically gets the driver in the mode of slowing down because they're going to approach a 15-mile-per-hour roundabout to maneuver the roundabout. So you cannot, they're designed, the roundabout is designed to enter it at 15 miles per hour speed limit. So when you're driving at 40, you're going to start to slow down before you get to the roundabout. So by the time you get to the entrance, where there will be a turn lane, if obviously, as we just said, if DOT approves it, we will have to put the left turn lane. But regardless, even with that, by the time you get to the turn lane, you're going to be at a lower speed, even lower than 40 miles per hour, because you're, again, by default, slowing down. Just wanted to add that.
If I may ask you a question
Yeah.
then? So in these pictures, the top left picture, that's looking east while you're on the bridge.
Yes,
In the horizon there is the roundabout.
correct.
So using that logic, why did we even put a roundabout in? Why didn't we just put a slow down sign up?
Because slow down sign, when there's no sign that says slow down, I mean, there's no.
Understand? Or a reduced speed limit. But
Yeah,
why,
you
why a
can-
roundabout if it wasn't necessary?
No, it is necessary. That's why they put it, because of the fatalities. What I'm saying is, the roundabout serves two purposes. It is a traffic control measure, meaning it could be a traffic signal is traffic control, a stop sign is a traffic control, roundabout is a traffic control, which basically controls the movement of the traffic at two intersecting roads. The second purpose of a roundabout, and in my opinion, actually, the first purpose of the roundabout is calming traffic. Because by default, again, you have to slow down to maneuver the roundabout. You cannot go through the roundabout, even if you're going straight, you cannot go at 40 miles an hour or 30, or it has to be down to 15 or 20 max. So that's the reason, again, why they put the roundabout.
And just one of the points to kind of clarify, if you're looking at that top left corner image, it actually doesn't show the roundabout in the distance, because the issue with the original accident with the view ability, the road kind of comes down and over like that. So what you're looking at is eastbound, and you will see where our driveway is. That visibility is there, but it's not hard to say that back in 2016 that there was more of a topography issue, because that's what you had brought that up initially, and we looked into that, and that topography is happening east of where our driveway is. So from a standpoint of if your concern is coming over the bridge and being surprised, you've got a clear view corridor to the point where you're at our left turn lane, and you're already starting to slow down because of the roundabout that's coming up. I wish I had the capacity to kind of like play video as you kind of come through, but that skill eludes me entirely. So,
One more thing, Mike. We designed the turn lane length, the left turn lane length, long enough to handle the maximum queue that could be there for the left turns, so that they don't block the through traffic. So that if you're coming up, someone is in the left turn, they will never block the through traffic.
You're talking about the east, you're talking
Yeah.
about traffic going eastbound?
Going
looking to turn
eastbound,
north.
turning left into the project,
Yeah.
that turn lane, the left turn lane, is going to be long enough to handle the maximum queuing potentially there at the left turns. So you will never have cars that are stacked longer than the turn lane backed into the through lanes, into the main road.
You have no control over 44 in creating a turn lane there, do you?
No, we are creating a turn lane off
From
of
the
44.
center, from eastbound
Yeah.
traffic going north?
Yeah, that's what we're saying. We're adding a left turn lane.
But I thought you said DOT had to approve it.
Well, yeah, DOT has to approve it. If they approve it, that's the plan.
Oh, yeah, but this is the same DOT that said that's not even a dangerous area twice.
But if they don't approve it, then we're going to a right in, right out.
Mr. Chairman?
That's what we're trying
Point
to.
of order?
Well, that's.
Point of order. I want to know
What is
where,
your point,
I
Mr.
want to know
Chairman?
what posture we're in, because I think we're beating a dead horse here, and I want to call the question, because I don't know where we're at.
Well, where we're at is this is a quasi judicial hearing, and there's still a lot of questions from council. So
Yeah, but I think we've already passed questions and we're into the motion past
I'm
that.
not sure if that's the case at a quasi judicial hearing. As we get more information, it creates more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Then what I'll do is I'll just make a motion, see if there's support, but I'll just go a step further. I call the question. I move to call the question.
Okay, there's a motion on the full floor to call the question. I'll have to call immediate vote on it. That vote has to be 3/5, and it's not debatable.
No. This is a motion to call the question or to vote on the actual issue? I want legal guidance.
Oh,
call the question.
first we have to have a vote on call the question because you're shutting off 7 people that want to speak.
I'll wait for guidance.
It's a 2/3 vote.
2/3 vote.
For what?
To close debate and proceed directly to the vote.
Okay.
Okay. So you made a motion to call the question. Was there a second to his motion?
Second.
And the second was by Danny Robbins. Motion by David Santiago to end debate, have an immediate vote. All in favor of ending debate and calling immediate votes, call the roll, please.
Mr. Kent,
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins,
Yes.
Mr. Santiago,
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey,
No.
Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
No. But the yeses have it to silence the debate, and so now we will
Is it
call the
place?
question.
Staff needs 2 clarifications. The first vote is going to be on the underlying amendment to the future land use map, and that would be changing it from rural to commercial and urban low intensity. If that is passed, then the second vote would be on the rezoning to PUD. And again, that would allow for 121 single-family homes, upwards of 36,000 square feet, as shown in the conceptual plan. And we did hear that there was concerns in regards to the driveway access, or access off of 44, that without the decel lane, it would be restricted to a right-in, right-out only.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, Mr. Irvin, you tell me if I'm wrong. So the discussion I heard about the churn lane and the fountain requirement, that would be appropriate discussion for item 9, the PUD requirement.
That is why my motion stands without that information in it for item 8, which is the only item I opened.
Okay, Carissa, would you call the roll on the development?
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dyer,
Yes, sir.
I felt like those that had spoken had had their time, but I don't like that Mr. Dempsey voted no on that, and I felt like he had more to say about that. I want to change my vote on call the question.
Okay.
So now it's not 2/3, correct? So I just want to make sure we do this correctly. I want to give Mr. Dempsey and Mr. Brower, anybody else that wants to finish this, I don't want to shut them off. I wouldn't like that if that happened to me.
I think that's council's will there. I just wanted to clarify that I think the discussions that you had, Mr. Dempsey had, would be something that if you wish to put in the PUD, not in the comp plan amendment on item 8. So just item 9.
And
Thank you.
That is why my motion held, and I have my question up, Chairman. I was going to bring that up, that
And
item 9 could speak to that.
And maybe this is something council wants to deal with. I think part of the confusion on it, because the presentation was dealing with both 8 and 9 together, it kind of combined both issues. So I understand why the discussion was going to that level of detail.
So where do we stand, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah,
I wanna
before we go any further, Mr. Kent has said he would change his vote. The vote was completed. Is that doable?
I question that as a parliamentary procedure because it would have to be a motion to reconsider the vote that was already fulfilled.
Mike,
Sorry.
no, you're right. Mike, lead is what we need to do because you know what I want. I want to change my vote. I was on the prevailing side of it, so I want to bring it up to change my vote to give Councilman Dempsey and our chairman opportunity to finish their thought.
Okay, I know.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, because I know where you're going.
Yeah.
I'm just playing parliamentary procedure here.
Right, I know.
Because I think you would have to make a motion to reconsider, and then that would have to be considered.
It'd be
I know we're making it complicated, but we should.
it'd be a
follow
motion to reconsider. Mr. Trent can make the motion because he was on the prevailing side of that motion. It's a majority vote.
Correct. So he would have to win that motion to reconsider, correct?
Yes.
For the motion.
The reason why I made the point, though, because I think much of your discussion was about the turn lane and the fountain, and council will have that opportunity for the item 9. Because your vote, that motion was only on item 8.
So Don, you'll have an opportunity at item 9 to finish your talk on that.
Yes.
Okay. I'm good.
Okay, so we're back to where we were in calling the question. Chris, to call the roll, please.
Mr. Kent,
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins, Mr. Santiago,
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey,
No.
Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
No. Motion carries 5-2. For the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment. And that takes us to the follow-up item, item 9, the rezoning of West New York Avenue from the rural agriculture zoning to a planned unit development. Staff or attorneys or anybody from the applicant have anything to say before I open it up here? Nope. Okay. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve. By Councilman Robbins, and the second was by Matt Reinhardt. Okay. Is this for questions? Everybody that's up here? Okay. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you. Mr. Irvin, please. As always, no one is discounting the need or the reason why there's a roundabout there. With this roundabout, did it alleviate or decrease the number of crashes or injuries or deaths at that intersection?
I don't have that statistic handily available to me. I would have to go back and verify. The reason why it wasn't put in place was to improve the overall efficiency and effectiveness of the intersection so that it could be traversed safely and, again, address the concerns that were identified.
Okay. Now, moving on. Is there a turn lane in the plan moving forward to address what we've heard in the prior item?
What we've heard from the applicant, and they've made a commitment to, is that they will work through with DOT, and if they are seeking a full access roadway intersection on 44, the only way they would do so is if they were to put in a turn lane with adequate stacking in transition. If they are denied the full access, then the turn lane would not be put in.
Okay. So there is an additional layer of protection here with the review by, obviously, DOT and their experts. They've heard us loud and clear on what we're looking for. I don't want to absolutely beat this thing and just turn everybody completely off here. Okay, so we got that covered. Is it a requirement? We talk about getting out of the public's way or landowner's way. Is it a requirement for these pluses in terms of fountains and all these other tchotchkes that we personally may like, or is this something that are these required?
They are not part of the requirements of the code. They are part of an ability that the council has to negotiate
Sure.
in order to balance out the reduction in development standards to balance out for public benefit.
All right. I think that covered majority of everybody's concerns. Thank you.
Okay. I wanted to vote yes for this reason. We're building Sunrail. It's going to cost us somewhere between $6 million and $11 million a year. I actually want people to be on that train. Will this help it? I don't know. One of my fears is that now every development within 3 or 4 miles of Sunrail will be will be qualified as a Sunrail community. I don't know. This one actually stands the possibility for that. The 50-foot lots don't bother me, Troy. In fact, I think there is a good market for 50-foot lots, and I think it's one of the ways to get to a true LID development. We probably could have got to that. Here's a reason I'm not able to vote for it today. I'm going to be a no, because there's too many unknowns for me yet that I have to wait and see how it all works out, like the right turn right only, like can the engineer change the way the retention area goes. Those things I think we need to settle before we let people get this far. I'm just going to stop there. Matt Reinhardt.
What about me, Chairman? Next on the list.
I thought that, Troy Kent,
Thank
would you like to speak?
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. Clay, quick question for you. Clay, is it appropriate to negotiate from the dais items like aerated fountains that can light up on items like this?
Staff will never tell the county council what they can and can't do on the
Smart
at the
move.
dais.
Smart move by staff. Yeah, it was referenced by a councilman that is tchotchkes. I don't think an aerated fountain that helps with algae and aesthetically is pleasing to have it lit up at night is a tchotchke. I would consider a keychain a tchotchke. Maracas maybe visiting, a country to the south, a tchotchke, but not something like this. So I'm still for that, and I hold true to what I said earlier. I'm going to vote no, and if it goes down, no, because the maker of the motion knew I wanted this. I purposely didn't jump out and do it because I wanted to see, and I saw. So if it is voted down no, I will make a motion to include the fountain with the aeration and the light. Wish you the best.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Clay, I have one question for you. Just clarification, because I think I heard it right. So the turn lane has been identified. If FDOT approves the turn lane, they will include the turn lane. That satisfies some concerns, correct?
Yes, sir.
If the turn lane was not approved by FDOT, did I hear correctly that you will do the right turn in, right turn out?
That's my understanding of what
So
has
that's
been agreed
identified.
to.
So check.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And let me just kind of clarify, and I'm sorry for going on about this. DOT will look at it in regards to a variety of different factors. How many cars are projected to turn left into the site, et cetera, et cetera. That will dictate the length, all of the issues in regards to the length of the turn lane, the transition area. And if it doesn't meet the requirements of DOT, they will not approve
Gotcha.
full
No,
access.
I got it. My thing was if they don't do the turn lane, which you're willing to do, that you are going to accommodate the right turn in, right turn out only. So one way or another, it's safe. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for asking that clarification, Matt, because I think that does solve Don's questions or concerns. At least it gives them the safety portion of that it'll be looked at from that perspective. One or the other is going to show up. But I just wanted to say that, I don't have a problem with any council member, and me individually, when we're doing a PUD to ask for something, is if it's reasonable and the applicant is willing to accept it. They know their numbers. They know how much buffer they have to do certain things. So I would, if any of you at any time had something that's reasonable, and I can see myself supporting it, so I'm okay with that. So I know it's not in the motion. Give my friend his fountain regardless of what happens, okay? Mr. Chairman, I guess I just wanted to respond to your comments, not adversarial, but just from the perspective of that you're stuck on voting no because the unknowns, I think you'd said, right? And the problem is that's the process, right? There are certain things that are in this already well-documented process to get things approved, and some of them are state requirements and some of them are requirements that we would probably never get to some of those answers at this stage of the game. And I get it. Maybe you want to change that process, right? But I think it's something that we can't change alone. I just want to share that. I respect your thoughts, but I don't know if it could be applied fairly to the applicants because it will never happen unless things happen in other areas that are beyond our control. So I just wanted to add that to my comments. Thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
So, Mike, I don't know if this is a question for you or Clay. What guarantees can we have that there will either be a DOT-approved left-in from the eastbound lane, or if that's denied, that it's only going to be right in, right out on 44 at that location?
Well, there's two ways we can handle it. One, it can be added to the final development order for the PUD, that access off of 44 at the western driveway shall be right in, right out only, unless DOT allows for full access, including a left turn lane in eastbound State Road 44. If you want to make that as part of your motion, that could be a condition, because I believe what I'm hearing is the applicants have agreed to that.
I mean, that's a commitment from y'all, Mike?
It'd be a motion. It'd be a motion to amend the motion on the floor. You can add that and anything else. It is a PUD, so.
Okay. All right. I don't know where we are in this process, but I'm a yes for this if we can get that guarantee that this project will not happen unless there's a left in, left out approved by DOT for eastbound traffic looking to turn north into the subdivision, or right in, right out only, because I don't want there to be a ninth. Even that paper, Ben Johnson said, I advise my family to go around the intersection whenever possible. It's dangerous there, guys. I'm not making this up to try and jack you around. I mean, it's dangerous, and I'm concerned about it. That's the only reason why I'm saying all this.
And you can make that motion now as a motion to amend if you wish.
There's a motion on the floor to approve as is, but you could make an amendment, motion to make an amendment, and then we have to vote on it, and if it passes, you get what you want, and then we have the vote on the main motion.
I think I can make this simple.
What's that, bud?
I can make this a whole lot
Go ahead.
simpler without
Go
going
ahead,
through all
Danny.
this. I'll make a motion to amend my motion. Don, say your motion. say my
Move to
amendment.
approve, subject to the limitation that the southern entrance to the neighborhood is limited to either right in, right out from the northbound lane of 44, or if DOT approves a left in from eastbound 44 turning left into the subdivision to the north, then that be approved. Otherwise, it's right in, right out only along 44.
And I'll keep my second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that's still Mr. Robbins' motion, Matt Reinhardt's second, and Don gets a turn lane, and I don't see anybody else that wants. Does everybody understand the motion? Okay. Just one final thought, since you directed your comments to me, Santiago, and I think in a fine and acceptable way. Yeah, I look at a lot of what we do, that I understand the process, and that we make a vote, and then it's out of our hands and it goes somewhere down the line, and often we have projects that come back to us that are not beneficial to the public, that they suffer from, either from traffic, from flooding. In this case, the traffic passed. I question that. School board said no problems. I don't know if the school board has ever denied something saying that they have. Okay. So I have to deal with what we can deal with here and not kick it down the road. But the motion on the floor is to approve the rezoning subject to the south entrance limitation and the right out that Councilman Dempsey has brought up. Chris, if you want to call the roll again.
Mr. Kent,
No.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins,
Yes.
Mr. Santiago,
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey,
Yes.
Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
No, and the motion carries 5-2.
We do it.
That was the main motion now. Mr. Santiago restated his motion. Or Mr. Robbins, I'm sorry. Okay, Clay, item 10, ordinance 2023-45.
Sure, this is county-owned property that we utilize the Volusia Forever for acquisition. It is changing the designation to be consistent with the purposes of conservation. Y'all have already approved it for transmittal to the state. They've come back with recommendations of approval. With this, it's the adoption of the comp plan amendment to the future land use map.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. And we have a motion by Danny Robbins to approve, second by David Santiago. Questions for staff? Then all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? John Nicholson, I see that I missed you in the last one, so you can speak at the end. Motion is carries. Was everybody in the room? Was Troy in the room? Pardon me? Yeah, we'll have to get his vote when he comes out. Unless you want to, Don, you want to go in the bathroom and ask him? Not really. No, I'm kidding. Item 10, it's 6-0 until we hear Troy Kent's vote. Yeah. Tick, tick, tick. When we get to item 11, it will be ordinance 2024-13, update to Volusia County Ordinance Chapter 14-45. Okay, so item 10 was 7-0. All right, Mark Swanson.
Good afternoon, County Council and staff. Mark Swanson, Public Protection Director. Item number 11 is an ordinance for amending Article 2 of Chapter 14, repealing Section 1445 by deleting provisions relating to licensing of dogs, cats, and ferrets, and amending provisions relating to feeding of feral animals. The ordinance only applies to the unincorporated areas of the county. In lieu of strict licensing requirement, Animal Service will be promoting pet microchipping as an alternative to increase pet retention and prevent lost pets within the community. And these proposed changes were presented to the Animal Control Board on 3/20/24 and with a recommendation of approval. Any questions, we'll be happy to answer.
Okay, questions? Danny Robbins.
Motion to approve the removal of the requirement for licensing of animals in the unincorporated areas of Volusia County.
Second.
Councilman Robbins makes a motion to approve. Matt Reinhardt makes the second. Any questions for staff? Debate? Comments? Then all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And we have all 7 of us here, so the update is passed 7-0. And here comes the Votran lady. Item 12, Votran Fares discussion.
Good afternoon, Bobby King, Transit Services Division Director. I'm here to talk to you about the process for the consideration of a fare increase. So if there's ever going to be a consideration for a fare increase, we must go through a federal process. It's pretty detailed. So I wanted to share that information with you. So we are regulated by Federal Transit Administration, and we have to follow a pretty strict guideline on the process for a fare increase. So that includes, sorry, I guess I could start my presentation. Sorry, okay, so that would include quite a bit of public outreach. We would go countywide, multiple meetings, at least 6 in-person meetings, possibly 7, at least 1 virtual meeting. And during those meetings, we will ask for comments, written. We'll put requests on the bus for people to give us comments, but we must have a 30-day window for comment period. And we also have to go to the TDLCB to share the paratransit rates with them as well. So once we've finished all of our public meetings, we have to put together a full report on it. It's a Title VI Fare Equity Analysis report, and we will bring that back to you when we're done. We're looking at that possibly being in August. Then the fares could possibly take place on January 1, 2025. It's a rather lengthy process where you would need to change our tickets, our marketing information, our fare box data, all kinds of stuff. So let's get into it. So the first slide you're looking at here is our current fares. Single ride, just one way is $1.75 normal rate. We also have reduced fares for every single rate that we have, as you can see. And it's currently we're seeing about $2.5 million in revenue. Our Paratransit Gold service is $3, and we do roughly 900 trips a day. So this is what we're proposing for an increase. Minimal increases. Obviously, the single ride is a 25-cent increase. What I've prepared for you is also what we expect for revenue from those increases. So we're basing that on our current ridership numbers for each of those individual fare types, and that can fluctuate, from time to time. So there's no guarantee that's exactly what we will bring in for next year. But if it were similar to what we currently have, this is kind of a guesstimate on what we would have in revenue the following year. So we are discontinuing the 10-day pass. We don't see a lot of interest in that pass, so there's no reason really for us to continue to have that pass produced. It costs us money to produce it, and we do believe that people will migrate to a different pass. Right now, the most popular pass is the full day pass, so you can get on and off all day long as much as you want, followed by the 7-day pass, and then followed by the 31-day pass. We are recommending, we're suggesting a $4 paratransit rate. So we're allowed to bring you double what we would charge for the fixed route cost. So a single day fixed route cost would be $2. You can go up to double that. And when I say you can, I think I mentioned to all of you all that we have to follow kind of some rules about keeping it equitable. We're not, it's really not, it's frowned upon to increase dramatically, and we certainly can't go more than double what we choose for the fixed route fee. So just a breakdown of how it changes, of course, looking at 14% change in single cash ride, 17% on the reduced. It's really minimal until you get to the paratransit gold service charge. That's a 33.3% increase. You can go lower than that if you choose. A $3.50 rate would be a 16.5% increase. So it'd be similar to what we're recommending for all the other fare types. And that annual revenue would change, obviously, for a couple $100,000 from what we proposed for the $4. So there's some assumptions that we'll have to take into account. Anytime we do a fare increase, the ridership drops a little bit at first, and then it will pick back up. So we expect kind of a 3% loss in ridership at first. We also expect those 10-day ride pass holders to do the 3-day pass or 3-day passes. And then here's just a breakdown of what we expect in revenue. We expect fixed route to come in about $130,000 more a year, paratransit $267,000, combined about $400,000, with an annual overall revenue expected around $3 million. So I want to also bring up BoRide. We incorporated BoRide into our service model back in December. We've now initiated Zone 2 in the Deltona, DeBary, and Orange City area, and it's very popular already in that area. We do charge $2 per one-way trip currently, but we wanted to make sure that we didn't get into a situation where we have very long trips. And now that we're into the second zone, we have a lot of area to cover. And so a $2 ride really becomes very inefficient when you take a 20-mile trip. So we asked other agencies what they're doing in a similar scenario, and there's a couple ways we could do this. We can do this by adding $1 above what the average trip ride is, which is 1 to 8 miles right now, and another $1 for anything over 15 to 20. Most of our trips are 1 to 8 miles right now. That's about 70% of our riders. And then we would cap it at a 20-mile trip. Those are going to be very few and far between. 15 to 20 and 20 miles are going to be very few and far between. But if they can't find a way to transfer to a fixed route bus, it could be possible, and we're not really wanting to eliminate somebody from getting a ride somehow. So we eventually, if we incorporate the extra dollars, you could see a $5 ride, still a $4 ride. It's still a reasonable fare. Okay, so where do we go from here? The reason we're bringing it to you ahead of time is so that we can go out into the public. We wanted you to see what we were proposing. We'll take this information out into the public and do meetings. We'll also ask for comments, and then we'll do that equity analysis and bring it back to you for approval. We're guesstimating in August, and then again, fare changes will begin January 1 if approved. And that's my presentation.
Thank you, Bobby. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to approve for staff to go to the next step.
Is there a second? Motion to approve, and the second is by Matt Reinhardt. So you will bring back Title VI analysis and recommendations. We're not voting on a fare increase today.
Right.
So, Vice Chair Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And we're not voting on that fare increase, but I will just say publicly that the VOTRAN, in my opinion, is absolutely one of the best bargains on public transit that I have ever seen in any city where I've ever been. And I think you have heard me before talk about small incremental increases. And I think going from $1.75 to $2 is exactly that. And even going from $3 to $4, you know, a 33% increase on that when you look at it percentage wise. But when you look at how everything else has gone up in our everyday life, this is the best bargain around. So I absolutely support it as presented.
Councilman Dempsey.
Bobby, I know we talked about a week or two ago about this, and I guess we're not voting on it today, but did you have a chance to go out and look to VoRide's comparison to private taxi fares or Uber or Lyft fares?
So I couldn't get anybody to talk to at Uber, but I did contact a local taxi here in DeLand and ask them what their per mile rate was. And so this is the information that I have. Within a 5-mile trip here in town is a $10 ride. Over that is a $12 ride, long as it's in town. That's what they told me. And anything over, I guess, that would be $2.40 a mile.
And that was from Primo or whom?
It was from Primo. Mm-hmm.
As you're aware, I was never for VoRide. I'm all for VoTran, the buses. I think that's a great thing. But VoRide, I don't like when the government starts competing with private industry, because now we are competing with Primo, a private company, and Uber and Lyft as well. So I guess this probably isn't the time, but the direction that I'm looking for is for us to make sure that VoRide does not basically snuff out these other private sector businesses, and at least make our rides fares equal to Primo, Lyft, and Uber, so that we're not unfairly hurting them in their efforts to try and stay afloat, because it's got to be hard for them to compete with $2 fares when they're charging $10. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to see that they're going to tank before long. So I just asked that if we can try and keep this at least to where we're not competing against them with price differences. So, thank you.
Thank you. Bobby, I just wanted to say that, Don makes a good point. I think that we're looking at different riders for different reasons. I think there'll always be a need for the alternatives. What I wanted to say, though, is that you have presented not fare increases, but the whole VoRide program at the Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission. And I want the council to know that you have put Volusia County on the map in Florida and maybe outside of Florida for this whole concept. And I think it was both Seminole and Osceola have asked you to come and to their counties and show them what you're doing. So you're breaking the rules here and thinking out of the box and making Volusia County look really good. And I think we should all recognize you for that and be thankful for it. So I don't see anybody else that wants to speak. So the motion on the table is to accept your report and ask you to bring back the Title VI analysis and recommendations. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Item 13, award of contract with Bentley Group, Inc. for the architectural engineering for the Mosquito Control Services Facility.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Tad Casebeer, County Engineer. This is an approval of the contract with Bentley Group to perform the architectural and civil engineering services for the Mosquito Control Office over in New Smyrna Beach. The amount is listed. The scope is included. Staff makes recommendation for approval.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilman Robbins, and the second was by Councilman Santiago. Questions, comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Item 14, Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. Combined Countywide Annual Comprehensive Financial Report.
Good afternoon, County Council. Ryan Osowski, Chief Financial Officer. I'm joined by Lynn Urice, our Accounting Director. This item is to present, and then the auditor has a presentation he wants to go over that's been included in the packet. It's kind of the standard slides that he always talks about. This book is over 600 pages. Your staff puts together about 500 of those pages. The rest of them are either provided by the clerk of the court or the sheriff's office, who prepare their own separate financial statements, or the auditor's individual reports, which now with our combined entity are over 60 pages in just audit reports of opinions on compliance and fair presentation of the financial statements, etc. This report is for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2023. It's kind of the last chapter of 2023. If you think about it, the budget was approved almost 2 years ago. Then we go through the year, and then we actually come at the end and say, where did we land? Where did our assets land? Where did our liabilities land? And what were the real results of operations at the end of that year? Included in this book is a section called Management's Discussion and Analysis. If you have some time and you want to get like a summary, especially in history, if you go back and look at prior years, you can see the big financial transactions or changes that occurred in our government over the last at least 4 or 5 years. We've been doing a real thorough job of writing that Management's Discussion and Analysis, which is it's a more English presentation as opposed to looking at hundreds of pages of just numbers and statements. I'd say that this report is as complicated as it's ever been. We got a new accounting standard that we had to implement this year, which basically treats IT subscriptions, like your software arrangements, as an asset and a liability, because that's what the accounting standard setters want to do to us in government accounting world. Every year they implement something new, and there are lots of complicated things in this book now, not the least of which is the fact that it's all Amendment 10 based. And I give tremendous credit to the accounting division, who has kept the same FTE staffing number, even though this book has basically doubled in size, increased in complexity, and quintupled in the amount of units that are involved, because all of the constitutional officers are separate audits and separate financial statements. With that introduction, I think Lynn wants to add a few words of recognition.
Just really quick, I would really like to thank my accounting division, all of my staff. They all have a part of this, whether it's the journal vouchers that are keyed, to the reporting of the payments of the vendors to make sure that gets all the accruals are done, and most notably my accountant, professional accountant staff, who is all here in the audience here, and I would just like to thank them. I also thank the finance department grant accountants, as well as the budget team. And of course, just the finance department itself, along with Mr. Osowski. That's it. And I would like to introduce Zach Chalifer from James Moore and Company.
All right. Good afternoon. Zach Chalifer, partner, James Moore and Company. I don't know if we have the PowerPoint in the packet or if I'm going to be live on here. There we go. As Ryan said, and Lynn also echoed, there's a lot of work that goes into this. I just also like to take the opportunity to thank first the council, as always, for the opportunity to work with the county. Big thanks as well to Ryan, Lynn, the entire accounting and finance team within the county, as well as all the constitutional officers. As Ryan indicated, we effectively now, this is year 3, of issuing really 6 separate audit reports. We have the county-wide audit, and then each constitutional officer has an entirely separate set of audit reports specific to that office. So lots of work from all sorts of people that really goes into this report. in kind of watching things to know when to come over. I know you guys have had a pretty long day, so I'll try to keep it pretty brief. But of course, any questions as I'm going or at the end, by all means, please feel free to jump in. As Ryan noted, the county does prepare an ACFR, or an Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. Last year's was awarded the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. We expect to see that show up once again for the fiscal year 23 financial statements. There are 5 reports that we issue on the county-wide financial statements. 4 of these also show up for each of the constitutional, so a very similar process. No changes to the audit reports from the prior year. So as Ryan talks about accounting changes, it's kind of nice to have a year off where we didn't have to totally overhaul the actual audit reports. The first one on the financial statements, we did issue an unmodified opinion, which says that the county's financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects. This is what you want to see here. Effectively, it's a clean audit report. And then our second report, the first of many in the very back of the document, is on internal control and compliance. While we do not audit the county's internal control, there are separate engagements that focus on internal control. If we come across any major audit adjustments or in our testing come across deficiencies and failures to follow process and controls in financial related areas, accounts payable, payroll, and so forth, those could potentially rise to be reported here. We had no material weaknesses or compliance matters identified in this report. The second report is every year we perform a federal and state single audit just based off of the grant dollars flowing through the county. This year we did on the grant side have one comment related to a Votran grant, which related to effectively we could not substantiate compliance in certain areas due to some IT issues with reproducing the documents. On discussing with Ryan and team, I know some of those issues already had kind of been addressed with some of the transition going on there. So it's one where better to say, we just couldn't see it versus actually there were non-compliance things not being done right when we looked at it. So we did have to report that. But again, from what we've seen, everything has really been addressed going forward. We will be required to look at that grant program again next year. And from what we've seen, hopefully we'll be able to clear that up in next year's audit. The last 2 reports are those required by the state of Florida, kind of a catch-all, looking at financial condition, any other potential red flags the state would want us to report back. There were no such items identified in either of those, so effectively 2 clean reports from the state requirement side there. Looking at your fund balance, every year we like to look at your general fund balance, say, okay, where are your reserves at the end of the year? Of course, over the year, the number of sub-funds that roll into what we call the general fund for financial reporting purposes has grown. So I show 2 numbers there to say, here's the roll-up totals versus here's what's in your 001, kind of your budgetary general fund, the way that you guys look at it, to show those differences in amounts in terms of when you look at the rolled up, why is that number so much more different from what you see on the budget side. And that note there does identify all of the different items, all of your constitutional officers, the EMS fund, homeless, as well as the CARES Act and ARPA money still being a good chunk of those dollars. So again, it's not exact because we're just drilling into the 001, but looking at the assigned plus unassigned fund balance, really kind of your unrestricted residual reserve, about $108 million, most of that being assigned in next year's budget related to emergency and other reserves. Relative to what you spent, about 47%, so about 5.5 months there. I will note, again, with this being just 001 general fund, this denominator, the expenditure side, doesn't include EMS and other operational items that don't have a lot of reserves but do have a good chunk of expenses, and we try to look at it holistically. Bottom line here really is you guys are over the minimum, looking at the minimum recommendation from the GFOA of 2 months, although they do acknowledge that when you factor in being coastal with susceptibility to hurricanes, other natural disasters, that being reasons to be higher. And of course, there's many capital needs out there in terms of what's in those budget reserves for the future use of those monies. But again, bottom line is the county is in a strong financial position going forward, making use of some of those COVID, ARPA monies, as well as where you're at with everything in your base operational funds. Looking at your proprietary funds, your enterprise funds, a 4-year trend here of your unrestricted net position, kind of a very similar bottom line number. Some of the funds do have movement up and down. We kind of look for any sustained movement to say, hey, are these fees too low because you're not recouping your costs? No major red flags, kind of some movement up and down can be normal just based on timing differences of capital activity, things of that nature. The parking garage does show as a negative, but moving in the right direction as that debt ultimately rolls off of the books. And then just a couple other highlights on the grant side, almost $80 million of federal and state grant dollars spent to supplement the county's own funding. Ryan did mention the one new accounting standard related to IT subscriptions, and I always just like to touch for the record that in the financial statements does show a massive liability called your net pension liability, but really the key there, I just again like to note for the record, is that's really a theoretical number provided by the state for the county to disclose, but the ongoing obligation with FRS is every month based on payroll. The required contributions are made, and we did note that was done on both the county side as well as all of the constitutional officers. So with that, again, wanted to make it quick, but I'd be more than glad to answer any questions. And thank you all again for the chance to be here.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Real quick, because I may have missed it, why was there a negative in the parking garage?
So there last year, I believe, was there a transfer last year? Ryan probably has the specifics.
So with the parking garage, they're going through the deck, the different decks, resurfacing.
So that's for the maintenance issues. Okay.
And I think it was last year, but it might have been the year. No, I'm thinking in terms of the audit was the year. So in 22, the council approved a $1.9 million loan from the Ocean Center to the parking garage. That loan still, for this book's purposes, shows as a liability, so it makes it look like there's a negative. It's not like governmental funds where you're allowed.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
You're allowed to keep the loan as off the books almost on a governmental fund basis. So in the parking garage, you record that loan as a liability. So that loan from the Ocean Center makes it look like that fund is in a negative. And I know that Zach mentioned that it's headed in the right direction.
But aren't they doing a floor per year? Or?
A preview of what might be to come. There are more capital projects at the garage, so there might be in the future another request for a loan.
Okay.
But we do see in the long run the ability to repay that loan, and then for that actually to be
which makes sense. I mean, how it's
maker.
Exposed to the elements of nature. Absolutely. Okay. All right. Thank you.
And Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. A question on EVAC. I don't know. One of you can answer. Probably him over there. But did you mentioned EVAC briefly? But does EVAC operate revenue neutral, or is it on loss or subsidized?
Every year, the EMS fund receives a subsidy from the general fund.
Okay.
So the EMS fund right now has reserves related to mainly the PEMT program. It's the program where we draw down additional Medicaid dollars that has been a real influx to that fund. It's been able to build up a little bit of a reserve, but given the fact that that fund is subsidized by the general fund, if it was needed, that whole reserve legally is general fund money, which is why it's part of this book's general fund.
Approximately how much do we put into it every year? Approximate. I'm not going to hold you to it.
6.7 million.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to accept the audit?
Motion to accept the audit as presented.
By Councilman Reinhardt and a second by Councilman Santiago. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it carries 7-0. Thank you once again.
Yeah.
And now, item 15, we will discuss recommended changes to the ECHO guidebook.
Good afternoon, Brett Burball, Community Services Director. So go over the ECHO recommended guidebook changes. So this is a process that your appointed advisory committee goes through each year after the grant cycle in terms of recommended modifications. This is part of the charge that is part of the enabling resolution, as you can see here. That they periodically look and make recommendations to council. What they did on April 11th, 2024 is have the 8 recommendations before you. that I will go over and explain the rationale and be happy to answer any questions as quickly as possible. So the first change that's recommended is, and this is just for consistency's sake, because in one breath we say that, that ECHO values public-private partnerships. Here's what the book reads. ECHO recognizes that public-private partnerships may be mutually beneficial. Private for-profit entities may be engaged to perform management services only if the ECHO goals and application commitments are maintained. All management agreements existing or future must be approved by the county to ensure compliance with these objectives. So what this is doing is just for consistency's sake. This does not allow for-profit entities to access the grant program or ECHO monies. What it does is it allows for-profit entities to manage or run facilities that are ECHO facilities. So that's why the modification or recommendation is. An example of this, which will be coming before you in the future, is Jackie Robinson. So the Tortugas are a for-profit entity. They lease and have a management agreement with the city of Daytona Beach to manage that facility. Any questions on this change? I think this was the one I figured I'd get the most questions, so I'll put it up front.
Nope.
All right.
Danny? No?
So this is just a clarification. So when we talk about modifications or clarifications, a modification is a policy adjustment, so for your sake. And a clarification is just clarifying the rule to give the applicant more information. So we say that if you are not completed, with a project on time, that you'll not be eligible for additional funding. And what this does is just operationalize and tells the individual until the project has been completed. Change 3, council to incite trail development because it was a priority of this council or of previous councils, have said, when you're developing a trail that's on the county's master plan, so this is mostly for our cities because we have the trail set aside for county projects, you can use that property value as up to 100% of the value as the match. Additionally, what we're recommending or what the committee is recommending is to add trailheads here as well. They were not included. So right now, in order to close the gap on the River to Sea Loop, we have about $70 million in funding from DOT in their 5-year work plan, mostly in our east side municipal partners. So what we're saying here, trailheads are not funded in the DOT work plan. So this gives them an opportunity, or hopefully as an incentive, to come to ECHO to develop those trailheads so people can access the trail. Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Mr. Santiago has a question for you.
So let me explain a little further for you. So right now, 25% of land can be used as match. That's the max. What we're saying here is that you can use up to 100% of the value of the property as match.
Gotcha. But aren't the trail programs county programs? Help me understand who can submit for a trail program.
Municipal partners. So we are not responsible for trail development, alignment within the cities. That is within their purview. So they go to the DOT as part of they have to go to the TPO, do a feasibility study, get it on the list, discuss alignment. It's very political in those urban areas. For example, I would say that our municipal partners on the east side are a little behind the county because they are going through a more urban environment and there's more consternation about the alignment of the trail. So, as I said, $70 million is in the work plan to support the connection of the River to Sea Loop, which is our signature trail.
Just for consistency in looking at the entire program, were other types of land projects considered And what I'm saying is that, I'm not, obviously, let me first put up disclaimers before I get all, beat up, right? I'm not against trails. I think they play a part, okay? And I like them and I've used them. Same comment, though. I think looking at the big picture, I want to make sure that we are looking at policy changes such as this holistically, that may be other, and I don't know the answer to this, I'm asking, there may be other worthy type of land projects that should be considered for 100% or 75% or up, whatever it might be. Why specifically? Question: would this be the only one that has 100% match? It's like a two-part question, I guess.
So this would be trails and trail heads. So trails is current. So if you're developing a trail,
I'm talking about the entire ECHO program. I just want to make sure I'm clear. Would this, if we may adopt this change, would that category be the only one that are eligible for 100% match?
trails and trailheads, yes.
So all other types of projects are not eligible for 100% match?
25%, yes, sir.
See, there's where my problem lies, and I didn't know that. Again, nothing specific against or for trailheads. But I would be more interested in looking at what do we want to look at category-wise that may be more worthy of a, let's say 50%, 30%, whatever the number the council decides. But to single out one without what I probably guess is not a very thorough a vetting of other potential worthy projects, I'm particularly bothered by that. I'm not blaming you, I'm just saying for the council to consider, maybe we ought to look at broadening that if we want to. And I'll leave my comments there, Mr. Chair, to see what others think toward the end. But I think there's a lot of other potentially worthy projects that can be worthy of this, and I hate singling out one.
And
Brad, did this come from the committee or from staff?
It came from staff. Based on my conversation with our municipal partners, who were trying to establish some trailheads. So I totally agree with you. This was put in here as an inducement, as an incentive to try to get some of the...
I like the reasoning. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. Don't take
so
my
if you want
wrong.
to make adjustments based on your priorities, this would be the place.
What other potential priorities do we have that can participate in ECHO? Do we want to give a little bit more leverage to? And I don't know the answer. So maybe based on the comments, we may want to wait on this, but that's it, Mr. Chair.
Is Tim Bailey in the room? No. Is this it doesn't matter, you'll know the answer. The county's trail system is nearly complete.
I say our signature trail, our portion of the signature trail is close.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Finish
So
your
there
sentence.
is, at the master plan, we have the signature trails, and when we're finished with that, there's a bunch of arteries that connect our recreational assets would be the next step.
Right. What I'm wondering is if this is really to help the cities who are kind of behind because of what you said. It's easier for us in rural areas. It's harder for them going through cities, right-of-ways, all of that. Does this help the cities complete their sections of the trail?
It would help them fund portions that are not, where funding is not provided by DOT as part of the their work plan. So trailheads are not included in that FDOT funding. Whereas we have 6 more trailheads to construct based on the master plan and the county portion. We'll use the ECHO set aside to do that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions about this section? Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. And David, I kind of had the roundabout way, the same concerns with this. And I think it's worthy discussion. If you're going to pull 10 and 26, I'll second it. That way we can look at things holistically and see if there's any other projects or properties that we can adjust as well while we're on this subject. And if we decide to go with 100%, hey, we can go with 100%. But I think it's worthy. But just a couple other quick things, David, and then we can come back to that. I agree with the cities also need to play a little bit of role in this too. If we're close to our development, granted this is everyone's money, so I'd like to have their input as well and see if they can, like we talked about earlier, if they can come to the table with something to help out. Do our new or updated, I shouldn't say new, our updated park impact fees, can any of that impact fee money from the parks be applied to this?
To trail construction?
Yeah, since it's under parks.
I would have to defer. I think that it needs to be a regional or a local park, and I don't know if trails would qualify to meet that definition. Paolo is the one who's helped us, and he's just...
So I think we increased it by hundreds or if not thousands of percent impact fees and that. And also, too, council approved, I think it was last council, $1.5 million additional for trails. How are we sitting with that money in the kitty? Is
So-
some of that going to be able...
Yes, sir. When you were elected, it was $1 million, and the recommendation of the ECHO Advisory Committee was that year to increase it once it was reauthorized to $1.5 million. There is a plan for that money. Right now, we're using DOT money for the construction of the trails, but none of that money can be used for the purchase of land to run the trail through. So there are some parcels that will have to be acquired. Some probably have to go through the eminent domain process. You cannot use DOT money for that.
Right, but that 1.5 million, what can that be used for again? Can that
So-
be used for what you're trying to accomplish to purchase and build the trailheads?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm trying to see how many overlapping funding sources do we have here, and when do we consider possibly looking at other things to allocate this money for? What else? Is there something specific that, other than just trailheads, do we have anything in the hopper that we need this for, or this funding for immediately that we couldn't tap into possibly the impact fees if applicable, or that $1.5 million? Is there something pressing where we have to do this today?
No, sir.
Okay. David, I'll support you if you wanted to.
So again,
package
this
that.
was for the municipal partners. As I said, we have the set aside what we use to build these 6 trailheads that are left on our signature trail program. So we're talking that the grants and aid is separate from the set of the 1.5, which is kind of like a direct county expenditure.
Okay, before we leave this, Jake Johansson.
Yeah, Brent, I have a quick question. I guess I'm not confused, but I want clarification. So the trailhead right now is 25%? The
Yes,
cost?
it could be 25%
Okay,
now.
so let's play the John Nicholson scenario back with the sports complex. Say we call Daytona, and Daytona says, yeah, we're doing this. We got this big section of land out here. We go, well, let's glom onto that with our ECHO. Would we say to them that, well, the cost of that land is you can only apply 25% of it, according to the ECHO guidebook right now, if they applied for ECHO for that program?
That is correct. So the land value, they could use up to 25% of their match. So a quarter of
Right.
every dollar would be, if they applied for a grant, the value of that property they could
But
use.
if it was a trailhead and we changed it, it would be 100%.
Yes.
So I now have the same question that David does. What makes a trailhead more important than some other recreational thing that a city has land for when they can only use 25%? I think I'd like to investigate that more. I don't want to discount trailheads. I don't want to favor that. It's kind of like everything else. Why can't we speed things up for everybody? Why does it have to be only for affordable housing? Why just trailheads? Why not for everybody? So if we can do this and more, or do less all around and make it equitable, I'm interested in that. Thank you.
David Santiago.
I was going to make a motion. I know you got the rest of them, but I don't know if any of my colleagues got questions on the others. I'll make the motion, and then we go from there. I move to approve the recommendations with the exceptions of number 10 and number 26, so we can have further discussions with staff as soon as possible.
Second.
'cause
So page number 10 and page number 26, both related to trailheads. So it would be removing this one, and then our definition of trailhead, which is this.
I believe they're labeled number 3 and 8.
And 8.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, it's page number. I'm so sorry. I'm reading
Right.
pages. Yes, so that's what I'm
So
referencing.
it's recommended change number 3 and number 8.
We will deal with them together, and whatever else we want to include.
So you want to approve everything else and
Yes,
except
sir.
for 3 and 8. Is there a second to that? Okay, Councilman Robbins makes a second. And you're not going to get to make the rest of your brilliant speech.
That.
Okay. Any other questions? All in favor of approving all of the changes except for 3 and 8, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
One thing, if I may add, and I think what would provide some relief to our municipal partners, what I'm hearing from folks is when we set the maximum grant award, the construction costs have risen dramatically since then. So I think if you were looking at some kind of wholesale relief to our partners across the board, that may be the right strategy.
Yeah, I think ideas will be great for us to choose. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry.
Okay. That brings us to item 16, one that we all have to deal with, property insurance.
Yeah, they don't like me.
Good afternoon, Chair, Council members. Dana Page, Human Resources. With me today is Charles Spencer, our risk manager, and in the audience is Justin Anselmo from Brown & Brown, our broker of record. We're requesting approval of our renewal of property insurance. The policies are with various carriers that are outlined in the agenda item. We saw an overall increase of about 16%, of which a little over 6% was due to an increase in values. And at this time, we're here if you have any specific questions.
Councilman Robbins.
Ms. Chanel, do you have any questions?
One
Go ahead.
Can you
Council.
repeat the changes, the increase in what? I didn't hear it clearly.
Increase in values was about 6% of the increase.
And assessed values of the buildings. Is that what you say? Or replacement costs?
I'm Charles Spencer, the county risk manager. The buildings, you have to declare a stated value on your property schedule, and for various reasons they can increase. It can be through the purchase of additional new properties, which we've had. As an example, this coming summer we'll be adding on Woodland Square, which will cost about $125,000 more a year. So that's one example.
Can you speak a little closer to the mic?
I'm sorry. Property values are based off of the value to rebuild the property from the ground up. And you have to declare that value on your property schedule, and you're charged a premium based off of that. But since construction costs go up each year, your values, even if you don't buy any new property or build any new property, will continue to rise because those values need to rise. So we raise those about 4%. And then on top of that, we've added new properties to the schedule as well. So we put on about an extra $55 million.
Do our carriers require us to insure up to replacement cost?
Yes. They have to declare the replacement cost on there. So if it's undervalued, as an example, when I started, we had the Ocean Center on there for $89 million. Well, that was what it cost to build when we built it, which was a long time before. And I went out there and I looked around and realized it was worth at least twice this because they came along and did another extension. So I had to increase that from 89 to 150 million at that point in time.
Are there what portions of the county's liability is self-insured? And what types of policies, I should say?
Well, workers' comp, general liability, auto liability, public officials, employment practices, and then we have the large deductibles for your property insurance.
And what are the percentage of those? Is it by percentage or?
It's
flat?
percentage or minimum. In the new policy, it's $1 million minimum for windstorm.
with a, or 5% of the value of the property that's damaged. Not all the properties that the county owns, just the damaged properties. So whichever comes first.
Sorry, colleagues, I'm just trying to
The larger.
drill out some questions here. I'll just use this facility. This is a kind of like a bunkered facility for me. You know, I'm not a construction guy, but I kind of consider it a bunkered facility. When was the last time we had a claim on this facility that penetrated our deductible?
We haven't had claims on this facility. But if we take it off, it won't be insured in the event there's something that happens,
Sure.
like a fire or whatever.
Sure, I
So
get it.
We also have FEMA requirements. And I don't see Ryan right now, but they review us and they review our insurance. And if we're not carrying enough, then they're not covering us. So, and if anything, they're getting tougher.
Okay.
As time goes on, they want communities to be better insured. Remember, they're the insurer of last resort.
Yeah, no, I get it. And also, my intent with the question is just kind of drill down. There's the potential for, are we over-insuring ourselves? I don't know the answer. And do we need insurance on everything based on historical analysis? That's the only reason I'm asking the question.
there are things that we don't put on there. I do look at those. In the past, we didn't have the restrooms out at the beach on there because you have a lot of those. The value is not much of them. In those days, it was $100,000. And they were concrete cinder blocks. That was it, with metal toilets or something like that. But recently, we did have to purchase coverage on those because for the first time in our history, we lost one of those things. So FEMA comes in and says, well, now you have a duty to obtain and maintain. So we had to go back, otherwise we wouldn't be eligible for future FEMA funds.
And the deductibles are based on each individual facility, or is there an overall deductible for the county by the policy?
Well, there's a minimum of $1 million. So if you have less than $1 million spread across 10 buildings of damage, then you don't get anything at all. Once you cross that $1 million, then you're looking to see is that amount more than 5% of the total values of those properties. And if it is, then you get the amount that's over the 5%.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. So we're looking at a 16% increase, $794,489. Let's just say $800,000. Some out there might say $1 million bucks, close to it, right?
Yeah.
The coverage limits are $25 million for occurrence for a named storm. For flood, it's $20 million. That's the limit. Deductibles 5% with a minimum of $1 million occurrence. So my question is, how many claims we have last year?
None.
None. 2?
Those two were in those. Yes, but that was in 2022.
That wasn't last year, was it? We had storms last year. In 2023, we had hurricanes.
That was September of
We're not
22.
having any disagreement.
What we might be thinking is a difference in fiscal year. For fiscal year 23, both September 28th was Hurricane Ian. So all of the rebuilding and stuff that's occurring now, all the FEMA claims. So definitely Nicole, and I classified Ian when I said that.
Hurricanes don't go by fiscal years. Insurance policies go by the insurance policy year.
That's where I was going to go with that. That was 2 policies ago. That was.
Thank you. It was. I agree with you. It was 2 policies ago. So we had 0 claims last year.
Yes, sir.
But we're having an increase of almost $800,000.
Well, the principle theoretically behind insurance is that we all share in each other's losses, and by doing that, then it's affordable for everyone. And so,
I could go along with that if we also shared with everybody's profits.
well, I mean, I'm in the insurance industry, and it's not.
I'm not trying to give.
understand.
I think you are doing a wonderful job, and thank you for the information. Have we? How long have we been with Brown and Brown, and have we shopped around and looked at prices, and how, if so, when, and what's it look like?
Every 5 years, we do go out to bid, and then we get the responses back, and it's been with Brown & Brown since before I was here.
800 grand with no claims. I'm struggling a little bit.
Another question?
If I could interject, well, if I may interject, if you take the amount that we've paid out, that they've paid out in claims over the past several years, it's actually exceeded the amount that we've paid into premiums. And one year we got $8 million, and we had only paid in maybe $3 million. That was the year, that was in 2017. And then we've had several others.
I appreciate you sharing that.
Councilman Santiago?
Nope, I'm done. He answered my question.
Okay. Councilman Robbins?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion to approve the increase by Danny Robbins, second by Matt Reinhardt. Any other questions? Debate. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Yep.
It's a tough vote. Okay, that brings us to our final. We've got 2 requests to speak. The first is John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. Going back to something we talked about earlier, that small $41 million baseball field from Echo, a singular grant of $41 million for a ballpark. The super grants are like usually $3 million. If you get a super grant from Echo, it's $3 million. And none of you blinked. I was really surprised, because are we changing the policy of Echo so that we give out $41 million to whatever cities want? But it shocked me. But I also want to say that the staff was gracious enough to give me some meeting, thanks to Mr. Kent. For a long time I had mentioned that the city of Daytona Beach contributed to Volusia Forever and got nothing back. Well, it's true. We don't get anything back. We also don't have anything that we can buy in our city. But I do want to say that I always estimated that we were giving in about $20 million. It turned out to be less than $19 million. So my numbers were off, but not by that much, I don't think. Secondly, the motocross. I'm sorry, Don, but I'm seeing a much larger venue in the future. I was in Miami when this small little tiny flight school left Miami to go to Daytona Beach and turned into Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. Huge increase. NASCAR, they raced on the beach, built a venue out west. Huge facility. I'm anticipating, if we do it right, that the area that you're talking about, one, the neighbors would hate it. You'd get like 2,000 signatures on it. But secondly, there's no room to grow, and if it did, it would really destroy the neighborhood. That's why I recommend the north end, especially since I heard earlier that the softball diamonds, baseball diamonds, were in wetlands, and you'd have to fill it in. And I was told we couldn't do it on the north side because it was wetlands. Well, if you can do wetlands in Orange City, you can do wetlands in Daytona Beach. Third, on race, I was at a city commission meeting last Wednesday. Somebody asked me to vote for her candidate, and I said no, because I'm voting for the other candidate because I know her. She was on our CRA board. I helped her husband renovate their business. And then she said, oh, you're not going to vote for my candidate because she's black? And I'm like, I didn't know your candidate was black. She refused to show up at a Beachside Neighborhood Watch debate. So I never saw her, knew nothing about her. But the first thing that came to the person's mind was race. we've got to stop thinking about race. Thank you.
Pamela Walker.
Afternoon. My name is Pamela Walker. I've been here before. I'm here to speak on homelessness. I'm a victim of homelessness. I've been here in this city for 2 years. I moved here in 2022 to a home off of 1209 South Delaware. This home was not in any reasonable, should have been rented. Okay, after I was put out the home, had eviction on me, I'm not able to rent anything. I got that eviction file probably off of my record. So I filed for another one when I moved to Daytona to this slumlord, this abusive landlord that I had. So now I'm dealing with it. This is a copy of where I filed for a second stay. And I'm just at a pinpoint. I'm out here living in my truck with my animals. I'm being abused by animal trolls saying I'm abusing my animals. I'm not going to jail for any animals. I have 4 animals that I've been dealing with since the storm ended. FEMA refusing to pay for my housing because they said that I didn't have no hotel receipts. Where if you're living in your car with your animals, you're not going to have any hotel receipts. So, I'm dealing with this now, and it's just really ridiculous. So I need somebody to try to help me to get this last eviction off, and it's not just me. I have 2 elderly men. One is also living in a car. Another one, he's a past cancer person, and he's been put out of his house because the person has sold his house, and he was living in a room, so he's out there too. We're all working people in our 60s, so we need some help here.
Thank you.
I'm in a program that's called Disability Solutions in Daytona that's supposed to help with housing. I'm finding out now they have 2 extended stay hotels ever since last August I was in this program. Still don't have any housing because they're being evicted. I'm using my Social Security money to rent a U-Haul to get around with my animals in the U-Haul, renting motels, and then they taking over a month to refund my money back. So somebody needs to investigate them also.
Thank you. And that brings us to closing comments. We'll start with the county manager.
Yes, sir. Thank you. A couple things. I just wanted to let everyone know that we officially launched the Volusia County Permit and Code Concierge Service. It's staffed by our economic development folks, and it does provide residents and business owners with a dedicated liaison to act as a single point of contact and assist with their permitting and code needs and navigating those processes. They can help with a variety of other county services, including planning, land development, building permits, fire code requirements, and that is now officially up and operating. The other thing I wanted to bring up, the workshop that we had previously had scheduled that's been moved. We went back and ran calendars and dates. It looks like the week of July 22nd, specifically Tuesday, July 23rd, if you wanted to keep on a Tuesday, Thursday schedule at 3, there are openings for everybody who would be in the workshop. So if that works for everybody, or we could do the 22nd or the 24th, but I was just trying to keep to the Tuesday schedule.
So it could be anywhere between there, 22 to 24, 23 being
Tuesday.
What you think is the best? Have you sent this out in an email to everybody?
Yeah, well,
Has
if you guys are good with it, all I need is really kind of a head nod that everyone's good. I'll put it out.
Yeah, can everybody look at their calendar and see if that would, July 22, 23, or 24?
And and I'm targeting 23 for a 3 p.m. workshop.
Good.
Good.
All right.
Matt,
Good.
hold on.
Chair, can we lock this in? I can lock it in with a motion because we got to
Yeah.
serve.
Yeah, let's, and if somebody can't make it, we still do it.
Motion to have the workshop on July 23rd at 3 p.m.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Okay.
All right.
July 23rd.
Lastly, just quick, tomorrow, there'll be quite a few of us, and I don't know if any of you will be there, but we are honoring National Tourism and Travel Week, and there'll be I know quite a few county people. I'll be there as well, giving a little discussion, and thank you to all the folks in the tourism industry in Volusia County, which is one of our largest, if not our largest employer. So, and that's it.
Mr. Chair, can you clarify who seconded the motion for the workshop?
Second for the workshop was, the motion was Danny Robbins. The second was, anybody second it?
Motion was Johansson,
The
I
mo-
believe,
it's-
seconded by Robbins, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I did have the motion by Johansson, so we'll say Mr. Robbins made the second.
Okay. Mr. County Attorney Michael Dyer.
Yes. On March 5th, you discussed, you requested some more information on dissolving the Animal Control Board, Library Advisor Board. We can send that out to you, or just generate an agenda item with the proposed ordinance, and you can vote it up or down. That might make it one agenda item instead of two discussions. But if council has a preference for how it's to proceed, we're happy to follow it. There was a third board reference. That's your Business Incubator Board. I'm going to send an email to you about that. That is required in our contract with UCF. So we can terminate that contract. I know you weren't discussing that, but that's a unique board that's required by our contract.
Yeah, and let me just add, the incubator, I think it's separate. Different animal, something we're going to be talking as we move into the budget, similar to what I think Councilman Johansson said earlier. These are some of the things where we're writing a check, as said. So there'll be discussions or presentations from those agencies. So I would say set that aside.
Yep.
And just concentrate on the
So unless you had an objection, we can just generate the agenda item with the proposed ordinance for Animal Control Board and Library Advisory Board, and you can vote it up or down if you wish.
Okay. Any objections? Do it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that brings us to council members. Mr. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Council, just a few comments. Earlier today, we were talking about the importance of better paying, higher wage jobs in our county. And Foundation Risk Partners and their owner, CEO Charlie Leidecker, shared with me that, of course, their headquarters are in Volusia County on Granada Boulevard in Ormond Beach. They're almost at $700 million in annualized revenues with 2,500 employees countywide. National headquarters, of course, are here with 125 very high-paying jobs right here in Volusia County. I wanted to share that with you all. The next thing I want to share with you is I know that you all, because I received several emails recently about some individuals that they want us to stop immediately the dog-friendly section of our beach, or what's it called? What are we doing? Pilot, thank you. The pilot program. So I didn't reply all on an email because I didn't want to give Mike Dyer heartburn. even though some of you do reply all, and truly, I'm not the expert in the Sunshine Law, but I truly believe by me replying all to someone that wrote all of us, there's no violation unless one of you then respond. But I was cautious anyway. So Mr. and Miss Taylor from the Georgian Inn, which by the way is a timeshare, from the best that I could find out, this couple lives up north and is here maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks out of the year. I wanted to share what I wrote to her so all of you could hear, her and him. Mr. and Mrs. Taylor, thank you for reaching out to me with your concerns. I live here full time, and I'm down there often, and I've never seen what you describe, ever. We have a team of volunteers who patrol that section of the beach 8 to 10 hours a day, daily, and they have never seen what you described. We have hired animal control officers to patrol this area, and they have never seen what you describe. How can all these groups not see this, yet you're seeing it? There are not dogs off leash running free. Come on. That is fear-mongering and totally inaccurate. By the way, the volunteers patrol the beach in that area for dog waste, and they never find it. For you to say the sand smells of urine, that is more fear-mongering, because high tide comes in twice a day, and Mother Nature cleans the sand naturally with the tides. I've never smelled urine there, but I have seen a few dirty diapers left behind. Our volunteers have already picked up over 500 pounds of trash from this half-mile stretch. Like I said, I'm down there often with my family and my children, and never have we seen what you're reporting. I have seen residents and visitors alike be able to enjoy their beach with their dogs for the first time in 35 years. Please know, before this change happened, people still brought their dogs to the beach. They just did it illegally. Now they can do it legally. If you and your other part-time owners don't want to visit an area of the beach where dogs are allowed, then you can literally walk 50 feet to your south in front of the Andy Romano Park where dogs are not allowed. I hope you have a good day, Troy Kent, County Council Vice Chair. I just want to make sure you all heard it. I put it on the public record. I won't be bullied. I'm not afraid. And I will defend and fight for what I believe is right. There was a petition, and by the way, I was a little late to lunch. I did 2 interviews in here with Fox and West News today. And I'll just tell you, there was a petition started by an individual who lives in the Tidesfall condominium. And after X number of days or weeks, he had like 220 some odd signatures. Nanette McKeel-Petrella started one, and within 3 or 4 days, she had over 500 signatures on hers. I'm just sharing this so that we hear the whole story. But for someone to have a fear of dogs, I don't think that needs to be projected to the public. 80 people die every day in vehicle crashes in the United States. Maybe someone will make a petition about stopping driving so that they can get to and from their safe space safely. So I just put that out there so that you all are aware. There is fear mongering. There are untruths. And then here are some facts that we actually have. We have real data that I don't want to steal staff's thunder because I know they're going to be presenting to us in the future. But the last 4 months, there have been 6,223 dogs counted in this area. There have been 204 warnings when people have seen a dog off leash. That's 3%, by the way. There have been 2 warnings of a dog using the restroom and it not being picked up. 100% compliance. Our staff's data. This isn't Nanette McKeel-Petrella and Daytona Dog Beach. This is our staff's data. 100% compliance when they've said, hey, glad you're enjoying everything. I don't know if you know, but your dog's supposed to be on a leash. Sorry, had no idea. Hey, those 2 people, your dog went to the restroom, you're supposed to clean it up. Sorry, let me do that right now. 100% compliance. And I've heard from the sheriff's office, and staff's heard from them, that some individuals outside of the dog-friendly section of the beach, when they are approached, they say, this is a service animal. Done. Done discussion right there. Over and done with. They can't ask for proof. That's it. So I just think that it's important to see that. And I'm very appreciative of the individual that sent us the pictures of the dogs on the beach. And I wrote them, and I don't think they like my response, because I wrote and said, thank you so much. The dogs and owners look thoroughly happy in these pictures. In fact, I swear the dog looks like he's smiling. Oh, and by the way, they're all on leash. Thank you for that also. Anyway, I just wanted to share with you. Council, the Ormond Beach City Commission tonight is going to be talking about a new hotel, brand new, going to be built at the old Quality Inn site on Seminole Approach. I want you all to know staff talked to me a couple of months ago because there was some discussion from the attorney and the developer that there's a sidewalk that there was some discussion about who was going to have to take care of the sidewalk if they put it in. And I was like, that's where I grew up surfing, and there's a beach ramp. You can get access to and from the beach ramp. I didn't get to look at the conceptual plan until last night. And when I did, it makes total sense to have a sidewalk so that you and your family aren't walking down a beach approach where you've got the outrigger and then you've got public parking and people are backing up or pulling forward while you're trying to walk down, or with your kids or the elderly. It just makes sense to have a sidewalk there. We get one shot to get this right. So my hope is that Ormond Beach tonight holds the developer accountable and says, we're going to approve this, but you have to have the sidewalk. I just wanted to let you know about that. 2 short things left. I wish we really stuck with that time limit on presentations that we talked about as a group in here. I think that almost everybody, unless it's a quasi-judicial hearing, I think everybody can get out what they need to say in 5 minutes. We've limited ourselves to 5 minutes. We are given the material ahead of time. I know I do my homework. I know you all do your homework. So, George, my hope is that these can be down to 5 minutes. Who was the winner today? Was it Bartlett? Was it Ben Bartlett? Was he the one? Was it Tad Casbier who did that? And last but not least, I wrote you privately, and I wasn't going to say anything publicly, but because you mentioned it, Don, I just want you to know that the Kent family collectively, you've been in our thoughts and prayers, and I'm so sorry about the loss of your mother.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. First off, I'm going to bring a little levity before I get serious. Troy, I'm going to have you buy a home in my subdivision because we've been really trying to get a fountain there, and I'm thinking you'd have more luck with it. So, all right, appreciate that. So I had to do that. Don, also, you have been in our prayers. I know what you went through. I just went through it, a little over a year ago. So we're with you. If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate. And it's not a sunshine law violation if you reach out and ask for help. So we're not going to vote on it. Okay. All right. Lastly, on a serious matter, I know you guys are going to roll your eyes because every time I bring up the jail, you roll your eyes.
I just wrote
But
down
I
a
will
note
tell
here.
you that it's not about inmate programs. This is something very serious to me. And I hope I have your attention. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to present the proclamation for Corrections Officers Week. This event coincided with some recent promotions within corrections. Many of these officers had their families present, which is something that wasn't done when I first started back in the 80s. Seeing their families there was so important, and all their families were there. Children, wives, girlfriends, husbands, as this may be the only recognition many of them will ever receive, even close to being public. This event made me start to think and brings me to my point. Mr. Santiago and I attended a law enforcement appreciation event just recently, and both of us had the same idea. These ceremonies for our law enforcement, for our sheriff's deputies, sir, I thank you. Is there another deputy here? I thank them very much for your service. Beyond measure. I mean, you guys are phenomenal, and we thank you. And it's important that we recognize you, trust me. Fire services, same thing. EMS, doctors, nurses, all the first responders are important. But so are our corrections officers. In my 30 years, I've never seen where they've done a recognition for them outside of the jail. I found it necessary to ask if I could do the proclamation inside the jail. I was accommodated. I appreciate that. Now I know they don't have to worry about handling riot situations or breaking up fights, being involved in physical altercations themselves, or being assaulted with a weapon, being spit on, or have other bodily fluids thrown on them, being cursed at, threatened, their families threatened, being the recipient of a broken bone, cut, stabbed, or the worst situation, being killed in the line of duty. Oh, wait. Yes, they do. We've seen it. In fact, during my tenure, I've had 5 knee surgeries, 2 neck surgeries, several blows to the head. The last knee surgery was a total knee replacement, all of which were a result of physical altercations with inmates. Therefore, my plea to the organizations that are out there that put on these events, consider these brave men and women of corrections to be included. I know for a fact that our very own sheriff, Mike Chitwood, wouldn't mind sharing the state of his brave men and women within the sheriff's department, as well as our fire chief, Joe King, or EMS director, Kevin Captain. I wanted to reflect for just a moment on what our new director of corrections, Joe DeMore, which, by the way, outstanding. He is for the other 51 weeks out of the year. So when you're in public, please do all you can to recognize these brave men and women in the sheriff's office, your firefighters, your EMS, your nurses, and please, your corrections officers. I will give a shout out to the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Lourdes, she is going to make every effort to put them on for next year for their recognition, but it is very near and dear to my heart. I've had friends, one close friend that is retired now had the pencil stabbed in his eye. We had a CO right down the road at Tomoka Correctional Institution, female, that was killed by an inmate. It happens every day. They're the ones that you don't want to talk about, but we know they're there. Take a moment when you see them and just tell them thank you for keeping that criminal element out of their neighborhoods. That's all. Thank you.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Council, for a couple meetings now in a row, we've heard from members of the towing industry here locally. I don't know if we gave a nod of heads or we actually made a motion to staff. Did we set a date on getting them in here?
You guys gave us direction.
Okay.
And we are putting that together.
Okay. Thanks, George. My memory's shot.
I want to comment, though. I'm glad, as long as you brought that.
Go ahead.
The young lady that spoke today, we'll have to get some further clarification because her discussion was 100% opposite of what the previous group that had come in here and said. So we'll get that, try to get that clarified. But what we're talking about is the towing rates that are charged to folks who get towed off of private property. I've talked to the sheriff, or our team has, and you know, there's a contract that's been bid out, and they're going to honor all that.
Sure.
That's not what the people that came in here last time. They're talking about, you know, the rules that apply, and we'll go over all that when we present.
Good.
You know, what exactly what they're talking about and what fees. Okay.
And I think that's great. I think we just need to get on the same page
Yep.
with that, and thank you. Council, I'd like in the future, if we can direct staff to look into, or just at least have a discussion. I don't know if we even need to be really involved to the end, but naming of county assets in the future. I think what we did today was excellent and awesome, and a good deed for that family and for Judge Henderson's service. But also too, I think that we can maybe put together a panel or something to rank or review this process, and that kind of takes it out of our court and maybe puts it in puts it in the public's court. And I think the more the merrier, because we miss things. Chair, do you want a motion for staff to maybe look at a policy for the future naming of county assets?
Make the motion. If that's your pleasure, yeah, make the motion. And
What exactly, I'm sorry, because
Sorry.
someone's speaking to me. What would be the motion?
To direct you guys to come up with some sort of plan or policy where we could, when it came to naming our county assets, where it would go to a board or a
Well,
panel.
what I'd like to
within you
do, I
guys, or-
actually have already got staff working on
Cool.
it from other
Well, you're
discussions.
all right.
I've got 2, 4, 6, 8 counties already with what they're doing. We'll have some more, and we'll put together and bring back some options so that we can see. And they range, I can tell you, it's interesting just reading through. You know, there are some with committees, there are other things that just tell you, they break down different assets into different things. So there's quite a bit here. I'd like a little bit of time, but we'll try to get it to you here in a couple of meetings.
Great, thank you. I had a constituent, fishing guide, reach out to me about the ice machine down in River Breeze. Do we have a timeline of when those are going to be operational? And it doesn't have to be now. I just didn't want to forget about it.
Yeah, I'll get back.
And also, too, when we come in the parks that we have it, can we, George, make up little signs saying, ice machine in, because where it's tucked in at River Breeze, you wouldn't know it's there.
Okay.
Just food for thought. And lastly, when we're on the phone with DOT for Don's turn lane, there's some really great DOT ponds located on 44 and throughout the county. I don't know what their policy is, but I'd like to make an ask to maybe, people fish at those things anyway, right? I see families out there all the time, but there's signs up. They're doing it anyway. Can we see if they may want to work with us and open that up where our folks can legally take their kids and doesn't cost nothing and go have some fun? I mean, it's high and dry, and that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that's about it. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I had a few things. I had to strike the first one because of Matt. I was going to compliment you for not bringing up the jails in this meeting, then I had to strike that out. But you brought it up for a good reason, though, so it's a good one. I wanted to concur with your comments on recognizing our corrections officers. And I did speak with 3 board members at that chamber, and they're going to include it next year in their Valor Awards. I was told. So I'll try to keep track of that as it progresses. Naming rights, thank you, Danny, for bringing that up. I think having a good, firm policy that is that allows for and I don't think it's necessarily always vetting, but it needs to include vetting, but also more in depth than just was this a good person or not. I think it also needs to in some cases we need to look at what I'd love to know what buildings we have also in the county that are named. I don't know what they are. So if we're going to go down that path, tell me what's named currently in the county and who after. Right? And then we'll dive into the policy when that time comes. And the other thing I wanted to bring up was the motocross site. I know we had people. I did not attend the meeting, so I apparently was well attended. Looks like we're going to have from what I'm seeing in here, we're going to have a lot of objection from the community over there. And I still support the motocross site. I think I may have made the motion that day, or seconded it. So it's not about the motocross thing. I think it's going to be a great addition to our county in diversification and things that others can do. But I think we should also look at other sites if possible. I personally was wondering, why is there anything available near the fairgrounds? I don't know. I know there's private property owners out there, but I love the location. I went to the site where we're proposing it, I think it's kind of sort of out there. And that long road that takes you in there, to me, wasn't very appealing to go to this type of facility. If we want to make it a venue where people want to come and spend money. I don't know if there's any potentials around the fairgrounds or other sites. I'm not just specifically saying that, but I like that area around 44 because it's I-4, State Road 44, easy access, really little to no homes in the general area, and it's already kind of sort of an activity area. So I don't know. I just wanted to throw that out there because I think we're going to be in for a fight for the site. So, but I support it. We'll figure it out. That's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank everybody for the support that I got in the last few days. It's been wonderful. I appreciate Jake coming out to the funeral. I really appreciate that. So thank you. Everybody's been great. I mean, it's been great. As far as the motocross facility, I guess I've become kind of the point at my own doing. I've become the point person for this whole project. And, if you haven't picked up on the vibe, I do have frustrations with the Hunden Group because I've always maintained this could be done for $2.5–3 million, no more than we've spent on pickleball, which is almost $3.5 million we've spent on pickleball. And if we can create funding for parks and recreation for the older people to do pickleball, I think we owe it to our youth to give them at least one place to be able to ride in the county. No. Well, the other thing is I'd like to know where they got this location because, like I've said in the media, at least, this wasn't my first pick, and I don't necessarily agree that it is the best location. And that lady was right when I saw her at that meeting. I told her I wouldn't want it in my backyard. I get you. I really understand their concerns, and they're valid. And I just would like to know. But the silver lining to all this is that I don't know if you guys have seen any of the social media, on Facebook or all this other stuff, but there's a huge support for this. And even the people who were against it seem to show support for the need in general of a facility like this. It's just not in my backyard, which I get. So I guess that's the one, like I said, silver lining to all this. It's just I'd like to find another location. I'd love to know, and I don't know how I could get this information from staff, I'd like to know where Hunden looked. And I would like a list of all the properties they looked at and to find out why those were turned down. I mean, did we just look at 2 or 3 properties, or did we actually look at all the county properties and thoroughly evaluate our options? And I'm very skeptical of how thorough and how deep they looked for an alternate site. I was told that by the neighbors that they were never contacted. It's just, I understand their frustration. I'm not trying to shove it down their throat. I want to find a location that's remote. So I don't know how we could direct staff. I would like to do the research because, as you were saying, if you want it done right, you got to do it yourself. I'll do it. I don't trust Hunden to do it.
Well, let me just say, Hunden was asked to look at sites. They looked at 3 sites. I just was told. They selected the one they did because we owned it. The other 2 sites would have to be acquired. So that's why they picked the site that they did. I know you and I have talked. Others. We're open to other sites. It's just that's one we own, and there were positives to it. There's 2 roads that access it, even though they're not in the best of condition yet. But I think that's why, again, it had some value to take a look at. But obviously, I think all sites are going to have something, and some good assets and some bad. And that one obviously has a neighborhood that could be affected by the noise. So we're definitely committed to the project, and if it's the will of the council, we'll continue to look at other properties, and Don will consult you and work with you as you're going to be if you want to be the point to the project. That's great. We've already also asked other some of the other attorneys that got involved already. We already put the word out. Well, we were open to other properties of people they may be representing, because sometimes they know of properties that we're not aware of, that maybe aren't really on the market, but could be purchased at a reasonable rate. So,
Would I be able to get a list of all the county-owned properties that are available in their field elevation?
yes, we can get our properties, and we can get you elevation stuff that we already have. We may not have all the elevation of all the property that we own. But also with that, you'll have to get the list of all the restrictions that are on a lot of those properties as well. So, and that's the other point. You know, that was one of the properties that was bought, and that would not have been a restriction on that particular piece of property, where there may be others even in that area that were bought with Port Orange, for instance, or there was properties. There's actually Daytona Beach property out there too on the backside of the landfill. So, but yeah, we can do that, and we'll get you all the information we have.
All right, Don.
Before you go on, Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. Don, real quick, just to keep you in the loop, I had requested from George and Ariel of the landfill property and their properties surrounding it. You know, I've lived out there for 20 plus years. I'm pretty intimate with just about everyone out there, and have my pulse on that. Even the lady that I was answering a question to Jake that he had, and even her. So, nonetheless, there's a lot of property out there. I think there's a way to do this and look at this, looking at other properties, but also looking at Ariel, because they do have valid concerns. That corner there, right before Halifax, east of there, or excuse me, north of there, it's deadly. You know, there's issues there. Noise, there's things we can do where we can massage this and put it on a different, possibly, location of that property, or consider a different location on that property. So really, how you make the sausage of this, the ball's in our court. A lot of people, I think, have jumped to conclusion. I do want to point out staff did an excellent presentation, kind of a DOT style presentation. Unfortunately, not a lot of people read it, even there at the meeting, because there were several options, and I can say that because I've been monitoring the social media as well, and you do have overwhelming support. I'd say 80-20, but that 20% still needs representation. So I think if we just dissect this a little bit, I think we can come up with something to make it work, because I do see a public need for it, as you do in many others. So,
Well, as part of that request then, George, could I see the alternate possible sites at the landfill property as well as other locations? Because I just don't want it to be, that was an 8-month delay in the project just to get to where we are. I mean, come on. I'd like to see it and just look for myself where we could go and not trust this group from Chicago to do their job. I want to do it myself. So if I can get that information, that would be awesome. Thanks.
Okay, our chairman stepped out, and next is our at-large member, Mr. Johansson.
Thank you very much. A lot of what we talked about today was on my list, so I'll skip through all that. We're moving forward on all my notes, except we have a policy issue regarding accepting digital media, and we established that policy, and from what I can tell, we broke it today. As great as it was to have the slides for the quasi-judicial hearing from Cobb Cole, a stick was handed from him to Carissa, plugged into our machine, and used. And the reason we have that policy is because we want to be able to scan it first. And we asked for it 24 hours prior. We asked for it 24 hours prior for anybody. So I just want to take caution on that it doesn't it doesn't play well when we do it for somebody who we might not care about and then abuse the privilege or otherwise restrict the privilege when it's somebody we might not want to hear from. I don't know. So 24 hours is 24 hours. If we don't get that digital media and that, in fact, I think it's 24 hours is our plan. Then unfortunately we need to stick to that. He could have done it without the pictures, which would have stunk, or we could have continued it to the next meeting, and shame on them for not being prepared. So,
Mr. Jansen, I was going to just agree with that. I was not aware that. I knew he said he'd emailed it. I did not catch that he handed you the flash drive. So when that comes up again, we can just offer him the opportunity to either proceed without it or ask for a continuance.
Yeah, there's no way we can make 24 hours smash into a couple minutes. Also, a couple, God, it was months ago, we had talked about approving the agenda as one of the first things we do. And did we do it once? I think we may have done it once, and then it fell out of the mix. I kind of went back. My son graduated this weekend, so I didn't do a lot of research, but I kind of went back and tried to look at where we voted on it, and I don't know if we ever did. And is that something, some counties do it, some counties don't? Is that something we want to vote on and memorialize it so it becomes part of Carissa's, item 1 or whatever it is, and we approve the agenda as written before we move on. I also do it on some of the boards I'm on, so I know you all have probably experienced that elsewhere. But being the big process guy, I'm interested in having that discussion and making that motion.
I'll second it.
And Jake, hold on one second.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Santiago.
I made the motion to add agenda approval as item number 1 on the, I think it would be item number 1, yes? Item number 1 on the agenda.
Effective.
Second by, well, it should be easy enough to do for the next meeting if it gets approved.
Second.
Okay, to approve the agenda as item 1 at the beginning of each meeting. Motion is made by Jake Johansson, and the second was by Danny Robbins. Questions or discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
That's all I have, Chairman.
Carissa, you'll get that on there.
Thank you, Carissa.
Okay, just a couple things. Troy, first, I'm curious, did you get an answer or reply to your email yet?
That email that I sent, that husband and wife? Yes. She wrote something to the effect of, thank you for your carbon copied email, because I sent one very similar to the other person, and I didn't write her back and say, I didn't play the tit for this and that. I just said, I didn't tell her your email was exactly that. Yours was copied by 2 or 3 people from the same place. So.
Okay. Yeah, I think we all got those emails. George and I think Jim Judd, there might have been there was a lot of employees there, county employees, firefighters, but we were able to go to the firefighters award dinner. There was, or award ceremony. There was something going on the same night. Not every council member can go to everything we have. But I want to say it was an impressive night with an impressive group of people, every one of our firefighters. I think when I first started here, actually it came up when I was first thinking about running, I was contacted by some firefighters, some EMS people, about the dangers that they felt of having two-man stations. If there's a house that's involved in fire, one guy goes inside, the other guy's at the truck, and wondering if the guy inside by himself will come out. The county has stepped up, and it was not easy financially, but we now have three-man stations in every station of the county, I think, except the airport station, which is a very specialized station.
Correct, and actually, I think they have three at times there, and we have
Do they?
two stations, I think, with four. So
Right.
your Pearson and your Oak Hill.
And that does two things. It keeps the public safe. You know, you don't always need three guys. You don't always need two guys, because there's times when just nothing's happening. But when you need them, you need them. And it also is not just a benefit to the people that live in Volusia County, but the people that we hire and that serve as firefighters, correction, whatever. We want them to be able to go home alive at the end of their shift to their families. So it does two things. I'm really pleased that we were able to do that. George, talking about the towing, you have probably talked to him. I serve on the TPO with John Rogers, who owns a towing company, I believe. He's also a public elected public servant. And I think the only thing they're asking for is something similar to Flagler County. So you're probably aware of that. If you're not, I'm just throwing that in because that's what they're going to come back with. They want the same deal that Flagler County got for public towing. On the workshop meeting for zoning, you said July 23rd time. Was it 3 o'clock?
3 o'clock.
3 p.m. Is there, I'm assuming you looked at everybody's schedule and staff schedules. We had this scheduled for several months. We had to change it. This is early May, so now we're looking at late July. Was there anything in June that we could do?
No, we tried to get the first available. And as I had explained to some members of the public, I think everybody bases their schedule around what's out there. So, I can understand what happened. And likely why you have what you have is because you guys chose to only have the one meeting in July originally. So that's what kind of left a hole, I think, for this to occur. But but believe me, that Dana scoured, and of course you get into July 4th, you've got vacations, a lot of people out of town. A lot of people are out of town, I think, turns out in June. So the best we could do is what we have there with July.
Okay, thank you. Two things. Watershed. Last meeting or 2 meetings ago, we voted to raise stormwater fees. One of the reasons that I voted for it was because I know it's expensive to do the required watershed studies or basin studies, as Clay referred to them this morning. Will you, George, update me? You don't have to do it right now, but update me even just through email on. I think Ben's not in the room, is he? Ben Bartlett. I don't want to put him on the spot anyway.
No, I think we're scheduled, I think, for something Thursday. If you'd like, I can have him.
Okay.
If he's there,
What
I'll have him available for
what
that
I'm
Thursday.
looking for is he said he would prioritize the list and do a couple. I'm hoping that Hall Creek is on there for the Talmadge Chain of Lakes, but I would appreciate to know And it sounds like it's a long process.
Yeah,
The
it's not a
studies
short.
and-
It's not a short study because it's a vast area. Yes, I'll have him and he can go over what it typically takes, and we'll do that. We also have a smaller study because remember you have those big studies, and we have sub-basin areas. We're looking at solutions in the very southern tip of the Haw Creek Basin, which of course is the area around Common Ground Farms and the Taylor Road situation. We met with the city of DeLand. They have agreed to partner with us on that, and we have a firm that was already on a contract that we're able to use. So I think the scope has been written for that. I don't know if they've agreed on a price, but I think that's coming up quickly because I also communicated that back with some of the folks in that area last week.
I think that's appropriate, and I'm glad to hear it because DeLand is certainly approving a lot of development in that area. Naming rights for buildings came up, and that makes me wonder. We last year or 2 years ago we hired a company to look at naming rights. We haven't heard back from them recently. But they were going to look at naming rights to bring money into the county, maybe for the
Right, and we actually have a few things that have occurred. We just haven't. We'll may be able to come to you, but there were some complications to what they were proposing. So we'll get back with. But there has been some interest in that, and again, we'll continue to push that. I mean, you heard. Even when you get into ballparks and things of that nature, if you get into a P3 or some sort of an agreement, you could be getting sponsorship money for some of that as well.
Yeah, the Ocean Deck could be the Exxon Valdez.
Yeah, yeah.
They need some public. Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
Don, since you're the point, he's not here. Did he leave completely? No. Okay. Well, then maybe you can hear me in the back. But since Don has become the point man for motocross, I'll just give you my 2 cents of what I hear from the public. I don't think I've talked to anybody that's against it. They're against location and they're against liability. They're afraid of liability. And they're against the county spending $10 million, which you think is grossly incorrect. I think one thing that would bring everybody in the county together, because I think there's agreement that it would be a wonderful thing to have here, especially since we have the Speedway, is can the Speedway get involved? Do they have any land that they could put on it? Because the only way for us to not have liability for an accident is if it's private property run by a private operator. Is that not true?
It's insurance, though. I mean, they'll insure a burning building. I mean, insurance companies will insure anything. There's a few insurance companies that will insure motocross. So, yeah, you got to have insurance if we're going to do it. The problem is with expecting a private business. Am I allowed to answer? I don't want to go out of turn here.
No, because you brought some people in here. One of them was a private guy that was doing it, and he sounded like he was doing it very successfully.
Yeah, there's two. Well, there's a couple of guys that are doing it, but
Yeah.
in order to make it realistic, it's got to be on basically county-owned property because they just lost one in Wildwood, a privately owned facility sold to a developer. That's the problem. All these places we used to ride as kids, all that vacant land, Tanger Outlet, all these other places you could go and take your kid 30 years ago, me and my son, now have been sold off to development. And these guys who've got these 100-acre tracts of land that are making $30 a pop, $40 a pop for motocross, when a big developer comes in and says, I'll give you $50,000 an acre, and you don't ever have to worry about, anything, they all sell. So that's the problem. It's just like trying to own and operate a Little League field. You're not going to make any money running a Little League baseball field or a soccer field. So this is just one of those things the county has to own for it to exist, in my opinion. And the insurance is there. There's plenty of insurance, no different than football fields.
County attorney, does that keep you up at night, liability for a motocross, or do you agree that insurance would cover us?
Mr. Chair, Russ Brown, Deputy County Attorney. There's actually also a statute on point that can be we could use on county property that holds us harmless, and for this type of recreational activity, there are insurance exchanges that will cover the rates as well. So there are avenues out there to help with our sovereign immunity as well, to help us with our liability protection.
Well, I'm sure this will all come up as we discuss it as a proposal comes. But I'm concerned if hold harmless, or if we have parents sign and say they won't sue us, if that holds up.
No, there's actually a statute on point. We have sovereign immunity caps. We have an insurance exchange that we can go to and also get affordable rates. So there are protections in this Florida statute for this type of recreational activity if it were on county lands.
Okay.
Jeff, just to remind you,
Yes.
the Speedway is on county property. So NASCAR, Dale Earnhardt's death, all the motorcycle racing out there, all the injuries, all the stuff, the amateur pro, all that stuff's on county property already. So to say that this is somehow uniquely dangerous when we got the Daytona Speedway with all their high-speed events and all the serious injuries out there, I think we got to look at the big picture.
Okay. Like I said, all this is going to come up and be discussed. You're probably hearing the same thing from the public. That's the two issues: liability and not in my backyard. So, okay, I think that is all I had. So we will adjourn the meeting at 5:56.
I don't know, I'm not telling the